Fruit. Tangerine exits the bathroom and steps up to the sink, in no particular rush. He immediately recognized the man who had entered car 3 as someone from their world. The man looked a bit younger than Tangerine and Lemon, and his black-framed glasses gave him an intellectual air. He also seemed somehow naive, trying to act natural, but obviously jumpy. When he passed by their seats he had to make a serious effort not to look their way. Tangerine, in turn, had to make a serious effort not to laugh. The timing couldn't have been any more perfect. Here's our sacrificial offering, right on cue. If they were going to pin their failure on someone else, as Lemon suggested, they couldn't ask for a more ideal victim than this particular individual. His arrival was like a ray of light shining into a dead-end alley. Tangerine left Lemon alone with the man for no reason other than that he had to go for a leak. He didn't want to be worrying about holding it in. When things got more serious and figured he would relieve himself while they still had some breathing room. It didn't seem likely Lemon would have a problem handling this guy on his own. The man with the black glasses, he's the one who works for Maria. While he was pissing he recalled what he knew about this character. Same field as him and Lemon, which is to say, not especially picky about what jobs he takes, a jack of all trades. They had never worked a job together, but the rumors said he was good, despite being relatively new to the game. Even if he is good I doubt he's a match for Lemon, Tangerine muses as he washes his hands carefully. I'm sure by now he's taken his beating and is behaving nicely. He scrubs his fingers one by one, then turns off the water and waves his hands in front of the dryer. The slim mobile phone in his rear pocket starts buzzing quietly. He recognizes the number on the caller ID. It's Momo, a fat woman who runs a hole-in-the-wall adult bookstore in Tokyo. She carries the whole range, from the merely suggestive to the hardest of hardcore, an exhaustive selection of adult magazines for old-fashioned people who still preferred their porn in print. While she has enough regular customers to stay in business, sales are never phenomenal. But her shop also happens to be a hub for underworld intel. The extra-legal crowd comes to her for information, and they have to give information in exchange. Over the years Momo has become a central node in the criminal information network. Depending on the job Tangerine and Lemon will go to her to buy information, and sometimes to sell it. Tangerine honey, are you in trouble? She asks him over the phone. The racket from the tracks makes it tough to hear, and Tangerine steps over to the window and speaks loudly, feigning ignorance. What are you talking about? I hear Minegishi is looking to get a bunch of people together. In Sendai, in Morioka. Sendai? Why would Minegishi be getting people together in Sendai? Is it one of those online friends IRL meetups I'm always hearing about? He hears Momo sigh. Lemon's right, your jokes really are terrible. There's nothing less funny than a serious man trying to be funny. Gee, sorry. It's not just people in Minegishi's outfit either. He'll take anyone reliable who can get to Sendai in a hurry. Lots of people are getting in touch with me about it. Trying to get a bunch of people together in Sendai in the next half an hour doesn't sound like an ordinary job. And you're calling to see if we want in? Not exactly, no. I hear that you were spotted with Minegishi's son. I thought maybe you two were picking a fight with Minegishi. A fight? Like maybe you kidnapped his son and you're holding him for ransom. No way. We know how dangerous it is to cross Minegishi. Tangerine grimaces. He knows it all too well. And that's exactly the situation in which he finds himself. It's the other way around. Minegishi hired us to rescue his son from kidnappers. Now we're on the Shinkansen taking him home. Then why is Minegishi getting people together? I guess to make a welcoming party for us. I sure hope so. I like you guys. I was worried you were in some kind of a jam, so I figured I'd get in touch and let you know what's going on. It feels good to help people, doesn't it? Tangerine is about to ask her to call again if she finds out anything else when a thought occurs to him. Hey, do you know the guy who works for Maria? Sure, Ladybird. Ladybird? His name's Nanao. 7 in his name, 7 spots on a ladybird. He's a cutie, I like him too. You know they say that people in my line of work who you like, Momo, they tend to disappear. Like who? The cicada. Oh, that really was too bad. She sounds sincere. This Ladybird, what's he like? I can't tell you for free, honey. What happened to the woman who just said it feels good to help people? Bring her back. Momo's laughter mingles with the rattling of the door. Let's see, Nanao's courteous and polite, a little timid seeming, but don't underestimate him. He's a tough cookie. Tough, huh? He didn't look tough. He looked better suited for office work. Tough, or maybe fast is more like it. That's what people say, anyway. Like, I was about to hit him but he got me first, that sort of thing. Moves like he's spring-loaded. You know how it is, the more even-keeled someone is the more dangerous they are when they get going. A higher threat level than rougher-seeming people. That's how Nanao is. Mild-mannered, but if he gets worked up, watch out. Okay, sure, but he's probably no match for Lemon. Just don't take him lightly is all I'm saying. There are more than a few people who did and ended up regretting it, probably enough of them for a good-sized meet-up IRL. Haha. You've caught a ladybird before, right? I mean the actual insect. And if you raise your index finger, it climbs up to the top. Tangerine can't quite place how he felt about insects when he was younger. He has memories of killing them wholesale, but also remembers crying over dead ones and giving them miniature funerals. Then when the cute little ladybird gets to the tip of your finger, what happens next? He recalls the sensation of the insect working its way up his young finger, a mix of alien creepiness and ticklish pleasure. Oh, now I remember. Upon reaching the summit of his finger the ladybird would pause, like it was gathering its breath, then spread its wings and float into space. It flies. Exactly. That's Nanao. He flies. Tangerine doesn't know how to answer. Humans can't fly. Of course they can't. Come on, Tangerine, you really are too uptight. It's a metaphor. I mean when he gets cornered he flies. As in, he takes off. He goes crazy or something. More like he goes into turbo mode. Super focus. When his back's against the wall, his reaction time, or his computation speed, whatever you want to call it, it goes off the charts. Tangerine ends the conversation and hangs up. There's no way, he thinks, but a finger of uncertainty traces the length of his spine. He's suddenly starting to worry if Lemon is all right. His feet speed him back to car 3. The door opens and the first thing he registers is Lemon, eyes closed, sitting one row back from where he had been, now directly behind the empty husk of little Menegishi. Lemon isn't moving. He lost. He steps over and sits down in the next seat to lay his fingers on Lemon's neck. There's a pulse. But he isn't napping. Tangerine forces Lemon's eyes open, but there's no response. Unconscious. Hey. Lemon. He speaks directly in Lemon's ear, to no effect. Then he slaps his cheeks. Nothing. He stands and looks around. No sign of Nanao. The snack trolley happens to be passing by, though, so he stops it and buys a can of sparkling water, keeping his voice as level as he can. As the trolley exits the car, he presses the cold can up to Lemon's cheek. Then his neck. Still nothing. Come on. This is ridiculous. You're nowhere near being a useful train. More like a totally useless train, he mutters. You're not even a train at all. Lemon's body jolts forward. His eyes open but they don't seem to see anything. He grips Tangerine's shoulder. "Who's a useless train?" he bellows, so loud that Tangerine claps a hand over his mouth. People shouldn't be shouting in the train, and especially not about being trains. But the Shinkansen is passing through a tunnel and the dull roar is enough to absorb Lemon's outburst. "Calm down. It's me." Tangerine reaches the can towards Lemon's forehead. "Huh." Lemon returns to himself. "That's cold, man." He snatches the can from Tangerine, yanks the tab open, takes a gulp. "What happened? What happened?" "I took the can. Now I'm drinking it." "No, I mean what happened before. Where's our friend?" He realizes he has automatically slipped into their code, so to be more precise he tries again. "Where's Nanao? Maria's guy, where'd he go?" "Oh, him." Lemon jerks to his feet and tries to push past Tangerine into the aisle, but Tangerine stops him and forces him back into the seat. "Wait. First tell me what happened." "I let my guard down." "Was I out?" "Like the power was cut." "He must have got you good." "Hey, he didn't get me. He just cut my power." "You didn't try to kill him, did you?" Tangerine had expected that Lemon would do no more than knock Nanao around and tie him up. "I mean, I got excited." "Listen, Tangerine, that guy's wide tougher than I thought he'd be. And when I run up against someone tough, I get excited. It's like how Gordon's the fastest train on Sodier Island and when there's a challenger he gets all juiced and goes at top speed. I know exactly how he feels. Momo called and told me a bit about him. Apparently underestimating the guy can be deadly." "Yeah, I guess so. I underestimated him. Why would Murdoch have been here, anyway?" Lemon pauses for a moment and looks around. "Hey, wait a second. This isn't my seat." He moves to reclaim his spot next to little Manegishi, unsteady on his feet. It's clear he's still a bit out of it. "You stay here. Rest for a minute. I'll go and look for him. He's somewhere on the train. He knew I was in the toilet ahead of our car, so it's a safe bet he went towards the back." Tangerine heads down the aisle. The door opens to the gangway between cars 3 and 2. No toilet or sink here. One glance is all he needs to tell that there's nowhere anyone could be hiding. Assuming Nanao came this way, Tangerine figures he'll be able to corner him easily enough between here and the back of car 1. Nanao's options are limited. He could be in a seat, or crouched in the aisle, or squeezed up on the luggage rack, and if none of those then somewhere in the gangway, or else in a toilet or by a sink. That's about it. All Tangerine has to do is thoroughly check cars 2 and 1 and he'll have his man. He calls to mind what Nanao was wearing when he spotted him earlier. Black glasses, jean jacket, cargo pants. Then he steps into car 2. A smattering of passengers, no more than a third of the seats filled, all sitting facing the door where Tangerine enters. Before checking each face he takes in the whole scene at once, like a camera snapping a wide shot. He's looking for any reactions at the moment of his entry. If anyone had stood up suddenly, or averted their gaze, or gone tense, he'd have noticed. He takes his time walking down the aisle. Without trying to be too obvious, he scrutinizes each passenger. The first one that catches his eye is a man sitting in the two-seater halfway down the car, sleeping by the window with the seat leaned way back. His face is covered with a hat pulled down low, a 10-gallon cowboy hat straight out of a western, bright red. Decidedly fishy. The rest of the row is empty. If that's Nanao, does he really think he can hide like this? Or maybe he's trying to lure me into a trap. Tangerine draws closer, alert, ready for an attack at any moment. As soon as he's within arm's reach he whips the cowboy hat off the man's head, expecting Nanao to fly at him, but nothing happens. It's just some man, fast asleep. Different face from Nanao, different age. I'm too keyed up, thinks Tangerine, exhaling the breath he had been holding in. Then he spots a flash of green through the window in the door to the gangway leading to car number 1. The automatic door slides open. At his approach, in the gangway is a passenger in a green tube top, reaching for the door to the toilet. Hold it, Tangerine finds himself saying. What do you want? The person who turns to face him is dressed like a woman but is unmistakably male. Tall, broad shoulders, well-defined arms. Tangerine doesn't know who this person is, but it isn't Nanao. Nothing, he answers. You're cute. You want to join me in the bathroom, have some fun? The voice is mocking. Tangerine feels the urge to rough up the crossdresser, but he restrains himself. Have you seen a young guy with black glasses? The man snorts and smirks, creases forming in the 5 o'clock shadow. You mean the boy who ran off with my wig? Where did he go? I dunno. If you find him, get my wig back for me, will ya? Now excuse me, before I wet my knickers. He steps into the toilet and locks the door. Tangerine bristles at the encounter. There's another bathroom, unlocked. Tangerine peeks inside. Empty. Same with the sink area and the urinal alcove. He wonders about the wig the crossdresser mentioned. Did Nanao steal it to use as a disguise? Even if that's what happened, no one passed by. Which means that there's nowhere else Nanao could be but car number 1. Just to be sure, Tangerine checks around the luggage rack. There's a suitcase covered with stickers. Next to that is a cardboard box, flaps open. Inside he finds another box, this one made of plastic. It's transparent, looks kind of like a terrarium, but there's nothing inside. He reaches in to lift it up, but stops when the top comes loose. A lid, not secured in place. Tangerine has a flash of fear that the clear box contains some kind of poison gas, but it doesn't, and he's on the hunt, so rather than trying to figure out what it's all about he just closes it back up and moves on. The door to car 1 slides open. Once again he takes in the whole interior at a glance, registering the scattered passengers who sit facing him. The first thing that draws his attention is a black shape in one of the 3 seaters. He's momentarily confused, taking it for a giant head of hair, but almost immediately sees it for what it is, an open umbrella, compact size, left on an empty row of seats. Someone is sleeping 2 rows in front of the umbrella, but it's not Nanao. So what's with the umbrella? Has to be some kind of decoy, Tangerine decides. A red herring to distract him from something else. His eyes dart around warily, up, then down, stretched across the aisle, some kind of cord. He steps carefully over it and leans in to examine. It's a length of vinyl packing string, slightly frayed, tied to armrests on either side of the aisle and threaded down under the seats close to the floor to make an improvised tripwire. Now I get it. He wanted to draw my focus with the umbrella and trip me up with this. Tangerine smirks at the simplicity of the ploy, but he also reminds himself not to let his guard down. Nanao thinks fast when he's cornered, that's what Momo said. Probably trying anything and everything that occurs to him. It can't have been long since he knocked out Lemon. In that time he rigged up this tripwire, and probably the umbrella too. No doubt hoping to get Tangerine off his feet. And then what? There were 2 likely answers, attacking his pursuer when he was down, or trying to make an escape. Either way, Nanao would have to be nearby. Tangerine looks rapidly around. He sees 2 teenage girls dressed for going out and a bald man who hasn't once looked up from his notebook computer. The girls seem to have noticed Tangerine standing there, but they don't appear especially concerned. There's another couple, a middle-aged man and a young woman who are obviously on a tryst. No sign of Nanao. By the window in the backmost 2-seater is one more person, head ducked down. Tangerine doesn't fail to note that whoever it is had only just now hunched over. He starts down the aisle. The wig. He can glimpse it on the head in the gap between the seats. It has the glossy shine peculiar to man-made hair. Tangerine can tell that the person felt his gaze and tried to get out of sight as quickly as possible, which only drew more attention. Is it him? Tangerine checks his surroundings again. All the rest of the passengers have their backs to him, and no one is in the seats immediately nearby. He closes right in, ready to attack. Just then the wigged head suddenly pops back up and Tangerine reflexively retreats a pace. The man in the wig raises both hands meekly and stammers out, "Don't hurt me." He then reaches up to hold the wig in place as it starts to slide off. It's not Nanao. Doesn't look anything like him, round face, beard, simpering grin. "I'm sorry, I was just doing what I was told." He looks nervous. The fingers on one hand are fumbling at the keypad of his phone. "What you were told by whom?" Tangerine looks back over the car, then grabs the man by the collar. He keeps his voice low. "Where's the guy who told you to do whatever it is you're doing?" "A young guy with black glasses, right?" He pulls upward on the cheap-looking striped shirt, lifting the man slightly. I don't know," the man squeals. Tangerine hisses at him to keep quiet. The man doesn't appear to be lying, though. "He tried to steal the wig and I yelled at him to stop but he gave me 10,000 yen, explains the man, now making an effort to control the volume of his voice. Nonetheless, one of the other passengers picks up on the disturbance and half stands, neck swiveling to get a look at what's happening. Tangerine immediately lets go of the man's collar, dropping him heavily into the chair. The wig slides off completely. This guy is just another decoy. Tangerine decides to head back to car number 2. Halfway up the aisle of car 1 he stops next to the middle-aged man on the lover's getaway and claps a hand on his shoulder. The man nearly jumps out of his skin. "Did you see who put that umbrella there?" He gestures at the black umbrella, carefully arranged on the seat like a piece of modern art. The man is visibly terrified. His young lady friend is much more composed. "A guy in black glasses left it there just a minute ago." "Why would he do that?" "I don't know. Maybe he wanted to air it out." "So where is he?" "I think he went back that way," she says, pointing towards the front of the train, that is, in the direction of car number 2. "How could he have got past me?" Tangerine hadn't seen anyone between cars 3 and 1 who looked anything like Nanao. He turns to look at the door to the gangway and through the window sees the crossdresser from before exiting the bathroom, swinging his hips as he re-enters car 1. Not this creep again, thinks Tangerine, and as if on cue the man steps right up to him and lays a hand on his arm. "Hey, baby, you been waiting here for me?" Tangerine recoils. "I hope you washed your hands." The crossdresser looks serene. "Oh, I completely forgot." "Nanao." As Nanao steps from CR3 into the gangway his mind plays a steady chorus of "What do I do, what do I do?" He figures that Lemon will stay unconscious for at least a little while. But he also knows that Tangerine will be back from the toilet any second, and it won't take him long to piece together what happened. Then he'll come in pursuit. In a perfect world he would start by looking in the other direction, towards car 4, but that doesn't seem likely. It's almost certain he'll guess Nanao went towards the back of the train. He'll be coming this way. There's no toilet or sink in the gangway between cars 3 and 2. Nanao steps up to the trash bin and pushes the button to reveal the handle, then opens the panel. There was enough space to hide the suitcase, but it's obvious a person wouldn't fit inside. "I can't hide in here." "So where?" "What do I do? What do I do?" Nanao can sense his field of vision narrowing. His pulse quickens with anxiety, his breathing becomes shallow, his chest starts to tighten. Shakes. His head. His mind a cacophony of whispers demanding what he's going to do. The waters rise, then overflow, sweeping away thought in the current. A vortex forms, taking all words and emotions and swirling them around like a washer on a spin cycle. Nanao surrenders himself to the flood. The torrent rages through his head, washing it clean. This all happens in a matter of seconds, the space of a few blinks, but the moment it passes Nanao feels renewed. The muddle in his brain is gone, and without thought or hesitation, he acts. His narrowed field of vision is now wide open. The door to car 2 slides out in front of him with a forceful exhalation. Nanao sees all the seats and passengers facing him and steps into the car. In a 2-seater on the right is a sleeping man, middle-aged, salt and pepper hair. His seat is leaned as far back as it can go, and his mouth hangs half open as he snores lightly. There's a cowboy hat on the seat next. To him, fire engine red and eye-catching. It clearly belongs to the sleeping man, whether or not it actually looks good on him. As Nanao passes by he scoops up the hat and puts it on the man's head, hoping it doesn't wake him, but the man must be a deep sleeper because he doesn't stir in the slightest. Will Tangerine see this and stop to investigate? He doesn't know, nor does he know what, if anything, could happen if Tangerine takes the bait. But even if it doesn't work he knows he wants to set up as many distractions as he can. If Tangerine notices them, takes interest, tries to figure them out, it'll slow him down. The more he can slow his opponent down the better his chances of making it out alive. Nanao proceeds to the gangway between cars 2 and 1 and scans the interior, looking for anything he can use. In the luggage storage area there's a suitcase that looks like it's been around the world, dinged up and covered in stickers. He grasps the handle and starts to pull it off the rack, but it's so heavy it barely moves and he decides against it. Next to the suitcase is a cardboard box bound up with vinyl packing string. Nanao undoes the string and looks inside, only to find another box. The second box is a transparent plastic case with a length of black rope coiled inside. Why would someone go to the trouble of packing a rope inside? A plastic case? Is that a terrarium? Nanao leans in for a closer look and then lets out a little yelp. The thing coiled inside isn't a rope. It's a snake. The mottled skin has a glutinous sheen. Nanao jerks backwards and falls on his ass. What's a snake doing here? He comes to the forlorn conclusion that it's just another manifestation of his rotten luck. Maybe the goddess of bad luck is a reptile enthusiast. Then he realizes that when he jostled the case the lid came loose, and before he has a chance to move the snake slides out swiftly. His surprise shifts to alarm. He watches the snake glide along the floor towards the front of the train, a vague sense he's committed a sin that can't be undone. But even if he could make amends, there's no time to waste chasing after a snake, not when Tangerine is chasing him. He gets up and puts the lid back on the case. He's about to retie the packing string but changes his mind and takes it back off, winding it into a coil that reminds him of the snake, now vanished somewhere. He tries to put it out of his mind. For now he has to find a way to escape. The bathroom is empty, but not a good place to hide. If Tangerine shows up and finds it locked he'd know that his quarry was inside, leaving Nanao no better than a rat in a trap. He enters car number 1 and notes all the passengers, then starts quickly down the aisle. In the 3-seater on the left side is a man dozing. On the luggage rack overhead Nanao spots an umbrella, a compact folding model tossed up there carelessly. He plucks it off the rack and opens it. It makes a popping noise and fills the air in front of his face. Several passengers look his way but Nanao ignores them and sets the umbrella down on a seat 2 rows further in. Then he starts tying the vinyl string to the armrest of the middle seat. He crouches down on one knee, guides the string under the seat and pulls it across the aisle, then loops it under the seat. When he pulls it taut there's Enough length left over for him to tie it to this armrest. Now the string makes a neat little tripwire. He's extremely cautious when stepping over it. Given his track record, it wouldn't surprise him if he were to get caught up in his own trap. Without looking back, he heads to the end of the car and out the door to the observation deck. There's nowhere to hide, though, and nothing that looks usable, so he returns to car number 1. So far all he's done is set up the umbrella and the tripwire. He knows it won't be enough. He tries to picture Tangerine being distracted by the umbrella and tripping over the packing rope. Then he himself would jump out of a nearby seat and attack, if possible landing a solid blow on the chin to knock Tangerine out and then make his escape towards the front of the train. Is that realistic? He knows the answer is no. Tangerine won't fall for anything this simple. Nanao looks all around car number 1. His eyes rest for a moment on the digital ticker over the rear door, with the headlines running across it. He smiles grimly. Everything that's going on this train, it's all going to make the news, guaranteed. As he suspected, no good hiding places anywhere in the train car. Moving on, then. He exits car 1 and heads towards car 2. A scene from the platform at Tokyo Station replays in his mind. A certain someone in heavy makeup had complained about not getting to travel in the green car. A man in woman's clothes, throwing a tantrum. And her companion, a small man with a beard, had done his best to calm her down. Green car's too expensive, he had said, but look, we're in car 2, row 2. 2-2, like February the 2nd. Your birthday. Nanao continues past the sink and the toilet. He keeps a wary eye out for the snake, but it doesn't reappear. Maybe it slithered into the trash bin. He steps into car 2. There they are, in the second row. The crossdresser is reading a tabloid and the bearded man is playing with his phone. On the luggage rack above them is a shopping bag, the same one Nanao had seen on the platform back in Tokyo. He knows there's a gaudy red jacket and a wig inside. Maybe I can use those as a disguise. The seats behind the pair are empty, so he slips in, reaches up, gingerly takes the bag and lowers it down. The paper bag makes a small rumpling noise as he takes it, but the pair don't seem to notice. Nanao hurriedly withdraws to the gangway and steps over to the window where he begins rummaging through the bag. Jacket, wig, also a dress. He takes the wig out. The red jacket is too noticeable. He tries to gauge how well the wig will work as a disguise. Get your hands off my shit, you sneaky bitch. Nanao jumps at the sudden voice. He whirls round to see the crossdresser and the bearded man standing right there, looking aggressive, pressing closer to him. They must have noticed him after all and followed him to the gangway. Nanao knows he has no time to waste. He instantly grabs the bearded man by the wrist and wrenches him round into an arm lock. Ow, 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 wails the man. Please keep your voice down, Nanao hisses into his ear. He can feel the clock ticking, can almost hear Tangerine's footsteps, coming closer. Any minute now, any second. Hey, seriously, what are you trying to do? Asks the well-built crossdresser. There's no time. Please just do what I ask, Nanao says as quickly as he can, then tries again, abandoning his usual polite tone. Do as I say. If you do, I'll pay. If you don't, I'll break his neck. I'm serious. What are you on? The crossdresser looks rattled. Nanao releases his hold on the bearded man and spins him round so they face each other again. Then he plops the wig down on the man's head. Go to the back of car 1. Keep this thing on. Someone will be coming soon. When he gets close to you, you call her. Nanao realizes that he referred to his partner as her, but the pair seem completely comfortable with that. What next, what next? His head is whirring at full speed, formulating plans, sketching up blueprints, erasing them, trying again. Why do I have to call her? Just let it ring a few times and then hang up. Let it ring and then hang up. You don't have to talk at all. It's just sending a message. Hurry, there's no time. Go. Oh, so I'm just supposed to do whatever you say? Who do you think you are, anyway? Instead of arguing, Nanao pulls out his wallet and peels off a 10,000 yen note, then stuffs it in the man's shirt pocket. This is your reward. The man's eyes light up, which comes as a relief to Nanao. People are easy if they can be motivated with money. If you do a good job, I'll give you 20,000 more. Suddenly enthusiastic despite being threatened only a moment earlier, the man asks, how long should I stay there for? Who exactly is coming? A man, tall, handsome. Nanao gives the man a light shove to get him moving. Okay, I got it. Looking rather absurd in the wig, the man turns and heads towards car 1. But halfway there he stops and looks back. Hey, this isn't dangerous, right? Not at all, Nanao says decisively. Completely safe. Completely untrue, Nanao chastises himself, feeling a pang of guilt. The man looks uncertain as he shuffles into car 1, leaving Nanao feeling the same. He turns to the crossdresser. Come with me. Fortunately, the crossdresser shows no signs of resisting Nanao. She even seems excited. She follows Nanao along the gangway to the toilet door. You know, honey, you're pretty cute. I'll do whatever you want. The glint in her eyes makes Nanao shrink a little, but he doesn't waste any time worrying. The man who's coming is even cuter. Listen to me. He'll be coming from that direction, any second now. You stand here until he does. Ooh, a male model's on the way. When he gets here, you go into the bathroom. Make sure the male model sees you going into the bathroom. Why? Just do it, Nanao says urgently. And then what? I'll tell you in the bathroom. What do you mean, in the bathroom? Nanao already has the toilet door open and one foot inside. I'll be waiting in here. Then once you've seen the man, you come in. And don't let him know I'm in here. The crossdresser doesn't look like she has a firm grasp on the situation, but it's too risky to spend any more time trying to explain it. Just do what I said. And if for some reason he doesn't show up in the next 10 minutes, then just come in anyway. Then Nanao steps fully inside and pulls the door shut behind him. He stands beside the toilet and presses himself up against the wall. There's no telling if this will work or not, so he wants to have a good angle to get the drop on Tangerine if he comes in. After a short while the door opens. Nanao's whole body tenses up. Excuse me before I wet my knickers, says the crossdresser as she enters, then she closes the door and locks it. Was it him? Yeah, he was cute all right. He really could be a model, with long legs like that. Tangerine. Even though Nanao was expecting his pursuer, his stomach does a flip. Looks like it's just you and me now, and in such a tight space. She says, wriggling her hips and stepping closer. Back off, and shut up, Nanao says sharply, trying to be as fierce as he can. He's never been good at intimidation, and he can't even tell if she's joking or actually making a pass, but either way he needs to keep her quiet. There's no telling what someone outside can hear. He tries to picture what Tangerine is doing now. Probably investigating the gangway, and then moving on to car number 1. Nanao needs him to get all the way to the far end of the car or the plan won't work. He knows Tangerine will want to check both toilets, but he's betting that having seen the crossdresser enter this one, he'll check it off the list. From what Lemon said, Tangerine knows what Nanao looks like. Which means that the crossdresser would register as being not Nanao. And it doesn't seem likely he'd guess right away that there were 2 people in one bathroom. Should be in car 1 by now. Nanao envisions the scene, Tangerine stopping to investigate the umbrella. Then coming to the tripwire. Will he notice it? Yeah. He will. Then he'll conclude that Nanao set it up, which will tell him that Nanao came that way. Which will mean he'll keep going further into the car. So then it comes down to whether the bearded man follows instructions. He'll need to hide out in the last row, and call when Tangerine approaches. Come on, Beardai, don't let me down. The moment Nanao utters this silent plea, the crossdresser's bag starts to vibrate with what must be an incoming call. It stops almost as soon as it starts. Perfect. Let's go, Nanao says. No time for thinking. Just instinct. Leave the toilet and head into car 1. What? Get out of the toilet and head straight into car 1. And then what? The man who you just saw will probably try to talk to you. Just tell him you don't know anything. Say I threatened you and you just did what I asked. And what are you gonna do? Better you don't know. That way if he asks you, you can say you don't know and you won't be lying. Nanao knows he'll only get one chance. He'll have to exit the toilet when she does and head in the opposite direction. Towards the front of the train. Then even if Tangerine looks towards the gangway, the crossdresser should be in the way and give Nanao some cover. At least I hope so. Oh, wait, he says, pulling a phone out of his pocket and pressing it into her hand. It's the phone he took off the wolf. Give this to him. Hey, what about my money? Nanao had forgotten, but he whips out 2 10,000 yen notes from his wallet and hands them over. Now let's go. He unlocks the door. She turns left towards car 1 and he brakes right, moving steadily, not looking back. Kimura. The prince walks out the back exit of the car, wheeling the suitcase behind him. Kimura leans towards the window and gazes outside. The sight reminds him just how fast the train is moving. Each building or patch of land he focuses on shoots by and disappears behind the train in an instant. With his hands and ankles bound he can't quite find a comfortable position. The Shinkansen enters a tunnel. A roaring reverberation envelopes the train and rattles the windows. A question floats into his head, any light at the end of the tunnel? It occurs to him that for Wataru, lying there in a hospital, everything is as black as this tunnel. All dark, all uncertain. Thinking about it makes his heart hurt. He wonders where the prince went to drop off the bag. I hope he bumps into the owner. He smiles at the thought. Some rough customers cornering the kid, what are you doing with our bag, you little shit? Kimura hopes they work him over. But almost immediately he remembers that if anything happens to the prince, Wataru will be in danger too. Is that really true? Is there really someone waiting by the hospital for the green light? He starts to question. Couldn't it just be a bluff? Maybe the prince is just making it up to keep him docile. Maybe the prince is laughing at him at this very moment. It's possible. But no way to know for sure. As long as there's some tiny chance it's true, he knows he has to keep the prince alive. Just thinking that makes him seethe with rage, makes him want to swing his tied-up hands around and bash everything in sight. It takes a supreme effort to calm his ragged breathing. I should never be left Wataru alone. Regret washes over him. Kimura had barely left the hospital in the month and a half since Wataru went into a coma. The boy was unresponsive, so there was no conversation, no way for Kimura to encourage him, but he did everything else he possibly could. Changed his clothes, moved him around on the bed, everything. And it was tough to get a good night's sleep in the hospital, so Kimura's fatigue kept building. There were other patients in the room, as many as 6 at a time, all little boys and girls, and their parents stayed there too, just like he was doing. None of the other parents made any small talk with the gruff and Brooding Kimura, but neither did they make any overt signs of trying to keep their distance. Seeing him sitting next to Wataru, muttering to himself and to the unconscious boy, they could easily guess what he was going through, since they were going through something similar themselves, and they looked at him with sympathetic eyes. In a way, they were all fighting the same battle. As for Kimura, everyone in his life was either an enemy or someone who gave him a wide berth, so at first he didn't know what to make of these other parents, but eventually he came to regard them as being on the same team, all sitting on the same bench. Tomorrow I have to be somewhere all day for work, so if anything happens with Wataru, would you please give me a call? Yesterday, after letting the nurses know he'd be gone, Kimura had asked this of the other parents with kids in Wataru's room. It felt unnatural for him to make a request so politely. He had no intention of telling his own parents. They would undoubtedly read him the riot act. How can you leave Wataru? What are you thinking? Where are you even going? What was he supposed to tell them, that he was going to get revenge for Wataru by killing a school kid? It would boggle their elderly minds. Of course, no problem at all, the other parents had said affably. They had never seen Kimura leave the hospital, so they didn't know how he could be making a living, or if he had taken an extended leave from work, or maybe he was some fabulously wealthy financier, but if that were true, why wouldn't his son have a private room? They had made all sorts of speculations, so it relieved them to hear him say he had to go somewhere for work. It was an indication that he was a normal, working person. Meanwhile, he knew that the hospital would take care of most of Wataru's needs, but he wanted to be sure that his boy was fully covered, so he had to ask. The other parents were all too happy to help. This past month and a half he's just been, sleeping, so I don't imagine there will be any change tomorrow. You never know, the one day you leave could be the day he wakes up, one mother said brightly. Kimura could tell she wasn't being sarcastic. There was real hope in her voice. Sure. Could be. Yes, it could, she said. And if your work keeps you out for more than a day, just call. We'll do whatever needs doing. I'll be gone one day, he responded immediately. What he had to do was simple. Get on the Shinkansen, point his gun at that vicious little bastard's head, pull the trigger. Then back to the hospital. That's all. Or so he thought. He would never have guessed things would turn out this way. He looks down at his bound hands and feet. He tries to remember how his father's friend Shigeru escaped being tied up, but there's no recalling something that you didn't know in the first place. Doesn't matter what happens on this train, Wataru's back there, asleep, waiting for me. He suddenly can't bear just sitting there. Before he realizes what he's doing, he's up on his feet. He has no plan, but he knows he has to do something, and he wriggles into the aisle. Gotta get back to the hospital. He thinks he should make a phone call and reaches for his pocket, but with his hands bound he loses balance and falls, his hip crashing into the armrest of the aisle seat. Pain shoots down his side and he clicks his tongue in frustration, hunching over. Someone approaches from behind. A young woman, looking both annoyed that Kimura is blocking the aisle and also unnerved at the thought of interacting with him. She says searchingly. Oh, hey, sorry. Kimura hauls himself up into the aisle seat, then has an idea. Listen, do you think I could use your phone? She blinks, taken aback. It's clear she thinks there's something weird about him. He awkwardly hunches over and puts his hands between his legs to hide the fact that they're tied together. I gotta make a call. It's urgent. My phone ran out of juice. Where do you need to call? He hesitates. He doesn't know his parents' new number since they changed their service plan. For that matter, he doesn't know any number he might want to call. They're all saved on his phone. The hospital, he says. Naming the place where Wataru is staying. My boy's laid up there. Sorry. My son is in danger, okay? I need to call the hospital. Oh, okay, What's the hospital's number? Feeling pressured by the urgency in Kimura's voice, she takes out her phone and steps closer to him. Then she looks at him as if he's injured. Are you all right? He grimaces. I don't know the damn hospital's number. Oh. Well, then I guess I'll. Sorry. And she beats a hasty retreat. Kimura's anger flares, but he decides against going after her. He almost shouts at her to call the police and tell them to protect Wataru, but that won't work either. He doesn't have any information about the person taking orders from the prince, whether it's a school student or someone medical, or even if it's someone connected to the police, improbable as that seems. But if the prince finds out that Kimura tried to contact the authorities, it's easy to imagine him exacting retribution. What are you up to, Mr. Kimura? Going to the toilet? The prince reappears, looking down at Kimura in the aisle seat. Or are you up to something naughty? Toilet. With your feet tied together? I'm sure you can hold it a little longer. Come on, go back to your seat. The prince pushes Kimura out of the aisle seat and eases himself down. What did you do with the bag? I put it back on the luggage rack where it was originally. Took a long time. I got a phone call. From who? I told you. My friend is waiting near the hospital where your son is. And he calls me to check in. He already called when we left Omiya, as planned, so I was wondering what was up when he called again. When do I get to do it? He asked. How much longer do I have to wait? Let me do it now, let me kill the kid. Seems he's really eager to get the job done. Don't worry, I told him not to. But if I tell him it's time, or if I don't answer when he calls, then he hurts Wataru. He won't just be hurting him, the prince says with a laugh. Little Wataru, who's doing nothing but breathing right now, would no longer be breathing. If you think about the fact that all he's doing is exhaling CO2 into the atmosphere, then you could say we're being ecologically progressive. Killing little Wataru Kimura isn't a sin, no, it's environmentalism. He cackles ostentatiously. He's trying to get a rise out of me, Kimura tells himself, keeping his anger in check. Choosing his words to piss me off. He started to notice that sometimes the prince says your son, and sometimes he says little Wataru, and there's a method to it, intended to push buttons. Don't let him get to you, Kimura warns himself. Who do you have over there, anyway, this guy who's so eager? What's his deal? I bet you'd like to know. But to tell you the truth, I don't know much about him either. I just know he agreed to do the job for money. He could be wearing a white coat and inside the hospital already, for all I know. If he's dressed like a medical worker and walking around like he belongs there, I doubt anyone would question him. All he has to do is act natural and no one will suspect a thing. But really, don't worry. It's fine for now. I told him not to do anything to your son just yet. I said, sit, stay. Don't kill the kitty just yet. Yeah, well, do me a favor and don't let your phone run out of juice. Kimura says it lightly, but in his heart he's deadly serious. He can't even let himself think about what will happen if the prince's lackey tries to call and doesn't get through. He takes a long look at the prince, like he's staring at something revolting. What's your goal in life, anyway? What kind of a question is that? I don't know how to answer it. It's hard for me to imagine you don't have some kind of goal. The prince smiles, so carefree and innocent that for a split second Kimura's disgust is replaced by an urge to care for him, protect him. You're giving me too much credit. I'm not that sophisticated. I just want to try as many things as I can. Life experiences, is that it? I'll only get to live once. It doesn't sound like a put-on. He's being totally earnest. Keep pushing it like you do and your precious one life might end quicker than you'd like. You might be right. There again, that look of unfiltered innocence. But I've got a good feeling you're wrong. What makes you so sure? Kimura wants to ask, but he stops himself. He knows that the answer won't be some childish prattle. It's all too clear that the prince was born with a natural sense of authority over other people, a belief in his own power to grant life and death, and that he doesn't have a shred of doubt about his superiority. A royal prince has better luck than anyone else, because he gets to make the rules. Hey, Mr. Kimura, you know how at the symphony when the performance is done everyone applauds? You been to the symphony? Sure. The applause doesn't come from everyone at once, a few people start it, and then everyone else joins in. The applause gets louder, and then quieter, because fewer and fewer people are clapping. Do I look like I've ever gone to hear classical music? If you were to graph the sound of the applause, it would make a bell curve, right? At the beginning only a few people are clapping, then more, and after it passes the peak it starts to fall off again. Do I look like I care about graphs? And if you were to make a graph of something else entirely, like maybe the diffusion of a particular model of mobile phone, it would look just like the graph of applause at the symphony. What am I supposed to say to this? You want me to tell you your findings are great and you should present your research? My point is that people act based on the influence of those around them. Human beings aren't primarily motivated by reason but by instinct. So even when it looks like someone is acting of their own individual will, they're always taking input from other people. They might think they have an independent, original existence, but once you put them on a graph they're just another data point. See? For example, if you tell someone they're free to do whatever they like, what do you suppose they do first? No idea. They look around to see what other people are doing. The prince seems immensely pleased with his pronouncement. Even though they've been told they can do whatever they want. They're given free rein, but they worry about what everyone else is doing. And they imitate others most of all when the question at hand is important but doesn't have a clear answer. Weird, right? But that's how human beings are built. Good thing for that. Kimura gives an offhand reply, because he's already lost the thread of what the prince is trying to say. I'm fascinated by how that works, how people are controlled by such a powerful force without even knowing it. They fall into the traps of rationalization and self-justification, all the while naturally acting in accordance with what others are doing. It's fun to watch happen. And if you can take advantage of that to control people, that's the most fun of all. Don't you think? If I do it right I could cause a traffic accident, or even a genocide like the one in Rwanda. What, through controlling information? Hey, not bad, Mr. Kimura, says the prince with a generous smile. But that alone isn't enough. It's not just about information. Manipulating human relations is like a game of pool. If you make someone feel anxious, or if you frighten them or get them angry in the right way, it's easy to make them attack someone else, or have them put someone on a pedestal, or have them ignore someone. Is bringing me to Morioka part of your independent research? It sure is. The prince sounds confident. Who exactly are you expecting me to kill? As soon as the words leave Kimura's mouth something wells up, something he had put out of his mind. So completely it feels like the memory of a tall tale. Years ago there was a guy in Tokyo, a big deal, who suddenly went back to the countryside. Oh, you're definitely headed in the right direction. Keep going. The prince sounds like he's having fun, but Kimura's face becomes tight and drawn. It feels like his next words are being wrenched out of him. Don't tell me you're going after Mr. Minegishi. The prince's cheeks pull upwards slowly but surely into a joyous grin. Is he really that big a deal? We're not talking about some celebrity here. He's the badass boss of a gang of badass criminals. You wouldn't believe how much money he's got, or how little he cares about rules and morals. Kimura had never met Minegishi, of course, and when he was still working he had never been hired by Minegishi directly. But in those bad old days, Yoshio Minegishi's grip on the underworld was so tight that virtually any job could be traced back to him, or so people said. Kimura knew chances were good that most of the work he did was subcontracted out to him by someone working for Minegishi. And before him there was a man named Terahara, right? The prince. Sounds like a little kid asking to be told a story of days past, as if hearing about crime lords was the same as his grandma telling him about how she used to do her laundry in the river. How do you know about this? It's easy to get information. Only stupid old people think that they can keep their secrets from getting out. It's impossible to keep information contained. If I feel like it, I can gather all kinds of info, either by poking around for stray bits or by forcing someone to spill their guts. What, you get stuff on the internet? The prince's smile takes on a shade of disappointment. Of course I use the internet, but that's just one way. Old people are so black and white in their thinking. They look down on the net, or they're afraid of it. They put a label on something to make themselves feel better. Even though it doesn't matter whether you get the information online or not, it matters how you use the information. And then there are younger people who say that you can't trust anything on TV or in the newspapers, and that the adults who swallow it all are morons, but I think that they're the morons for swallowing. The notion that everything on TV and in the papers is automatically false. It's so obvious that any source of information is a mix of truths and untruths, but everyone wants to say that one is better than another. And I guess your highness has the magical power to tell truth from lies. Nothing so fancy. It's just a matter of getting information from several sources, isolating what's relevant, and doing your best to confirm it for yourself. So Minegishi's giving you trouble? I don't know if I'd call it trouble, the prince replies with a pout, affecting that childlike air. There's a classmate I don't like. You know him, the one we were playing with in the park that time. The one with the dog. Oh, him. Kimura's brow furrows as he digs up the name. Tomoyasu, right? You call that playing? More like you were torturing him. He's on the verge of asking why they're talking about Tomoyasu when another detail comes back to him. Wait a minute, didn't he say that his dad had some scary friend who would come after you? I thought he was just making it up, so I didn't pay it much attention, but it turns out he really did go crying to his dad. Pathetic, isn't it? Who goes and complains to their parents? So his dad got angry. Isn't it stupid how worked up parents get over their kids? Dumb lawyer, thinks he's so important. Yeah, I'd never want to be that kind of dad, Kimura says thickly. So what did he do? He went and told on me. To who? To Mr. Minegishi. Actually hearing it spelled out comes as a momentary surprise to Kimura, but then it all clicks into place and he sees how the prince is connected to Minegishi. Turns out his dad's scary friend really is scary. I have more respect for someone like you who takes care of their own business. Tomoyasu's dad is worthless. I was very disappointed. The prince doesn't seem like he's trying to act tough at all. He sounds more like a child who's crestfallen at finding out that Santa Claus isn't real. But what was even more disappointing is how lightly that dummy Minegishi took me. What does that mean? Kimura can scarcely believe that he just heard someone calmly refer to Yoshio Minegishi as a dummy. What's more, that calmness isn't born of ignorance but confidence. All he did was call me on the phone. He called my house and said to me, "Leave Tomoyasu alone, if you don't I'll get angry and you'll be sorry." Like he was scolding a kid. You are a kid. Kimura barks out a derisive laugh, but he knows all too well that the prince is no ordinary kid. I figured the best thing to do was pretend I was scared. I'm sorry, I said, I'll never do it again. I made my voice sound like I was about to cry. And that was it. Then you got off easy. Minegishi wouldn't waste any time fucking around with a school kid. If he really came after you, it'd be a whole lot worse than having to cry some fake tears. Is that really true? The prince looks genuinely doubtful. This adolescent boy with his silky hair and his graceful, slim body looks like the classic image of a hardworking honors student. He looks so squeaky clean it's hard to picture him shoplifting or even sneaking a snack on the way home from school. Kimura has a sudden fantasy that he's on a day trip to the north with his refined nephew. Is Minegishi really that scary? He's goddamn terrifying. I wonder if that's just what everyone thinks. Like those American soldiers in the movie who are convinced that radiation can't hurt them. Couldn't it be that everyone just takes all the rumors about Minegishi at face value? Or maybe it's like how old people are always talking about how TV shows and baseball players in the old days were so much better. It's just nostalgia. If you underestimate him, it'll cost you your life. See, I'm saying that's just like a superstition. Don't cross Minegishi or you'll end up dead. It's like a warped preconception gave rise to a group bias. That then warps reality even further. Talk like a normal teenager, okay? When people are told that someone's dangerous, they just accept it and fear that person. Same with terrorism, same with diseases. Nobody has the time or energy to make up their own mind. I'm betting that your Mr. Minegishi doesn't have anything going for him besides money, threats, violence, and a numerical advantage in manpower. That'd be enough to scare me. And so he didn't take me seriously. Just because I'm a teenager. And so what are you planning, Your Majesty? The prince points in the direction of the front of the Shinkansen, towards their destination. I'm going to Morioka to meet with Mr. Minegishi. Did you know that once a month he goes to see his daughter from his mistress? There's also a son from his wife, and that son is Minegishi's heir, but apparently he's stupid and selfish and basically useless. Maybe that's why Minegishi dotes on his cute little daughter so much. She's still just a little kid. You did your homework, I'll give you that. That's not the point. What's important is that there's a child involved. Kimura's brows knit. What's that supposed to mean? In kids' shows on TV, no matter how tough the villain is, he always has a weak point. When I was a kid, I used to think that was too convenient. You still are a kid. But it turns out it's true. Everyone has a weak point, no matter who they are, and usually it's their family or their children. That's simple, huh? That's why you came after me, isn't it? Because of your son. People are unbelievably weak when it comes to their kids. And Minegishi has a kid he loves too. If I can press on that, I'll get to his weak point soon enough. You're going to go after Minegishi's daughter? Kimura experiences a swirl of emotions. One is simple anger, that the prince would be willing to harm an innocent little girl. Another is doubt as to whether Minegishi would actually expose himself on behalf of his daughter. You really think that'll work? I'm not going to do it. You're not. Not yet. Today's just the first step. An introduction, or like a preliminary investigation. You think Minegishi's gonna meet with you? I heard his mistress and their daughter arrived yesterday. They're staying with him in his villa, in a compound near a bunch of farms. How'd you find out where he is? It's not like he keeps it a secret. He's not hiding or anything. He just has tons of security around his villa so nobody can get in. Then what are you planning to do? Like I said, preliminary investigation. But I thought it would be a waste not to try anything. That's why I'm bringing you, Mr. Kimura. To put you to work. The critical detail comes screaming back to Kimura. The prince plans to have him kill Yoshio Minegishi. That's no preliminary investigation. Sounds to me like the main event. We'll go to his compound and I'll distract the security so you can get in and try to take down the boss. And you think that'll work? It's a toss-up. I'd say there's a 20% chance it'll work. More than likely you'll fail, but that's still okay. Like hell it is. The chances of winning go up when I use his daughter against him. If her safety's at risk, I doubt he'd do anything rash. I'd be careful if I were you. There's no telling what an angry parent will do for their kid. Oh, you mean like you? Willing to die for your child. And even if you die you'll be so worried about the kid that you'll come back again. Damn right. Kimura has an image of dead mothers clawing their way out of their graves. Given how he feels as a parent, it doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility. People aren't that strong. The prince laughs. Minegishi will do anything for his daughter. And whatever happens to you, I'll be fine. I'll just say that you put me up to it. Nothing's gonna happen to me. Sheer bluster. You know, I heard a rumor. They say that Minegishi doesn't die even if you shoot him, says the prince with foppish glee. Sounds like a bunch of bullshit. I know, right? He probably just survived being shot at one time. Must be a really lucky guy. If that's what you're going by, Kimura says, his voice hardening, then I was lucky too, back when I was working. It's not a lie. On 2 separate occasions a job went sour and it looked like he was done for, but both times he was saved at the last minute, one time by a fellow professional and another time by the arrival of the police. It'd be hard to say who has better luck, though, Minegishi or your highness. That's what I want to find out. The prince's eyes shine, like an athlete who's finally found a worthy opponent. So today I'm going to have you go after Minegishi. A little test to find out just how lucky he is. Whatever happens, I'll learn something about him. At the very least I'll be able to get close to his compound and see what kind of security he has in place. I'll be able to see how he operates. Not bad for a preliminary investigation, I'd say. And what'll you do if I turn on you? You'll do your best, for your son's sake. You are his father, after all. Kimura works his jaw left and right, making a popping noise. He really can't stand this kid, with his clever answer for everything. Okay, let's just say that you mess with Minegishi, and it goes well, although I'm still not sure exactly what going well would mean to you, but say things go as you plan and you embarrass all the grown-ups. I'm not trying to embarrass them. It's more than that. It's like, how can I put it? I want to make them feel despair. That's still pretty vague, thinks Kimura. You know, it doesn't matter what you do, you're just a little punk trying to run with the big dogs. That's exactly it, Mr. Kimura. That right there. The prince opens his mouth, showing his beautiful white teeth. Anybody who thinks I'm just a little punk, I want to show them just how powerless they are against me. That's what I mean when I say despair. I want them to realize just how meaningless their lives have been. I want them to give up completely. Fruit. Lemon's head is still a bit fuzzy. He looks out the window. As he follows the buildings that fly by he reaches up to touch his chin. There was no pain in the moment when it happened, he just blacked out. Shouldn't have underestimated that little dude just because he wears glasses. That was close, you know, I could have ended up in the same place you are, he says to little Minegishi. What, now you're ignoring me? A sudden thought occurs to him and he pats his side. His gun's gone. He scowls. Not nice to take someone else's stuff, Murdoch. Then Lemon recalls what Nanao had said to him before, that he was working for Minegishi also. But after he stole the bag from them, someone else stole it from him. So where's the bag now? He stands, considers going to see what's up with Tangerine, is about to head towards the rear of the train but decides against it. Don't really feel like it. I'll just take it easy here for a little longer. Reaching for his phone to try calling Tangerine instead, he finds that's missing too. Damn it, glasses. Guy. He's especially sad to lose the Thomas charm he had dangling from his phone. He finally notices a noise that's been there for a little while, a digital tone sounding insistently under the train's vibrations. At first he figures it's someone's phone ringing. Come on, whoever's that is, answer it already. But it doesn't stop. Then he realizes that it's coming from somewhere closer, and starts to look around, trying to isolate the noise. Down below me. He can hear it emanating from under his seat, and a little behind him. He leans over and searches for it, but can't get a good view. He's not crazy about the idea of getting his trousers dirty, but the sound is getting on his nerves now, so Lemon kneels down and peers around in the space between the underside of the seat and the floor. Nothing there. It sounds like it's coming from one row back, so he gets up, changes rows and crouches down again. The sound is much louder now, and it's not long before he finds the source. A small digital wristwatch. Black band, cheap looking. The display is flashing. He wonders if someone dropped it by accident. Take better care of your stuff, people. He mutters a stream of invectives. Then he freezes. Is this part of some trick? It doesn't seem like a bomb, but it's not hard to imagine that the alarm is a signal that triggers some unforeseen result. Better not to leave it there. He works his long body into the right position and finds a good angle to reach his arm under the seat to grab the watch. It takes some fumbling, but he eventually gets it. Then he stands and returns to his seat. Hey, rich kid, he says, flashing the watch in front of little Manejishi's dead face. You ever seen this piece of junk before? The beeping stops once he pushes the button. It looks like an ordinary watch, nothing special. Is it a bug? He turns it over, then brings it up to his ear and listens. Just a wristwatch. As he's deciding whether or not to toss it out, Tangerine enters from the direction of car number 2. You find glasses, guy? Asks Lemon. But he can tell the answer just by looking at Tangerine's dour face. He got away. So, what? He went the other way. To the front of the train. Lemon points at the door leading to car 4. No, he was in car 1 for sure. But at some point he got away. At some point? What, when you weren't paying attention? Lemon can feel the corners of his mouth pulling upward. Thinking about his cool-headed and fastidious partner messing up is a distinct pleasure. I mean, it couldn't have been that hard. You go from here to car 1. Glasses guy is somewhere between those 2 points, so he's got nowhere to run. You should have bumped into him somewhere. It'd be harder to miss him than to find him, you know. What happened, Tangerine? Did you get stuck in the toilet? Or did you blink for a really long time and he got away when your eyes were closed? I didn't go to the toilet, and my blinks are short. But he had help. Tangerine curls his lip. Oh shit, he's really pissed off, Lemon realizes with some distress. It's such a pain when Mr. Cool-Headed is pissed off. Then you should have squeezed his helpers. Apparently he forced them to help. A couple, a guy in drag and an older guy dressed normally. You think that's true, that he forced them? They seemed pretty clueless to me. I don't think they were lying. He rubs his right knuckles distastefully. Must have roughed M up a little. So that means glasses guy escaped and went the other way. Lemon's eyes go to the front of the train. But I didn't see anyone go by. Maybe you were holding a long blink. No way. When I was a little kid I won the school-wide staring contest. Glad I didn't go to your school. Are you sure no one came this way? No one at all. Well, 1 or 2 people went by, sure. People move around the train, and there's the girl with the snack trolley. But nobody who looked like glasses guy. You were in your seat facing the front the whole time? Sure. I'm not a kid, it's not like I had my face glued to the window. No sooner are the words out of his mouth than Lemon remembers the wristwatch in his hand. Oh, he sighs. I did bend down to pick this thing up. Tangerine immediately looks suspicious. Lemon holds the watch up. The alarm on it was going off. It was on the floor down there, he says, pointing to the seat behind him, so I picked it up. Tangerine's gaze hardens, so Lemon hastens to add, that was the only time I wasn't looking. Then that's it. That's what? He must have put it there. Glasses guy is supposed to be a quick thinker, remember? He must have been planning something. What could he have been planning? He likes to use tools and gadgets. Here, look. Tangerine holds up the phone in his hand. You get a new phone. He gave it to me. She. The crossdresser. Said it was from Nanao. What's he up to? Maybe he's gonna call crying and ask us to let him off the hook. Lemon is only joking, but just as he says it, the LCD screen on the phone lights up and it emits a gentle melody. Ha. Looks like you were right, Tangerine says with a shrug. No. After dodging Tangerine in the gangway between cars 1 and 2, Nanao has made his way to the entrance of car 3. He tries to peek through the window on the door, but he trips the sensor and the door slides open. Bad luck again. From his past experience, he knows better than to resist the flow of his fortune. Instead, he slips into car 3. The first row is empty, so he sits quietly to remain out of sight. Making sure to keep a low profile, he peers between the headrests up the length of the car. There's Lemon, standing up. Awake. Evidently he didn't drink from the bottle with the sleeping powder in it. That would have made things simpler, but Nanao hadn't really been counting on it to go down that way. It was just one of the little traps he had scattered around in his haste. No sense getting all worked up when one doesn't pan out. He risks another look. Lemon is moving. Probably looking for the watch that's beeping. Come on, whoever's that is, answer it already, he says. It's mine, thinks Nanao. My watch that I put there on the floor, for you. Since he's used to his rotten luck, he was expecting the alarm not to go off, or for the battery to run out, even though those watches almost never run out of batteries, or maybe someone might pick it up before Lemon had a chance to find it, but somehow none of that happened. Nanao gauges the timing. The exact moment to stand, the exact moment to move. He worries that Tangerine might appear behind him. He lifts his butt off the seat slightly, ready to launch, and pokes his head out over the headrest. The alarm is still beeping urgently. Nanao waits, wondering if Lemon will go after it, betting that he will. Sure enough, Lemon stands back up, moves one row behind, and crouches down. Now. Nanao obeys the command inside his head and launches. He proceeds directly up the aisle, not hesitating in the slightest, moving with controlled haste. While Lemon is busy groping around on the floor, Nanao zips right by, holding his breath. He exhales once he's out the door and in the gangway. Can't stop now. Keep going. Through car 4, then 5. As soon as he exits 5, he whips out his phone and starts thumbing through the phone book until he finds the number that he just entered as a new contact, the Wolf's phone, and dials. In the gangway, the train sounds like the roar of a wild river, but Nanao presses the phone to his ear so he can hear the line ringing. He leans up against the window as his call is answered. "Where are you?" demands the voice on the other line. "What's your game? Please calm down." "I'm not your enemy," Nanao says firmly. His first priority is to talk Tangerine down from coming after him. "I took your bag. But I was only following orders from Minegishi." "Minegishi?" Tangerine sounds suspicious. Nanao can hear Lemon saying something in the background. Probably telling Tangerine that he heard the same thing from Nanao earlier. So they're back together again. I think us fighting each other is exactly what Minegishi wants. "Where's the bag?" "I'm looking for it too." "You expect me to believe that?" If I had it I'd have got off the train at Omiya. There'd be absolutely no reason for me to get in touch with you. I'm reaching out to you irregardless of how dangerous it is, because I don't have any other options. My father told me something before he died. Tangerine's voice is cold and cautious, the exact opposite of Lemon's easygoing delivery. He sounds like the wary type who carefully weighs each and every decision. He said never trust authors who overuse sentence fragments or conversationalists who use the word irregardless. Want to know what else I think? I think that maybe you weren't just hired to steal the bag from us, but to take us out, too. You trying to connect with us even though you know it'd be dangerous is because you need to get close enough to kill us. You sound nervous because you still haven't got the job done. If I'd been hired to take you out, I would have done Lemon when I had the chance before, when he was unconscious. Or maybe you were waiting until you had us both in the same place. You wanted to wrap it up all at once, Lemon and Tangerine together. What exactly are you getting out of being so distrustful? It's how I've stayed alive so far. Now, where are you? Which car? I switched trains, Nanao says somewhat desperately. I left the Hay-8, I'm on the Komachi now. Even though he knows that there's no gangway between the linked trains. That lie wouldn't even fool a preschooler. You can't get from the Hay-8 to the Komachi. Sometimes lies that don't work on preschoolers work better on adults. The shaking of the train ratchets up a notch in intensity. Nanao presses the phone hard against his ear and tries to keep himself steady. But listen. What's your plan? Neither of us has much room to maneuver here. Right, it's like you said, not many options. That's why we're going to offer you up to Minegishi. We'll tell him everything's your fault. You're going to blame me for the bag disappearing. And also for the death of his precious son. Nanao is stunned. He thought he'd heard something to that effect when he was spying on their conversation earlier, but now that he knows it's true it takes a moment to digest the terrifying ramifications. I guess I forgot to mention. Minegishi's son is with us, but he's dead. What do you mean, dead? Nanao recalls seeing the body of the young man next to Tangerine and Lemon. Not breathing, not moving, clearly deceased. So that was Minegishi's son. Why did he have to be on this train? Why is all of this happening to me? He wants to scream in frustration. That isn't good. No, not good at all. Tangerine sounds unconcerned. Idiot, Nanao wants to shout. Anyone who lost their child would be driven mad with grief, regardless of what kind of person they were. And if they found out who was responsible, their grief would turn into an inferno of rage. Nanao doesn't even want to imagine the intensity of the rage inferno when the source is Yoshio Minegishi. Just thinking about it makes him feel the heat, already blackening and crisping his flesh. Why did you kill him? At that moment the train lurches sideways. Nanao flexes his leg muscles to keep from tumbling over and tips his body towards the window, pressing his forehead up against it for support. Out of nowhere something wet splats against the outside of the glass right in front of his face. Nanao can't tell if it's bird shit or a clump of mud, but it startles him so much that he yelps embarrassingly and jerks backwards, falling hard on his backside. There's my crappy luck again, he sighs. The pain in his tailbone bothers him less than his persistent misfortune. He dropped his phone when he fell. A man happens to be walking by and stoops over to pick the phone up. It's the man Nanao met earlier, the exam prep instructor with the placid but somehow lifeless face. Oh, hey, teach, Nanao says without meaning to. The man looks at the phone in his hand. He hears a voice coming out of it and instinctively puts it up to his ear. Nanao hastily stands up and holds his own hand out, asking for the phone back. Having a hard time staying on your feet again, I see, the man says genially, handing over the phone. Then he disappears into the bathroom. Hello. Nanao says into the phone. I dropped the phone. What were you saying? He hears an annoyed click of the tongue. I said that we didn't kill Menegish's kid. He was just sitting there, and suddenly we noticed he was dead. We thought maybe he died from shock or something. But it wasn't us, you hear me? I doubt Menegishi would believe you. I don't believe you either, he says. To himself. That's why we're going to say it was you. That's believable enough, right? Not at all. It's better than nothing. Nanao sighs again. He was hoping to join forces with Tangerine and Lemon, but now that he knows they're planning to pin the death of Menegishi's son on him on top of the loss of the bag, he's regretting reaching out to them. He realizes it was a dumb idea, like trying to beat a shoplifting rap by asking murderers to help explain the situation to the police. All wrong. Hey, you still there? Yeah, I'm just surprised that you two got yourselves in so much trouble. Not us too. This is all on you, glasses guy. Tangerine doesn't sound like he's making a joke. You lost the bag, and you killed Menegishi's #1 son. So we're going to kill you. Menegishi will be angry, sure, but the bulk of it will be directed at you. He might even praise us for a job well done. What do I do, what do I do? Nanao's head is whirring at full speed. That won't be how it goes down. In any case, he says, looking through the window at the splattered filth on the glass, now changing shape and spreading out with the speed of the Shinkansen. Trying to kill each other on the train isn't going to end well for anyone. Can we agree on that? Tangerine doesn't answer. Someone is standing behind Nanao. It's the exam prep instructor, apparently back from the toilet. He's gazing steadily at Nanao with an inscrutable expression on his face. If you don't want to work together, let's at least settle on a temporary ceasefire. Nanao speaks softly, conscious of the teacher. I'm stuck on the train like you, there's nowhere for me to go. Let's just keep things nice and quiet until we get to Morioka. Once we arrive we can settle this. There'll still be time to do that. The train bucks sharply. Two things, Tangerine's voice says into Nanao's ear. 1, when you say we'll settle this at Morioka, it sounds like you think you'll win. What makes you say that? You have the advantage of numbers. 2 against 1. Irregardless. Hey, you just said irregardless. Nanao can almost hear Tangerine smirk. 2. We can't wait until Morioka. We have to hand you over at Sendai. Why Sendai? Menegishi's people will be checking on us at Sendai. Why? They want to see if little Menegishi is all right. Which he isn't. That's why we need to get you by the time we arrive at Sendai. But Nanao realizes that the exam prep instructor is still standing right there, as if he's discovered students up to no good. He doesn't look like he has any intention of going anywhere. Sorry, do you mind if I hang up for a second? I'll call you right back. Sure, we'll just enjoy the scenery while we wait for your call, is that what you want me to say? As soon as you hang up we're coming after you. Tangerine's voice is cutting, but Nanao also hears Lemon in the background. Hey, that sounds nice, let's just enjoy the scenery for a while. We're all on the same train, so there's no rush. There's more than 30 minutes until we reach Sendai. We can't afford to wait that long, says Tangerine, but once again Lemon pipes up, come on, man, forget about it. Just hang up. Then the line goes dead. Dismayed at the unraveling of negotiations, Nanao almost calls back, but then he reflects that Tangerine isn't the type for rash action. There's probably no cause to panic. Stay calm, he reassures himself, one thing at a time. He looks up at the instructor. Can I help you? Oh, sorry, the man says, seemingly just noticing that he's been standing there. He bobs his head in apology, a swift and mechanical movement, like a toy that's just had new batteries put in. When I picked up the phone. Before I heard the person on the line saying something somewhat disturbing, and it got me thinking. Guess I got lost in my own head. Something disturbing? He was talking about someone who had been killed. Scary stuff. He must have picked up the phone just when they were discussing Minegishi's son. You don't look very scared. Who was killed? Where? It was on this train. What? What would you do if it were true? Probably best to go run and tell one of the conductors. Or get on the PA system. You could make an announcement, will any police officers on board please come forward? I might as well ask, he says with a wan smile, barely there, like a line traced by a finger on a watery surface, will any murderers on board please come forward? Nanao laughs out loud at the unexpected response. That would be a better idea. Anyway, I'm just kidding. If I knew about a murder on the Shinkansen, I wouldn't be so calm, would I? I'd probably hide out in the toilet. Until my stop. Or I'd hide behind the conductor and wait till it was all over. If something violent happened in a closed space like this, there'd be quite a scene. All lies, of course. Nanao had already killed the wolf and had a fight with Lemon, and there was nothing remotely like a scene. But before, you did say that you have terrible luck. So it wasn't that surprising when I picked up your phone and heard someone talking about a murder. Murphy's Law, right? Any time you travel on the Shinkansen you get wrapped up in some trouble, except when you're specifically looking for trouble. He takes a step closer. There's a sudden glimmer of threat in his eyes. Eyes like hollows in a tree, like a great tree appeared around the man, invisible except for two hollows in the trunk, right where his eyes are, darkly luminescent. Nanao stares at them, feeling like he'll be sucked in any moment, absorbed into the melting darkness beyond. Overcome with fear, he edges backwards. Those eyes are like an evil omen, but Nanao can't look away, which only makes him feel more afraid. Are you also, he stammers, I mean, are you the sort of person who does, dangerous jobs? That's a funny thing to ask. Of course not. The man laughs gently. Your seat was at the back of car 4. You could have gone to the toilet between 4 and 3. Why exactly did you come all the way up here? Nanao eyes the man searchingly. I just went the wrong way, that's all. Came towards the front of the train. By the time I realized it I had come most of the way, so, rather than run back, you know. Nanao murmurs wordlessly, still unconvinced. But I have been involved in dangerous situations before. I'm involved in one right now, Nanao says reflexively. He can feel the words springing up from his throat unbidden. A very dangerous man's son has been killed. Not that I saw it happen. No one saw it happen, apparently. But he's dead. The son of a dangerous man. The instructor seems to be speaking to himself. That's right. One moment he was alive, and then he wasn't. Nanao can't believe he's talking about this, knows he shouldn't be talking about it, but he can't stop. This man just makes you want to tell all, he thinks. Like he's got some kind of special aura. Like the space around him is a confession booth. He warns himself not to tell the man anything more, but it's like there's a membrane inside him, shielding him from his own advice. It's his eyes, he thinks, but that thought too is muted. Now that you mention it, the time I had my brush with trouble there was another dangerous man whose son was killed. The dangerous man was killed too, actually. Who are you talking about? I don't think you'd know the name. Although he was apparently famous in his line of work. For the first time the man makes a pained face. I don't know for sure what line of work you're talking about, but something tells me I'd recognize the name. His name was Terahara. Terahara, Nanao repeats. He was famous. Died by poisoning. He doesn't mean to say it, and as soon as he does he regrets it. But the instructor isn't perturbed in the least. That's right. The father was poisoned. The son was hit by a car. The word poison stays in Nanao's head, switching on a light of recognition. Poisoned, he mutters. Then the name of the professional who killed Terahara comes back to him. Hornet. Sorry. The man cocks his head. I bet Minegishi's son was killed by the Hornet too. Then before he can stop himself, he points at the man. Are you the Hornet? Take a good look at me. Do I look like a Hornet? He raises his voice slightly. I'm just an exam prep instructor. I'm just Mr. Suzuki. Then he gives a little self-deprecating laugh. I'm a human being. A hornet is an insect. I can see that you aren't an insect, Nanao says seriously. But I still think you're a walking priest. The truth is that Nanao has no idea what the professional known as the Hornet looks like, what his distinguishing features are, or really anything concrete about him. I bet Maria knows, he thinks as he takes out his phone and starts thumbing through to her number. When he looks up again, the man is gone. He feels a flash of fear that he was just talking to a phantom. As the phone rings, he looks through the window on the door into car 5. There's the instructor walking away from him. He puts his hand on his hammering heart. Not a ghost after all. Stepping back over to the window where the scenery flows by, he brings the phone up to his ear. The muck on the outside of the glass has been scattered into little droplets. The phone keeps ringing, but Maria still doesn't answer. Nanao gets more and more fidgety, expecting Tangerine and Lemon to appear at any moment. He starts pacing up and down the gangway. The coupling between cars writhes back and forth like a reptile. Where are you? Maria's voice finally sounds in his ear. Huh? Nanao makes a sudden noise of surprise. What happened? It's here. He sounds completely dumbfounded. What's where? Nanao had called Maria, but now he's forgotten all about that. He's staring at the black suitcase. Right there on the luggage rack, where he first found it. As if it had never gone anywhere in the first place. The bag. The unexpected appearance of the very thing he was searching for doesn't feel quite real. By the bag, do you mean the one we were hired to get? Where was it? And good work finding it. I didn't find it, really, I just called you and then there it was. On the luggage rack. Where you lost track of it before? No, where I first picked it up at the start of all of this. What do you mean? It came back. Like a dog coming back to its master. How touching. Maybe someone took it from me by accident and when they realized they brought it back. Or maybe they stole the bag from you but were too scared to hang on to it. So they gave it back. Scared of Minegishi? Or scared of you? Maybe they were like, that Nanao's involved, it's too dangerous. He's like a magic lamp that sucks in and stores all the world's bad luck. Either way, good for us, right? Now don't lose it again. And make sure you get off at Sendai. Maria breathes a heavy sigh of relief. I was worried for a moment, this could have been really bad, but everything's okay now. I have a feeling everything's gonna be just fine. Nanao's face contorts. Maybe, but there's still Tangerine and Lemon to worry about. Did you run into them after all? You were the one who told me to man up and go to car 3. I don't remember that. I remember it very clearly. Okay, let's say I did tell you to go to car 3, did I tell you to tangle with them? No, I don't think I said that. Yes, you did, Nanao shoots back, knowing it isn't true. I remember it very clearly. Maria laughs dismissively. Well, what's done is done. I guess you just have to figure out how to get away from them. How? Somehow. Easy enough for you to say, but there are only so many places I can go on the train. Should I just hide out in a toilet? That's one option. But if they search carefully, it's only a matter of time before they find me. Sure, but it's pretty hard to force open the toilet doors on the Shinkansen. At the very least it'll buy you some time. You'll be at Sendai before you know it. But if I come out of the bathroom at Sendai and they're waiting to ambush me, then that's that. Okay, well, force your way out. Pretty vague, not exactly a strategy, Nanao thinks. But he acknowledges that she's not totally off the mark. The entrance to the toilet is tight, so if they come in after him and he's ready to attack, it could work. Whether he uses a blade or goes for a neck break, he'll have better odds against the pair of them if it's a tight space rather than out in the open. Or else once the train reaches Sendai he could burst out of the bathroom forcefully enough to overwhelm them and make a break for the station platform. Maybe. And there could be more than one toilet in use, so it would take them some time to check all of them. If your luck is good then a bunch of the toilets will be in use at once and Tangerine and Lemon will have their hands full figuring out where you are. The train could get to Sendai before they find you. If my luck is good. You must be joking. Nanao almost laughs. You do know who you're talking to, right? Saying to me if your luck is good is basically like saying here's something that will never happen. Yeah, you're right, Maria agrees. Or, hey, you could use the crew room. The crew room? Or the little room at the end of the green car. The green car is number 9, so in the gangway between 9 and 10. People use it for breastfeeding. What should I use it for? Maybe breastfeeding, if you feel like it. Great. If I feel like it I'll have a look. Oh, and one more thing, just in case you didn't know, you can't get from the Heiei to the Kamachi while the train's moving. They're linked up externally but there's no passage between them, so don't try to hide in the Kamachi. Even a preschooler knows that. Some things preschoolers know that adults don't. By the way, what was it you wanted? You called me. Right. I forgot. When we talked earlier you mentioned the hornet. Not the insect. The professional, who used poison needles. And who killed Terahara. Although some people say it was the hornet. And the whale and the cicada working together. What's the hornet supposed to be like? Or look like? I can't say for sure. I think it's a man, but I also hear that there was a woman involved too. Maybe a solo operative, or maybe a pair. Either way, I don't imagine they'd stand out in a crowd. No, probably not, Nanao thinks. It's unlikely that they would go around wearing something that screams killer for hire. I think the hornet might be on this train. Maria is quiet for a moment. What do you mean? I can't say for certain. But there's a dead man on board with no visible injuries. Yeah, the wolf, and it was you who killed him. No, not the wolf. Someone else. What do you mean, someone else? I mean what I said, there's someone else who was killed, maybe by a poison needle. He can't bring himself to tell her that it's Minegishi's son. At the same time, her mention of the wolf triggers something in his mind. Oh, for goodness sake, says Maria, sounding more than a bit exasperated. I don't know what's going on, but there's something seriously wrong with your train. Nothing but trouble. Nanao has no rejoinder. He feels exactly the same way. Tangerine and Lemon, little Minegishi's corpse, the wolf's corpse. The train is lousy with underworld characters. But it's not the train's fault. It's mine. True enough. What do I do if the hornet really is on board? I haven't heard anything about him in a long time. I'm guessing he's retired. This sparks some speculation on Nanao's part. Could it be that the hornet is trying to re-establish his name by killing Minegishi's son the same way he killed Terahara? At the same time, lingering thoughts of the wolf come into the mix. Wasn't the wolf a lackey of Terahara's? I can imagine you're scared. Needles are scary. You'd probably cry if you saw one. Actually, I used to help an old lady in my neighborhood with her insulin shots. I did it all the time. That's a medical procedure. I think it's illegal for someone who's not a relative to do that. Really? Yup. Oh, by the way, it seems that Tangerine and Lemon are also working for Minegishi. What do you mean? They're supposed to be bringing the bag to Minegishi. The pace of Nanao's words speeds up as he shares his theory. Minegishi probably doesn't trust anyone. So he hires more than one professional for the same job so that they mess each other up and he comes out ahead. Maybe he doesn't want to have to pay anyone, or he plans to take all of us out. Maria considers this. You know, if it turns out that's what's going on, don't try to be a hero or anything. You can always give up. Give up? Yeah. Or maybe call it aborting the mission. Forget about the bag, just give it to Tangerine and Lemon in exchange for your life. I bet they'd be satisfied as long as they got it back, and if Minegishi was planning something bigger then it won't really matter that much whether or not we finish the job, right? We'll forfeit the payment and apologize. It'll probably be fine in the end. What's come over you all of a sudden? I'm just thinking that if it's as complicated as it's starting to sound, pulling out might be the best option. Of course, it's not just the bag. There's also the not at all insignificant matter of little Minegishi's death, but Nanao doesn't know how he can tell Maria about that. It would just upset her even more. I can't believe what I'm hearing. You're saying that the job comes second. That my safety is priority number one. I'm talking about a worst-case scenario. All I'm saying is that if you get to the point that it looks like you're totally stuck, you can pull out. The job most certainly does not come second. The job is priority number one. But, you know, sometimes you just can't make it work. Okay. Got it. You got it. Then first things first, try to get that bag off the train. Do whatever you can. And then, if nothing you're trying works, plan B, got it. Nanao hangs up. Do whatever I can. No way. 100% give up. The prince. The door behind them opens and someone enters the car. The prince composes himself and leans back in his seat. A man walks up the aisle with a suitcase. The man with black glasses. He neither slows nor looks around him, just keeps moving quickly for the far door. Kimura seems to notice him too, but he only watches silently. Then the man in the glasses exits car 7 and the door slides shut behind him, as if to seal him away. It's him, Kimura mutters. Yes it is. I bet he's pretty excited at having found the bag. And there's another pair looking for it too. They should be after him any minute. He'll just keep going to the front of the train. Things are getting interesting. What are you gonna do? Let's see. The prince was just wondering that himself. How can we make things even more interesting? I keep telling you, it's dangerous for a kid like you to stick your nose into adult stuff. A phone starts buzzing, inside the prince's backpack. It's your phone, Mr. Kimura, he says, pulling the mobile out. The caller ID says Shigeru Kimura. Who's this? He asks, holding the phone up to his captive's face. No idea. Is it a relative of yours? Your dad, maybe. Kimura purses his lips, which tells the prince that his guess was right. What does he want, I wonder? Probably just checking on Wataru. The prince looks thoughtfully at the still buzzing phone. I've got an idea. Let's play a game. A game? I don't have any games on my phone. Let's see how much faith your father has in you. What the hell are you talking about? Take his call and ask him for help. Tell him you're being held and you need his help. Really? Kimura looks uncertain. But don't say anything about your son. Grandpa will soften right up if he thinks anything's amiss with his grandson. The prince thinks about his own grandmother, recently passed. His family isn't close with their relatives, and his other 3 grandparents had all passed away in the first few years of his life, so his father's mother was really the only elderly family member he had. She was just as clueless as the rest as far as the prince was concerned. He acted innocent and well-behaved around her and made sure to look happy when she bought him anything. "That's a good boy," she always said, her face scrunching up into a smile. "You're getting so big," her eyes glistening as she saw her own diminishing future live on in him. Over summer break when he was 11 he was home alone with his grandmother, and asked, "Why is it wrong to kill people?" He had tried asking other adults the same question and they didn't even attempt to give him any real answers, or maybe it was more that they couldn't give him any real answers, so he didn't have very high expectations for his grandmother either. "Satoshi, you shouldn't say things like that," she replied, looking concerned. "Killing is a terrible thing." Same old stale stuff, he thought. Disappointed again. What about in war? Everyone says that it's wrong to kill, but then we have wars, right? War is terrible too. And killing is illegal. But the same government that makes laws against killing goes to war and has the death penalty. Don't you think that's weird? You'll understand when you're older. Her deflection only annoyed him. "You're right," he said finally, "it's wrong to hurt people." He presses the button to accept the call. An old man's voice comes across the line. "How's Wataru?" The prince covers the microphone and says hurriedly, "Here you go, Mr. Kimura. Remember, no talking about your son. Break the rules and little Wataru never wakes up again." Then he holds the phone up to Kimura's ear. Kimura gives the prince a sidelong look, trying to gauge what to do. "Wataru's fine," he says into the phone. "But, Dad, I need you to listen to what I'm about to tell you." A sardonic grin spreads across the prince's face as he sits there listening. It would make the most sense for someone to ascertain their situation before jumping in, yet Kimura just goes along unthinkingly. The prince had said they would play a game but he never explained the rules. Kimura didn't even demand to know the ins and outs before he started playing. The prince almost feels sorry for him. People want to act of their own free will, but in the end they just surrender to someone else's control. If a train were to suddenly pull into a station and someone said to get on, it would be a good idea to find out where the train was going, to weigh the risks. But someone like Kimura would just get on. The ignorance is astonishing. "I'm on the Shinkansen," Kimura continues. "Headed to Morioka." "What?" "No, this has nothing to do with Wataru. I told you, he's fine. I asked the other parents at the hospital to keep an eye on him." It seems that Kimura's father is angry that the boy was left alone. Kimura tries to calm his father down by explaining the situation. "Just listen to me. I'm being held. By a bad person." "That's right." "What?" "Of course I'm telling the truth. Why would I lie to you?" The prince has to bite down to keep from laughing. Kimura's going about it all wrong. His father will never believe him if he goes on like this. To get someone to believe you, you need to be deliberate about your tone, about what you say, so that you give the other person a reason to trust what you're saying. Kimura isn't doing any of the necessary work, he's just putting it all on his father, saying it's up to him to do the believing. The prince tilts the phone towards himself. "You're drinking again, aren't you?" he hears the old man say. "No. No. I'm telling you, I'm being held." "By the police?" It's a sensible guess. When someone says they're being held, most people would automatically think it was by the police. "No, not the cops." "Then who? What are you trying to pull?" Kimura's father sounds disgusted. "Trying to pull? What does that even mean? Don't you want to help me?" "You're asking for an old man's help, a stockroom manager collecting his pension. And your mother, with her knees she can barely get in and out of the bath. How are we supposed to help you when you're on the Shinkansen? What Shinkansen are you even on? The Tohoku Shinkansen. In 20 minutes it'll get to Sendai. And when I say don't you want to help me, I'm not asking you to come all the way out here. It would just be nice to know you were on my side. Listen, I don't know what you're up to. But what were you thinking, leaving Wataru behind and hopping on a Shinkansen? I'm your father, but don't understand you at all. I'm telling you, I'm being held. Who would want to hold you? What kind of a game is this? Very sharp, Grandpa, thinks the prince. This is all just a game. Kimura's face screws up. Like I said, let's say you are being held. I have no idea why you would be held on a train. If any of this is even true. And if it is, I'd say you likely brought it on yourself. If you're being held, why would your captor let you answer the phone like this? The prince sees that Kimura doesn't know what else to say. With a triumphant smile he holds the phone up to his own ear. Hello, I'm sitting in the seat next to Mr. Kimura. His elocution is refined but his voice still sounds young. Who is this? Kimura's father sounds confused at the new voice. I'm just a kid. I'm 14. We happen to be sitting next to each other. I think Mr. Kimura was just messing around. When your call came in he said let's pretend I'm in trouble and upset the old folks. The elderly man's disappointed sigh comes across the line, hanging in the air. I see. Even though he's my son I can't ever seem to understand why he does the things he does. Sorry if he's troubling you. He likes to play tricks. I think he's a very nice man. The nice man isn't drinking, is he? If he looks like he's going to start drinking, do me a favor and try to stop him. All right. I'll do my best, the prince says politely, in a tone guaranteed to please adults. After hanging up the phone he grips Kimura by the wrist. Too bad, Mr. Kimura. You lost. Your father doesn't believe a word you say. Although I don't blame him, with the way you were talking. As he says this he takes a small bag out of his backpack with his free hand and pulls out a sewing needle. What are you doing? You lost the game. Now you have to take the penalty. The game wasn't exactly fair. The prince adjusts his hold on the needle and leans over. People are controlled through pain and suffering. He couldn't risk another electric shock on the train, but a needle would be fine. Much easier to hide, or explain away. By setting the rules and forcing someone to go along with them, he establishes their difference in status. While Kimura sits there looking confused, the prince inserts the needle under the man's fingernail. Kimura screams. The prince shushes him, like he's scolding a child. Keep quiet, mister. Kimura. The more noise you make the more you'll get stabbed. Get the fuck off me. If you scream again, I'll stick the needle somewhere that hurts even more. Take it silently and it'll end much more quickly. As he says this, the prince pulls the needle out and starts to slide it under the next fingernail. Kimura's nostrils flare and his eyes bug. He's clearly on the verge of shrieking in protest. The prince sighs. Next time you scream, little Wataru gets it, he breathes into Kimura's ear. I'll make the call. I'm serious. Kimura's face turns beetroot red with rage. But then he remembers that the prince isn't one to bluff and he immediately goes pale and clenches his jaw shut. He's doing everything he can to keep his fury in check and brace against the coming pain. He's completely under my control, exults the prince. The man has been following his orders for some time now. Once someone obeys a command, it's as if they've gone down a rung on the ladder, and the more they obey, the further down they go, until they do whatever they're told. And climbing back up is no easy thing. Okay, here we go. He pushes the needle slowly inward, digging between the nail and the flesh. It gives him the same satisfying feeling as peeling a scab. Kimura whimpers quietly. To the prince he looks like a toddler trying to hold back tears, and the sight is hilarious. Why? He wonders. Why are people willing to suffer for someone else? Even if it's their child. Taking on someone else's pain is so much harder than pushing your pain onto someone else. A sudden impact rocks the prince, momentarily blinding him. The needle falls from his hand to the floor. He sits back up. Unable to bear the pain, Kimura had smashed his knee and elbow into the prince's head. The man's face is a mix of triumph and horror over what he's done. The prince's head starts to throb, but he doesn't lose his temper. Instead, he smiles sympathetically. Oh, did it hurt too much? His voice is mocking. You're lucky it's me and not someone else. My teacher always praises me for being the most patient and cool-headed student in the class. Someone a little hastier would be on the phone right now, sending a killer after your boy. Kimura exhales sharply through his nose. He doesn't appear to know what to do next. The door behind them opens once more. The prince turns to look as two men walk past his seat, both thin and long-limbed. They're scanning the car exhaustively as they move through it. When the one with the nastier look in his eye notices the prince, he stops. Hey, it's Percy again. His hair looks like a lion's mane with bedhead. The prince remembers meeting him before. Are you still looking for something? What was it again? A bag. Yeah, we're still looking for it. He thrusts his face towards the prince, who gets worried that this man might see Kimura's hands and feet are tied. He stands up quickly to distract them. I just saw a man go by with a bag, he says, trying to sound as naive as he can. He had glasses on. You sure you're not lying to me again? I didn't lie before. The other man turns towards his partner with the bedhead. Come on, let's go. Wonder what's going on up front, says bedhead. A showdown, probably. A showdown? What showdown? The prince's sense of curiosity sits up and takes notice. Murdoch v. the Hornet. Oh, I can call the Hornet James. Does everyone have to have a name from Thomas the Tank Engine? James is famous for getting stung on the nose by a hornet. Can't be that famous, because I've never heard about it. With that they walk on. The prince didn't follow a word of what they were saying. Which makes him even more interested. He turns to Kimura. Let's go further up the train, shall we? Kimura glares silently. Looks like everyone's getting together. So what if they are? Let's go and have a look. Me too. You don't want anything to happen to me, do you? You have to protect me. Protect me like you're protecting your own son, Mr. Kimura. In a way, I'm the only thing keeping little Wataru alive. Think about me as his savior. Fruit. Slight rewind. Before passing by the prince in car 7. As they step out of car 5, Lemon glances at his watch. Only 30 minutes till Sendai. They come to a stop in the gangway. Ah, Tangerine drawls, but Glasses guy said there were more than 30 minutes. The little placard next to the lock of the women's toilet says it's in use. All the other toilets are open, no one inside. What are the chances he's hiding in the girls' room? Lemon looks bored to tears. Why would I know the chances? But sure, he could be in there. Our bespectacled friend is desperate, I doubt he'd be particular about hiding in the ladies' room over the men's room. Tangerine pauses a beat. If he's in any toilet, we'll find him soon enough. After Nanao's call before, Lemon had said, there are only so many places he can go on a train. Even our very talented friend can't hide forever. What do we do when we find him? He took my damn gun, so you'll have to shoot him. Firing a gun on the train is going to attract attention. Then should we get him into a toilet and try to kill him quietly in there? Wish I'd brought a silencer. Tangerine glumly pictured a tight little suppressor on the barrel of the gun to keep things nice and quiet. He hadn't thought he would need one on this job. Maybe we can find one somewhere. Oh yes, maybe they sell them with the refreshments. Or you could ask Santa for one. Lemon clasped his hands together. Please, Santa Claus, this Christmas I want a silencer for my gun. Enough. We need to figure out what we're doing. First, we want to give Minegishi his son's killer. Which was Glass's guy. But if we kill him, we'll have to deal with moving the body and not getting caught. Bringing him to Minegishi will be much easier if he's alive. Killing him now will just make it more complicated. Yeah, but if we get him in front of Minegishi, he'll just say I didn't do it, I was framed. Anyone would say they were framed in a situation like that. Nothing to worry about. So they decided to search every last inch of the train. If they checked every seat, all the luggage racks, all the toilets and sink areas, they'd find him for certain. If a toilet was in use, they'd wait to see if someone came out. Now, beside the in-use toilet, Lemon says, I got this one. You keep going. He points towards the front of the train, but then, I have a better idea, we do the opposite. And what's your opposite idea? Tangerine knows it won't be anything very good, but he asks anyway. I can go around locking all the bathrooms. That way even if I don't find him, he'll have fewer places to hide. Just a few minutes ago they had hidden little Minegishi's body in the bathroom between cars 3 and 4. They didn't think it was a good idea to leave him in the seat while both of them were gone. They propped him up on the toilet, then Lemon used a twist of copper wire to lock the door from the outside. By winding the wire around the knob for the lock on the inside of the door, he could pull the door shut and locked. There's a trick to the angles, and you have to yank down the moment the door closes, but Lemon did it deftly. There you go, one locked murder room, he said proudly. Then he got excited. Hey, wasn't there an old movie where they used a giant magnet to open a locked door from the outside? Yeah, unflick. Tangerine remembered enjoying the scene, with the oversized U-magnet moving the chain on the lock. That the one with Steven Seagal? Alain Delon. Really? You sure it wasn't in Under Siege 2? It wasn't Under Siege 2. After a minute the ladies' room door opens and a thin woman emerges. Her white blouse has a youthful cut, but the heavy makeup and lines on her face give her away. She reminds Tangerine of a wilting plant. He watches her walk off. Definitely not Ladybird. At least that one was straightforward. They enter car 6 and scan the passengers one by one, confirm that no one is Nanao, and move on. They check under seats and on luggage racks, even though they doubt they'd find him, or the missing suitcase, in either one of those places. Luckily they can tell at a glance that none of the passengers might be Nanao in disguise, they're all either the wrong sex or the wrong age. When I was on the phone with Momo earlier, she told me that Minegishi's trying to put together a squad at Sendai Station. So we're gonna pull in and find the platform packed with bad dudes. Gross. At such short notice, I don't imagine he'd get that many people, Tangerine muses as they exit car 6. Everyone who's any good already has a full schedule. Yeah, but whoever he does get is gonna come on and start shooting. They're not gonna listen to reason. That could happen, true, but I doubt it. Why? Because we're the only ones who might have any idea about what happened to Minegishi's kid. You and I. They can't just kill us immediately. Huh. I guess you're right. We're useful trains. Lemon nods his agreement. No, wait. What is it? If it were me, I'd kill me, or you. I have no idea who's doing what to whom in that sentence. Like bad prose in a novel. I'm trying to say, Minegishi's guys only need to bring one of us in alive if he wants to find out what happened to his kid. Right? And trying to bring in both of us together would also be more dangerous. Better to take one of us out. This train only needs one car. A call comes in. Tangerine reaches for his own phone, but it's on the phone he got from the crossdresser. Not a number he recognizes. He answers and hears Nanao's voice. Mr. Tangerine? Or Mr. Lemon? Tangerine, he says. Lemon makes a questioning face at him, so he traces circles in front of his eyes, glasses. Where are you? On the Shinkansen. Wouldn't you know it, we are too. Why are you calling? We're not going to make a deal with you. I'm not looking to make a deal. I give up. He can hear the tension in Nanao's voice. The shaking and noise are much more intense in the gangway than in the train cars. The roar sounds like they're hurtling along in open air. You give up. Tangerine isn't sure if he heard right. He says it again, louder. You're giving up. Lemon's eyes narrow. And I found the bag. Where? On the luggage rack in the gangway. It just showed up, out of nowhere. Wasn't there before. Sounds fishy to Tangerine. Why would it just reappear? It has to be some kind of trap. Nanao is quiet for a moment. I can't say that is not a trap. All I can say is that the bag was there. And the contents? Couldn't say. I don't know the combination for the lock and I didn't know what was in it to begin with. But I wanted to turn it over to you too. Why would you do that? I don't think I can keep dodging you here on the train, so rather than worrying about you trying to kill me I thought it would just be easier on my nerves to call it quits. I gave the bag to one of the conductors. Soon there should be an announcement about it on the PA. That's your bag. Will you go and get it and then just go to the back of the train? I'll get off at Sendai and you'll be done with me. And I'll be done with this job. If you don't finish the job, you'll make Maria angry. And I'm guessing your client Minegishi will be even angrier. I'd rather that than be targeted by the two of you. Tangerine lowers the phone and turns to Lemon. Glasses guy is giving up. Smart move, says Lemon with great satisfaction. He knows how tough we are. Still doesn't solve our problem with little Minegishi. Tangerine brings the phone back up to his ear. In our scenario, you're the killer. It'll be more believable if you bring in the real killer. Who do you mean, the real killer? You're familiar with the Hornet? Lemon cranes towards the phone. What's Glasses guy saying? Asks if we're familiar with the Hornet. Of course we are, Lemon says, grabbing the phone out of Tangerine's hand. When I was little and went out collecting beetles, I got chased by hornets all the time. Hornets are bad news. Flecks of saliva fly from his mouth. Then his brow knits at Nanao's response. What do you mean, I'm talking about real hornets? Are you talking about a fake hornet? Do people make counterfeit hornets? Tangerine has put it together. He gestures for Lemon to give him back the phone. You mean the professional who poisons people? That hornet. That's the one, Nanao affirms. So what do I get for getting the right answer? You get the killer. At first it's not clear what Nanao's suggesting and Tangerine is about to snarl at him for wasting their time, but then it hits him. Are you saying the hornet is on this train? Whoa, where, I hate hornets. Lemon immediately starts shielding his face and looking around nervously. I think the hornet may have poisoned Minegishi's son, continues Nanao. That would explain why he doesn't have any visible wounds. Tangerine doesn't know exactly how the professional called the hornet works, but the rumor is that he uses needles to trigger anaphylaxis. The first prick won't kill, just lights up the immune system, but the second needle sets off a massive allergic reaction that causes the victim to die of shock. That's the hornet's method, they say. Tangerine tells Nanao about it. So the second prick is the deadly one? Maybe. Where is he? I don't know. I don't know anything about what the hornet looks like. But I think it's a she. And there's a picture of her. What do you mean, there's a picture of her? Not knowing where Nanao is going with this, Tangerine starts to get annoyed. Get to the point. In the back of car 6, you'll find an older man seated by the window. There's a photograph in his jacket pocket. And that photo is of the hornet, huh? Who's the old guy? Tangerine swivels round towards car 6. He thinks he remembers seeing a middle-aged man sleeping. He's in the business. A real sleaze. He said the photo was of his target. Then I thought, that means she must be on this train. What makes you think she's the hornet? I don't have any real proof. Just that the man with the photo was one of Terahara's underlings. Liked to brag about how much the boss liked him. And Terahara was killed by the hornet. Right. And the man in car 6 was saying he was on the Shinkansen for revenge. He called it a vendetta. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but he was probably talking about getting revenge on the hornet. That's just speculation on top of speculation. Oh, and he mentioned something about Akechi Mitsuhide. I bet he was saying the hornet killing Terahara was like Akechi killing Nobunaga. You know, a trusted lieutenant turning on the boss. I can't say I'm convinced, but I guess we'll go and get the picture from the old guy and see what he has to say. You won't get much out of him, Nanao says hastily, but Tangerine talks over him. I'll have a look at the picture and call you back. He hangs up. Lemon steps over and asks what's up. Looks like I was right. Right about what? I guess that little Manegishi died from an allergic reaction, remember? Turns out that may have been right. They enter car 6 and stalk down the aisle. Several passengers stare at them, by now wondering what the two rangy men are doing coming and going. The pair ignore the scrutiny, proceeding straight to the back of the car. A middle-aged man is leaning up against the window of the two-seater. His flat cap is pulled low on his brow. What's with Uncle Sleepy? Lemon frowns. This isn't Glasses guy. Sleeping like the dead. As soon as Tangerine says it, he realizes that the man actually is dead. He sits down next to the corpse and pats down the tracksuit jacket. It feels unclean, even though it's not visibly stained, and Tangerine plucks it open distastefully so he can reach in. Sure enough, there's a photo in the inside pocket. He pulls it out. The head slides off the window and lolls forward. Broken neck. Tangerine rearranges the head against the pane. You're just picking his pocket like that, hisses Lemon. And look, he's not even doing anything. Because he's dead, Tangerine says, pointing at the head. Guess it's dangerous to toss and turn too much when you're sleeping. Tangerine steps out the door at the back of the car into the gangway. He pulls up the history on his phone and calls the last number. Lemon emerges from the car and stands beside him. Hello, Nanao says. The train's passage rumbles in Tangerine's ears. I got the picture. What's with that guy? Broken necks in fashion this season? Sometimes things like that just happen, Nanao says gravely, without any further explanation. Tangerine doesn't bother asking if Nanao was the one who did it. Instead he looks down at the photo. So this is the hornet? Well, I can't see the picture, but I'd be willing to say there's a good chance. If you see anyone on board who looks like her, be careful. Tangerine has never seen the woman in the photo before. Lemon leans in to have a look. He asks excitedly, how do you beat the hornet? Insecticide spray. In Wolves to the Lighthouse, they kill a bee with a spoon. How'd they kill a bee with a spoon? I ask myself the same thing every time I read that part. Then he hears Nanao saying something indistinct. What did you say? There's no response. Tangerine asks again, and after a moment Nanao answers. Sorry, I was buying a tea. The snack trolley came by. I was thirsty. Sure are taking it easy for someone in so much trouble. You have to get your nutrients and fluids when you have a chance. Same with going to the toilet. Well, Tangerine says, I don't necessarily believe you, but I'll keep an eye out for her. It'll take some time to check every passenger, but it won't be impossible. Then Tangerine realizes with a start that maybe that's Nanao's plan, trying to buy time before the train gets to Sendai. Why, Lemon says with dawning recognition, pointing his finger at the face in the photo. It's her. Who? Lemon seems surprised that Tangerine can't place the face. The snack trolley girl. The one who's been pushing that cart back and forth this whole time. Nanao. Rewind a bit further. Nanao is about to hand the suitcase over to a conductor. On the right side of the gangway between cars 8 and 9 is a narrow door with a sign that says crew. Just as Nanao is approaching, a conductor steps out of it, and the two nearly collide. Whoops, sorry. On my way to see a conductor and I almost bowl him over. Bad luck as usual. While Nanao is flustered, the surprisingly young-looking conductor in the snappy double-breasted suit uniform is completely calm. Can I help you? Before he can change his mind, Nanao thrusts the bag forward. Could I give this to you? The conductor makes a puzzled face. His hat is too large, which makes him look like a little boy who loves trains and somehow got a job on the Shinkansen. His vibe is gentle despite the formality of the double-breasted uniform. You'd like me to take your luggage? I found it in the bathroom, Nanao lies. In the gangway between 5 and 6. Is that right? Answers the young conductor, without any apparent suspicion. He examines the bag as he turns it around, tries the clasp and finds it locked. I'll be sure to make an announcement about it. Nanao thanks him and proceeds into the green car, then beyond to the next gangway, linking the green car to car 10. The end of the Hey 8. He's thinking about the wolf and the hornet and the connection between the two. After a moment he takes out his phone. Tangerine answers, and Nanao explains the situation as quickly as he can. About how he's ready to give up, that he turned over the bag to the conductor, his theory that Menegishi's son could have been killed by the hornet, the fact that the man in the back of car 6 has a photo of the hornet in his pocket. Then Tangerine hangs up. Nanao leans against the window and gazes out, gripping his phone like he's waiting for a call from a lover. The train enters a tunnel. Plunging into the dark feels to him like holding his breath underwater. When the scenery is visible again, the air comes rushing back. But almost immediately there's another tunnel. Dive, surface, dark, light, bad luck, good luck, bad luck, good luck. He recalls the old saying about fortune and misfortune being inextricably intertwined. Although in my case it's mostly all misfortune. That's when the refreshments girl pushes her trolley into the gangway. The trolley is stuffed with snacks and drinks, a tower of paper cups perched atop. Nanao orders a bottle of tea just as Tangerine calls back. He wedges the phone between shoulder and ear as he hands some change to the attendant. Tangerine asks what's going on and Nanao explains that he's buying tea. Sure are taking it easy for someone in so much trouble. You have to get your nutrients and fluids when you have a chance. Same with going to the toilet. The refreshments girl thanks him and starts to push her trolley towards car 10. Hey, Nanao, says Tangerine forcefully. Something you'll want to hear. It seems that the snack trolley girl is the hornet. What? The sudden revelation catches Nanao so completely off guard that he raises his voice more than he means to. The snack trolley comes to a stop. The attendant still has her back to him, but she turns her head to look over her shoulder in his direction. Her full, still youthful cheeks are arranged in a kind smile, as if to say, "Is everything all right? May I be of some assistance?" She looks perfectly natural. Nanao hangs up the phone and stares. Could she be the Hornet? It seems hard to believe. He looks her up and down carefully. Is something wrong, sir? She slowly turns to face him. With her vending apron on top of her staff uniform, she doesn't look like she could be anything else but the snack trolley attendant. Nanao puts his phone in his rear pocket. Oh, no, everything's fine. He tries not to let his nervousness show. Can anyone use this room? He points to the door on the left that says multipurpose room. Next to the sliding door is a plate on the wall directing passengers to inform a staff member if they plan to use the room. Must be what Maria was talking about, with the breastfeeding. He tries the door and finds it unlocked. A drab space inside, nothing but an empty room and a single seat. Most people use it for childcare needs, replies the attendant, but as long as you let a staff member know, you can use it too. By now her smile seems pasted on, artificial. He can't tell if it's the standard issue customer service smile or a sign of some deeper tension. Opposite the multipurpose room is a bathroom, larger than the ones on the other gangways. On the wall next to it is an oversized button to open the door, no doubt for passengers in wheelchairs. The attendant is still smiling. What do I do, what do I do? The refrain reverberates through Nanao's head. Should I try to find out if it's really her? And if it is, what do I do? There's a small ripping sound. It's the label on the bottle of tea in his hand. He had been picking at it without realizing. Sorry, but is there a Hornet on board? He tries to sound as casual as he can, like it just occurred to him. Stepping away from the door to the multipurpose room, he peels the label off completely. Pardon me. She seems startled by the question. Hornet? You know, the Asian giant hornet. The venomous kind, he presses. I feel like there's one on the train. You saw one flying around? Maybe it came aboard at one of the station stops. That could be dangerous. I'll let one of the conductors know. He can't tell if she's deflecting or if she really doesn't know what he's getting at. Nothing about how she's acting gives anything away. She flashes another smile and turns away once more, towards car 10. Nanao turns too and makes it look as if he's going back to the green car. He focuses all his attention behind him, trying to sense any movement. He raises the plastic bottle, seeing if he can use the fluid as a mirror. There, reflected vaguely in the sloshing tea, is the woman, noiselessly coming closer. Nanao whirls round. She's right in front of him. He whips the bottle at her face. She dodges the blow, but Nanao uses the opening to shove her, fast and sharp and full force. She staggers backwards and crashes into the snack trolley, toppling the stack of paper cups and scattering several boxes of souvenir snacks. Her back against the cart, she slides down and sits hard on the floor. Nanao notices something else, what looks like a length of cord unspooling from under the cart, wriggling back and forth. The snake. The same one he witnessed jump out of the terrarium at the back of the train. It must have been hiding out among the snack boxes under the trolley. It slithers along the wall of the gangway and after a moment Nanao loses sight of it. The woman grips the cart handle and pulls herself up. Something glitters in her right hand. A needle. Her form-fitting blue button-down shirt and indigo apron aren't meant for athletics, but that doesn't slow her down in the slightest. She darts forward, no hesitation. The way she's moving gives Nanao no clues as to how she might attack, whether she'll stab with the needle or throw it. She's almost on him. Nanao hits the big door open button for the wheelchair toilet. The door slides open. The woman glances at the opening door. Nanao doesn't miss his chance. He steps around at an angle and kicks at her as hard as he can, trying to knock her into the bathroom. He knows that it doesn't matter if your opponent is a man, woman or child, if they're a pro there's no room for mercy. She careers into the bathroom and he follows right behind her. Even with more space than the standard toilets there's not much room for the both of them. They're right on top of the toilet. He launches his left fist at her face but she deflects the blow with her forearm, so he quickly punches with his right, aiming at her ribs. Just as the body blow is about to land she twists and it glances off. She's quick. Looks slightly concerned, he's making her work, but she's handling his attacks. He has a feeling that any moment the needle will come flying at him. The automated door starts to slide shut so Nanao pounds the button inside the bathroom and it reopens. He springs out into the gangway and tries to turn round and secure his footing, backing up hard against the door. To the multi-purpose room. A flash of pain shoots up his arm from where Lemon stabbed him earlier. The gun falls out of the back of his belt, the gun he took off Lemon, clattering to the floor. He scrambles to pick it up when he hears a metallic ping behind him. Something hits the door and falls. A needle, hurled like a missile. The woman steps back into the gangway. She kicks the gun away from Nanao's outstretched hand, sending the weapon spinning across the floor. Nanao scurries over to the cart and scoops up one of the gift-wrapped boxes of souvenir snacks that litter the ground. He holds it up towards the woman, using it as a shield. The instant he raises it a needle comes piercing through. A split second slower and, she pulls back her hand, the needle held between the fingers of her closed fist. She thrusts again. Nanao catches it on the box once more. He wrenches the box to the side, the needle still lodged in it, pulling her arm along. He aims another kick at her, catching her in the solar plexus with the toe of his shoe. It's a solid hit. She clamps her hands to her midsection and sinks down and back. That's it, Nanao thinks, closing in to press his advantage. But just as he's stepping over the coupling between cars the train bucks. It only lasts for a second, but it's intense, like an animal shaking water from its fur. If Nanao were a ladybird on the animal's back he could easily fly away to escape the fleshly quake, but for Nanao the human on the Shinkansen this is impossible. Before he can catch himself he's lost his footing and is spilling to the floor. Rather than thinking, why now? He tells himself, of course. Falling over in the middle of a fight. More proof of love from the goddess of bad luck. Nanao starts to struggle to his feet. The woman is still holding her stomach and groaning. As he tries to use his hands to prop himself up he feels a stab of pain. What? Then he feels the blood drain from his face. There's a needle sticking out of the side of his hand. His eyes go wide and the hair on his neck stands up. The needle the woman threw at him bent when it hit the door and the point curved up like the tip of a fishhook. Nanao had put his hand down right on top of it. And this is no ordinary pinprick, he knows. The needle is poisoned. In the next second Nanao's head fills with signals, a blizzard of words and thought fragments. Rotten luck. The hornet. Poison. Dying. Always so unlucky. And then, is this really it? A great heaviness settles on him. Just like that. But at the same time his head is buzzing with the familiar chorus of what do I do, what do I do? He can feel his vision narrowing and he looks around wildly, fighting to stay aware. The woman, doubled over. The cart. The scattered refreshments. He can feel the poison coursing through his body. How fast is it circulating? Then it comes, the rising waters, the churn, the overflow. What do I do? What do I do? The question fills him up. An instant later it's done. The waters recede and his field of vision is wide open. His head is clear. He knows exactly what to do. First he yanks the needle out of his hand. No time to lose. There's another needle on the ground next to the woman. Nanao shoots to his feet and advances. She's finally able to sit up, though she's still clutching at her solar plexus with one hand. The other is pawing at the floor, trying to grasp the gun that Nanao dropped. Nanao flies towards her. First he grabs the gun. Then he plucks up the needle and without a moment's hesitation he plunges it into her shoulder, as naturally as if he's clapping her on the back in encouragement. Her mouth snaps open and stays that way, like a chick in the nest waiting for food. Then she sees the needle sticking out of her shoulder and her eyes go round. Nanao takes one step back, then another. She's dumbfounded at having been stabbed with one of her own poison needles. Nanao doesn't know how long it takes the poison to kick in or what symptoms signal its onset. As he stands there waiting he starts to imagine his breath going ragged, his consciousness fading, his life winking out, and terror washes over him. He thinks about the end, swift and sudden, like pulling a plug, and it becomes almost too much for him to stay standing. Cold sweat starts to pour from his skin. "Please, I'm begging you, hurry up." As if hearing his pleading, the woman starts patting her apron, feeling for the pocket. She pulls out something that looks like a felt pen. She's visibly frantic. Pops off the cap, then pulls her skirt up and exposes her thigh. She moves the pen towards her skin. Nanao swoops in, leans down, breaks her neck. He grabs the pen-shaped device. It looks like it's designed to deliver an injection, just like the ones he would use to help the old lady in his neighborhood with her insulin shots when he was younger. Normally he would fuss over whether this one worked the same as the ones he was familiar with, but right now he doesn't have the breathing room. He hooks his finger into the hole at the left knee of his cargo pants and roughly tears it further open up the leg. As soon as he can see his thigh peeking through he pushes the tip of the pen injector into his skin, wondering wildly whether it will work as an antidote, whether he's administering it correctly, whether it isn't already too late. The doubts and fears bubble back up inside of him, but he sweeps them aside. The prick of the needle doesn't hurt as much as he was bracing for. He holds it against his skin for a few moments, then pulls it away. As he tries to stand he feels like his heart is thumping harder than it should, but it may just be nerves. He lifts the neck-broken woman, carries her into the multi-purpose room and sets her back down, propping her against the wall with her legs extended so that they prevent the door from being opened fully. Then he squeezes out through the gap. It may not be a perfect solution, but he guesses that if a passenger tries the door and it doesn't open easily they'll assume that it's out of order or in use. He also sets the placard to read occupied. Then Nanao replaces all the fallen refreshments on the cart. He doesn't want there to be any signs of a struggle. After tidying up the scene he pushes the cart into one corner of the gangway. He takes the clip out of the gun and tosses it in the trash. Knowing his luck, it seems quite likely that he would lose the gun and end up in even more trouble. It almost just happened with the woman. He decides that it's safer for him not to carry a loaded weapon. Now emptied, the gun returns to its place in his belt. Even without bullets, it could work to threaten someone. He leans back against the wall beside the trash bin and sinks down, bringing his knees up in front of him. He takes a deep breath in, then out. Then looks at his hand, where the needle had gone in. A middle-aged man enters the gangway from car number 10. Just a passenger. He glances at the snack trolley off to the side, but doesn't seem perturbed that it's there unattended, and he disappears into the toilet. That was close, thinks Nanao. A minute earlier and he would have seen everything. He keeps asking himself if he was lucky or unlucky, keeps checking to see if he's still there. Still alive. Still alive. Aren't I? The shaking of the Shinkansen radiates upward through his body. Kimura. Come on, let's go. I'm sure there'll be good stuff happening. The prince pushes Kimura from behind. The bands on his hands and feet are off, but Kimura still doesn't feel free. Of course hatred for the prince suffuses his entire being, but he knows he can't let it burst forth. The part of him that's trembling with rage, muttering "I'll fucking kill you," feels hazy and indistinct, like it's being viewed through smoked glass, like it's someone else who only looks like him, like the animosity belongs to a stranger and Kimura is just imagining what it feels like. They head up the aisle of car 7. He knows that the person behind him is just a school kid, but he keeps getting the unsettling feeling that he's being followed by a monster that could devour him at any moment. Am I afraid of this kid? That question too feels like it's obscured by mist. Does this kid really have the power to threaten people, to make others fear him? Kimura shakes his head, pushing the thought aside. When they enter the gangway they find a tall man standing there, leaned up against the wall next to the door, arms crossed and looking bored. His eyes are hard and mean, and his hair is sticking up in a halo, like how a little kid might draw the rays of the sun. Kimura recognizes him as one of the 2 men who had just walked through car 7. If it isn't Percy, the man says lethargically. Kimura has never heard of Percy, but he guesses it's some character from a show. The prince asks, "What are you doing standing around here?" "Me? I'm waiting for the toilet," he says, pointing to the closed door. "It's too far to see the placard, but it must be occupied. I'm waiting till the person in there comes out here." "Is that your friend in there?" "Tangerine is heading to the front." "Tangerine?" "Yup," the man says proudly. "I'm Lemon, and he's Tangerine. Sour and sweet. Which one do you like better?" The prince doesn't seem to get the point of the question, and just shrugs silently. "So, what, you and your dad always go to the toilet together?" "Oh, right," Kimura realizes, "it must look like this horrible kid is my son." And then he finds himself imagining it. The Shinkansen rattles and sways. It feels like the train is being buffeted by furious winds. The sensation reminds Kimura of when he gave up drinking cold turkey, when it took every ounce of will to fight off the urge. During those days he would shake even more than the Shinkansen is right now. "He's not my father," says the prince. "I'll be right back, Uncle Kimura." "Okay." As the prince heads for the urinal cubicle, he flashes a smile of dazzling innocence that makes Kimura's chest feel warm just looking at it. He knows the reaction is just instinctive, not coming from any place of reason, but it makes him want to forgive the prince for everything. "Wait here for me." Kimura knows that what the prince really means is wait here and don't say anything you shouldn't be saying. He suddenly feels awkward standing there as the wild-haired man eyes him irritably. "Hey, buddy," Lemon says with no overture, "you're a drunk, right?" Kimura looks away. "You are, aren't you?" "I've known a lot of drunks, so I can usually tell. My ma and pa were both drunks. Both parents with the same addiction, no one holding the other back, neither ever hitting the brakes, they just got worse and worse. Like in Thomas and Friends when Duck was being pushed by the freight train and couldn't stop and crashed into the barbershop. Like that. Help me I can't sto up, you know. Whole life goes down the tubes. There was nothing I could do so I just kept my distance, hid in the corner. My buddy Thomas helped me survive." Kimura doesn't get half of what Lemon's saying, but he answers, "I don't drink anymore." "Well, yeah. When a drunk has a drink, that's it. I mean, look at me. You can't fight against your genes, so I never ever drink. Just water." Funny, water and alcohol, both are wet and see-through but they're so totally different. He lifts the bottle of mineral water in his hand with a flourish, unscrews the cap and takes a swig. Alcohol messes up your head but water does the opposite, it gets you thinking straight. Kimura doesn't notice it at first, but the more he looks at the liquid in Lemon's bottle the more it seems to be alcohol, sweet and delicious, disappearing down Lemon's throat. Kimura recoils. The train doesn't shake rhythmically or mechanically, it writhes like a living creature, every so often bucking upwards, seeming to float for a moment. The sensation of being in mid-air, then the sudden jolts, they threaten to dislodge Kimura from reality. "I'm back," says the returning prince. "Let's go and check out the green car," he suggests to Kimura, neither shy nor brazen, just perfectly even. "I bet we'll see some rich people." He sounds exactly like an eager kid on holiday. "Not necessarily," answers Lemon. "I mean, sure, the people in the green car are probably a little more comfortable than other people." The door to the toilet opens and a man in a suit steps out. He registers Kimura and the others but pays them no special mind, just washes his hands in the sink and returns to car 7. "Ha! Guess it wasn't Nanao after all," says Lemon. "Nanao?" Kimura has no idea who that might be. Guess I'll be moving on," Lemon sighs, and starts towards the front of the train. The prince gives Kimura a look that says they'll be going too. Then he calls out, "I'll help you look for your suitcase." "Won't be necessary, Percy. I already know where it is." "Where?" Lemon closes his mouth and stares at the prince. His gaze is chilly. Suddenly wary of the kid. He doesn't look like he would make any special allowances just because he's dealing with a schoolboy. Like a predator in the wild that doesn't care in the least how old its prey might be. "Why should I tell you? You after the bag too?" The prince doesn't appear rattled. "No, not at all. It's just fun, like a treasure hunt." Lemon still looks dubious. He glares razor sharp, like he's trying to stab through the prince's exterior to scratch at the psychological level. "Never mind," the prince sulks, "my uncle and I will look for it ourselves." He's just putting it on, Kimura knows, to seem childish, to show that he has no agenda. You stay out of it. Nothing good ever happens when Percy tries something out. Like when he rubbed chocolate all over his face so he wouldn't have to get coal-stained. He's always up to something and it never turns out good. Lemon turns to leave again. "Well, I hope you'll be happy when we find it first." The prince is being as petulant as he can. "Right, Uncle Kimura?" Kimura responds without thinking, "Yeah, I want a share of that cash." He doesn't even mean it, he just said the first thing that came into his head when the prince threw the ball to him. Though it's also true that somewhere in his mind is the memory of seeing of all those notes and cash cards. "How'd you know what's in it?" Lemon swivels round, his eyes stony. Kimura can feel the air crackling. Even now, the prince looks calm. He shoots Kimura a thorny look, contempt for failure, but he doesn't seem otherwise concerned, and says to Lemon, "Whoa, the bag is full of money?" His voice is guileless. There's a pause in conversation, when all they hear are the vibrations of the barreling Shinkansen. Lemon glowers at Kimura, then at the prince. "I don't know what's inside it." "Then it's not what's inside, it's the bag itself that's worth so much. That's why everyone's looking for it." Standing there listening, Kimura has to admire the prince's guts and cleverness. They're being interrogated, but little by little the kid is trying to deflect the scrutiny off them. Not everyone could do that, lower an opponent's defenses with a mask of innocence. But Lemon's suspicion is harder to dispel than most people's. "How do you know that everyone's looking for it?" For a split second the prince's face goes rigid. It's the first time Kimura's ever seen the kid look like that. "That's what you said when I first met you," the prince says, once more a carefree schoolboy. "You said everyone's looking for it." "Did not," Lemon puffs, thrusting his chin out. "I don't think I like you." He scratches his head in annoyance. Kimura is paralyzed between choices. If only he'd say, "Hey, this kid is dangerous, get rid of him before he gets you." But he can't do that. If the prince gets in touch with his accomplice, then it could mean Wataru's life. He doesn't know for sure if that's even true, but somehow he feels it is. "Uncle," the prince says, but Kimura is in a daze. "Uncle Kimura." "Ah. What? I think we said something bad. I think Mr. Lemon is angry. Sorry about that. We didn't mean to upset you. Kimura bows his head. Uncle Kimura, Lemon says abruptly, you don't look to me like a regular hardworking citizen. Well, I am a drunk. Kimura is starting to worry what Lemon will do next. He feels sweat seeping down his spine. Back when he was in the business he'd been in this sort of encounter any number of times. Facing down someone who's sniffing out what kind of a man he is. He can sense a band of tension stretched between himself and Lemon, pulling tighter. Got a question for you, UNC. You hate being woken up. What? The question sounds totally random. You get angry when you're sleeping and someone wakes you up. The hell does that mean? So you're okay with being woken up? No one likes being woken up. Stars burst. Kimura's head snaps back. The punch had slammed directly into his mouth. He never saw the arm move or the fist fly. Something small and hard is between his tongue and gums. He moves his tongue around, one of the front teeth is missing. A hand goes up to his mouth, wipes the blood. Then he fishes out the tooth and deposits it in his pocket. Hey, why did you do that? Uncle Kimura, are you okay? The prince sticks with his naive schoolboy routine. That wasn't nice. Why'd you punch him? I figured if you were a proper professional you'd have been able to dodge. But I got you easy. Looks like I guessed wrong about you. Of course you were wrong, my uncle's just an ordinary guy. Ha! Watching the blood drip from Kimura's mouth, Lemon seems suddenly deflated. My gut was telling me this old man was in the business, same line of work as me and Tangerine. Your gut was wrong, Kimura replies truthfully. I used to get into some rough work, but I retired years ago. Now I work as a security guard. To be honest, I'm pretty rusty. Nah, it's just like riding a bike. Even if you take a couple years off your body knows what to do. Bullshit, Kimura wants to retort, but he holds it in. Did you say you were going on towards the front of the train? More blood spills from Kimura's mouth. Uncle, are you all right? The prince shrugs his backpack off and pulls out a handkerchief from the front pocket, offering it to Kimura. Ready with a handkerchief, Lemon says with a little smirk. You're a high-class little dude. The prince slides his backpack on again. That's when Kimura remembers that inside the backpack is the gun he brought with him. He could just reach out and unzip the bag, just like that, and pull it out. That's what he tells himself. Then two questions flash through his head. The first is what he would do once he had the gun. Threaten. Or shoot. And who should he aim for, Lemon or the prince? Of course what he wants to do most is point the gun at the heartless teenager and pull the trigger. And that's absolutely what he would do if he could. But nothing has changed with Wataru's situation. His life still hangs in the balance. Don't worry about that. Just do it. The train seems to be striking at him with each little jolt, chipping away at his self-restraint. You've always done things nice and simple. If you want to do something, you do it. Life gets shorter every day. Why hold yourself back? Make this fucking kid suffer. He deserves it. He's just bluffing anyhow. There's nobody waiting by the hospital, Wataru isn't in any danger. He's been keeping a tight lid on the part of himself that wants to take the easy way out, but now he feels the seal starting to loosen. And then his second question, am I just playing into his hands? The backpack is right there in front of him. He is hyper-aware of the gun inside. Could the prince have planned that? Is he hoping I'll grab the gun and take on Lemon? Is he just controlling me? The more he thinks about it the more Kimura sinks into the mire. Doubt. Piles on doubt. He grasps at a nearby stick to pull himself out of the swamp. But he isn't even sure he can trust the stick to support his weight. And then there's that other Kimura, loosening the lid bit by bit, who wants to act and doesn't care about the consequences. He feels like he's on the verge of being torn to pieces. And now we will be inspecting your baggage. It's a play-acting voice, and before Kimura realizes what's happening, Lemon snatches the prince's backpack away. The prince gawks. He hadn't seen it coming either. The hand just floated out, traced a gentle line in space and then had the bag. Kimura feels himself go pale. Even the prince looks shaken. Okay, Percy and his uncle. I don't know what's in this bag, but from how Uncle Kimura was looking at it, I bet there's something in here that could give you an advantage in your current situation. Lemon lifts up the backpack, undoes the zip and looks in. Ooh, he squeals. I found something good. The gun appears, and all Kimura can do is stare. If I had to say how I'm feeling in 6 words, it'd be Daddy, Santa Claus is real. Or wait, is that 5 words? Kimura can't tell if Lemon is talking to himself. The man looks appreciatively at the gun in his hand, with silencer attached. If you fire a gun inside a train, it'd be so loud everyone would notice. That was exactly our problem. But look, you can get a silencer on board. Didn't even have to ask Santa. The prince's eyes are glued to the gun. The situation is deteriorating too quickly for Kimura to even react. Now listen up. I got one question for you. Lemon flicks off the safety and aims at Kimura. Me? Kimura blurts it out, but can't quite say the rest. Don't shoot me, this kid is the bad one. The Shinkansen thrums, amplifying Kimura's anxiety. The two of you have a gun. And a silencer, which means you're no amateurs. I never heard of an adult-kid team before, but it's not crazy. There's all kinds of weird team-ups in our biz. What I want to know is, why? Are you two here? I want to know, was it your idea, or did someone send you here? What are you after? What's your connection to me and my partner? The truth is that there's no direct connection between Kimura and Lemon or Tangerine. Kimura had brought the gun to kill the prince, and getting involved with the suitcase was all the prince's initiative. But he doesn't think it's likely that Lemon would believe him. The prince regards Kimura. Uncle, what's happening? I'm scared. He makes a face like he's on the verge of tears. A sense of duty wells up in Kimura, to protect this vulnerable child, but right away he tells himself, don't let him fool you. This looks like a frightened kid, but he's just a psychopath playing a part. A cunning creature pretending to be a schoolboy. I wonder if you guys are working for Minegishi too, Lemon asks. Are you? Minegishi? Kimura glances nervously at the prince. Why is he talking about Minegishi? Here's how it is. I'm gonna shoot one of you. You, or you. If you're wondering why I don't just shoot the both of you, it's 'cause Tangerine would get angry. He usually gets angry when I kill someone we could have got information from. He's so fussy about that kind of stuff. Typical type A. But then I can't just let both of you live, right? Too dangerous. Gotta shoot one of you. So. I have another question for you. Then Lemon lowers the gun. He bends one leg and slouches. Which one of the two of you is the leader? I'm not fooled by looks or size, either. I wouldn't say for sure that the kid isn't the leader. So, on 3, the leader raises his hand, and the other one points to the leader. If your answers don't match up right, like if you both raise your hand or you both point at the other one, I'll know you're lying, so I'll just shoot you both. Kimura feels desperate. I thought you'd get in trouble if you killed both of us. What, UNC, are you type A too? Fussy. Well, whatever, I don't like it when Tangerine's mad at me, but it's not like he's gonna kill me. I'm more interested in having some fun. Is this fun for you? Kimura's face rumples. Earlier the prince had said let's play a game, and now Lemon is having fun playtime. What's wrong with these people? He feels like he's the most upstanding one there, able to quietly get his enjoyment from alcohol. Okay, here goes. Answer truthfully, now, Lemon says with puckered lips. Just then a young mother and her toddler son enter the gangway. Lemon falls silent. Kimura and the prince keep quiet too. Mama, let's go, oh, shrieks the little boy happily, running past Kimura. It makes him think of Wataru. The mother peers at the three of them facing off there in the gangway and can sense that something is wrong, but she just keeps moving towards car 7. The little boy's voice flips a switch in Kimura. I've got to live. I've got to get out of this for Wataru. No matter what happens, I can't die. He repeats it over and over again, like he's trying to hypnotize himself. The boy and his mother pass through the carriage door, which hovers open for a moment, then slowly slides shut. Lemon watches it close. Who's the leader? He smiles wide. 1, 2, 3. Kimura doesn't think twice. He lifts his hand. A glance to the side reveals the prince, pointing over at Kimura. He looks back to the front. There's Lemon, and the barrel of the gun. In the curtained-off sink area next to them, there's the sound of a hand dryer blowing. Someone must have been in there the whole time. The quiet roar of hot air draws Kimura's eye to the curtain. The gunshot never goes off. Just a light kacha, like a key turning in a lock while the dryer's still blowing. Kacha, kacha, the key turns again. It takes some time before Kimura realizes it was the sound of the silenced gun. So quiet he didn't even know he'd been shot. Then he notices his chest is warm. No pain, just the sensation of fluid leaking from his body. His vision blurs. No hard feelings, UNC. Lemon is still grinning. And I guess that's that. By the time the words reach him, Kimura can no longer see. He feels something hard up against the back of his head. Am I on the ground? Pain spreads through his skull. Then all he can feel is the rumbling of the Shinkansen. Before his eyes yawns an abyss, then all is black. No sense of space, no up or down. His mind winks out. After a bit he has the sense of floating. Or being pulled. He doesn't know what's happening or how long it's been since he was shot. This isn't at all like falling into a deep sleep. It's much more lonesome. Being shut up in a close, dark space. Uncle, uncle, someone is saying, somewhere. Kimura can feel his consciousness dissolving into mist, to be scattered forever, but his mind is still casting about. He wants a drink. His physical senses are fading. Fear and uncertainty grip the root of his heart. Squeezing harder, excruciating. But there's one last thing. One thing to make sure. His love as a father gushes up like magma. Is Wataru all right? Sure, he must be. In exchange for my death, my son's life goes on. I can be happy with that. Far away, the prince's voice is like the wind howling outside your house. Uncle Kimura, you're dying. Are you sad? Scared? What about Wataru? Kimura wants to ask, but he can't breathe. Your son's going to die too. I'll make the call soon. That means you died in vain, uncle. Disappointed? Kimura doesn't know what's happening. All he knows is he heard that his son is going to die. Let him live, he tries to say, but his mouth won't move. His blood is barely flowing. What's that, uncle? Is there something you'd like to say? The prince sounds casual, and far away. You can do it. Just say, please let my son live, and I will. There's no more anger at the prince. If he's willing to spare Wataru, then Kimura is willing to beg. He makes up his mind even as it's shutting down. He tries to work his lips. Blood oozes out, and he feels like vomiting. His breath is a rattle. Wataru, he mouths. But he's wrung dry, and his voice won't sound. Sorry, what was that? I can't hear you. Hey. Uncle. Kimura no longer knows who it is that's speaking to him. I'm sorry, I'll talk as soon as I'm able, really I will, please just help my son. What a disgrace you are, Uncle Kimura. Little Wataru's going to die. And it's all your fault. The voice sounds delighted. Kimura feels himself sinking back into the abyss. His soul is screaming out something, but no one hears. The prince. All set, Lemon says. The prince watches him straighten back up. So now it's locked. After they stuffed the barely breathing Kimura inside the bathroom, Lemon used a thin copper wire to lock the door from the outside. He gave the wire a sharp tug just as the door closed. It didn't work the first time, but the lock clicked into place with the second try. The technique strikes the prince as being somehow primitive. The wire now pokes out of the door frame. What about this little dangling part? Don't worry about it. No one will notice or care, and this way I can reopen it if I pull the wire up. Here, gimme back. He holds out his hand. The prince passes him the bottle of mineral water. Lemon gulps down a mouthful. Then he fixes the prince with a stare. I was wondering, though, you were talking all quiet in there, what was that? When they dragged Kimura into the toilet, the prince had asked to say one last thing to the dying man and had leaned over to speak. Nothing important. He has a son, I was just saying something about his son. And it looked like he wanted to say something to me, so I waited to hear what it was. And he couldn't really talk. The prince thinks back to the scene, moments ago, when he told Kimura that little Wataru was going to die. Seeing Kimura pale and fading, and then watching the man's face grow even more desperate at the mention of his son, that one instant, it flooded the prince with indescribable satisfaction. The prince feels proud of himself. I made someone who was already on the verge of death feel even more hopeless, he thinks. Not everyone can do that. The sight of Kimura trying to form the words to beg for his son's life was hilarious, how he was straining so hard and still couldn't say anything. It reminded him of something he read in the book about Rwanda. The majority of the Tutsi who died were killed with machetes. Many were butchered horribly. Fearing this fate, there was one person who offered everything he had to his assailants so that they would shoot him to death. Instead. Not please don't kill me, but please kill me less painfully. It struck the prince as so completely pathetic. The thought of someone being brought so low also excited him. Death cut someone's life short, but it's not the worst thing you can do to them. You can also plunge them into despair right before they die. Once the prince realized this, he knew he had to try it out himself. He approached it with the same attitude of a musician attempting to play a difficult piece. From that standpoint, what happened with Kimura couldn't have gone any better. He keeps wanting to laugh when he thinks how even at the moment of Kimura's own death the man couldn't stop worrying about his child, about another human being. Which gives him another idea, maybe he can use Kimura's death to torment other people. Like Kimura's son, or his parents. Alrighty, let's go. Follow me. Lemon jerks his head towards the front of the train. Lemon must know how to aim for a clean shot, because barely any blood spurted onto the floor. When they dragged Kimura to the toilet, it left a faint trail, like a red slug had crawled that way, but Lemon mopped it right up with a moist towelette. Why do I have to go with you? The prince tries to project fear, but he makes sure not to overdo it. I was just doing what that old guy told me to. He's not really my uncle. I don't know anything. I don't even know what to do with his gun. Lemon had returned the gun to the prince's backpack. Yeah, well, I still don't believe you. I think you might be a professional. A professional? Someone who takes money to do a job. Dangerous jobs, you know, like what me and Tangerine do. Me? I'm just a school student. There's all kinds of school students. I don't mean to brag or anything, but I killed some people when I was in school. The prince brings his hands to his mouth to make a surprised face. But on the inside he's disappointed. He has been killing people since he was 11. He had hoped that Lemon would surprise him, but now that hope is wilting. One more test. Why is it wrong to kill people? Lemon had started walking but now stops. Another man passes through the gangway, so Lemon steps out of the way, beside the door. Come here, Percy. The area where they're standing is fairly spacious. Why is it wrong to kill people? Percy would never ask anything like that. His eyes are narrowed. That's why kids love Percy. I've always wondered. I mean, we kill people in war, and there's the death penalty. So why do we say it's wrong to kill people? I just killed someone, so it's pretty funny for you to ask me that, says Lemon, but he doesn't look like he's amused. Okay, here it is, people who don't want to be killed made up the rule that it's wrong to kill people. They can't do anything to protect themselves but they want to feel safe. If you ask me, if you don't want to get killed, then you should act in a way that keeps you from getting killed. Don't piss anybody off, or get strong, or whatever. There are lots of things you can do. You should take this to heart, it's good advice. The prince doesn't find this answer very deep at all, and he almost laughs. With derision. This man may act odd, but he's just doing criminal work. Because there's no other way he can survive. There are lots of people like him, no philosophy at all. The prince is actually angry that Lemon didn't live up to his expectations. If someone turns to violence after a thoughtful consideration of who they are as a person, that would be fascinating, but someone who just lashes out is empty, nothing more than a paper cutout. What are you smiling about? Lemon's voice comes like a slash, but the prince just shakes his head quickly. I'm so relieved, he explains. For the prince, making a weave of explanations and logic is a basic technique for controlling people. Giving a reason, withholding a reason, explaining the rules or hiding them, these tools make it surprisingly easy to influence people, or to fool them. That old man scared me so much. You didn't seem upset when I shot him to death. After what he did to me. Was he really that bad? The prince tries to look frightened. He was awful. Lemon stares hard at him. His sharp gaze goes below the surface, one layer at a time, like peeling a citrus fruit. The prince worries that his true self might show in his face, so he pushes it deep down into his chest. Sounds pretty fishy to me. The prince's mind starts racing, trying to hit on what to do. Meanwhile he shakes his head piteously. You know, this reminds me of an episode. Lemon's eyes light up and his cheeks relax into a smile. What episode? The time when the diesel came to Sodier Island. The diesel didn't like Duck, the green steam locomotive. He thought he would get rid of him, so he started spreading rumors about Duck. I don't know that episode. The prince keeps a wary eye on the now more animated Lemon, all the while scrabbling for a plan. The mean old diesel went around saying that Duck was spreading nasty rumors about all the other trains. The locomotives on Sodier Island are kind of gullible, you know, so they all got angry at Duck. He said bad stuff about me, like that. Basically, he was set up. Lemon is talking excitedly, like he's speaking before a crowd. Even the prince is drawn in. At the same time, the prince doesn't fail to notice how as Lemon talks he has the gun in one hand and the silencer in the other, having removed it earlier, now twisting it onto the gun like a sushi chef making a roll. The whole series of movements feels like the preparation for a ceremony, measured and practiced. When did he The prince realizes he doesn't even know when Lemon took the gun back out of the backpack. Duck was shocked. Before he knew it, everyone was mad at him. When he finally found out that he was framed for being a gossip, you know what he said? Lemon looks questioningly at the prince, like a teacher giving a lesson. He gives the silencer one final twist into place and points the gun at the ground. He pulls back the slide to check the chamber. The prince can't move. Listening to this man tell a children's story while preparing to murder someone doesn't feel real. I'll tell you what Duck said. He said, "I could never come up with that stuff." Which is true. Those nasty rumors were too clever for Duck to have come up with them. Lemon's right arm dangles, gun in hand. Ready to go, the gun seems to be saying, "I can fire whenever." "And then," says the prince, looking away from the gun and straight at Lemon, "and then what happened?" "Then Duck said something good. Something you should remember." "What did he say?" "Steam locomotives would never do something so cowardly." The barrel of the gun appears in front of the prince. Lemon's arm is extended, and the gun is pointed straight at the prince's forehead. The attached silencer seems to float in the air. "Why?" asks the prince. He's searching frantically for what to do. This is bad, he finally admits. He considers leaning on the innocent kid routine. Controlling people's emotions depends a good deal on appearances. If babies weren't as cute as they are, if they didn't push that emotional button, no one would go to all the trouble of taking care of them. Koalas are violent creatures, but even if you know that to be true, it's hard to feel threatened by an adorable koala bear with a cub on its back. In the same way, if something is grotesque looking, it doesn't matter how much you care about it, there will always be an instinctive revulsion. It's nothing more than an animal response, and that makes it even easier to take advantage of. People make decisions based on instinct, not intellect. Physical response is a lever for emotional control. "Why are you going to shoot me? Before, you said you wanted to leave one of us alive." This seems like a good first move. Lemon might have forgotten what he said earlier, and it makes sense to try to remind him. "Yeah, but then I realized." "Realized what?" "That you're the mean old diesel." "What do you mean, I'm the diesel?" "Well, it's like," he begins reciting, "the diesel is an engine who came to help at Sir Topham Hatt's railways. He is nasty and vain. He makes fun of the steam locomotives and only ever does things to benefit himself. But in the end his wicked plans are discovered and he is punished. That's the diesel. Same as you. Am I right?" Lemon isn't smiling now. "You said that your uncle was an awful man, but I think he was more like Duck. He could never come up with all that stuff. Right? He didn't seem like the smartest guy. He was a no-good drunk, sure, but I don't think he was cruel." "I don't understand." The prince tries to collect himself. He stops focusing on the barrel of the gun. "If I have attention to spare on the gun, then I should be figuring out a way out of this instead. You panic, you lose." He lays out his options: bargains, pleas, threats, temptation. "First I need to buy some time." What will get his attention? He tries to think about what this man wants the most. About the suitcase. Then again, Lemon says, ignoring the prince, "I don't think that guy was a good guy like Duck. But the fact that he was set up, that makes them similar." The gun is pointed like it's one of Lemon's fingers, extra long. The barrel stares, unblinking. Wait. I don't understand what you mean." "And about the suitcase. You're not Percy, you're the mean old diesel. It just took me some time to see it. I've been shot." The prince can't see anything. Then he realizes that he's closed his eyes. He snaps them back open. "If I'm going to die here, I want to watch it happen. Shutting your eyes against fear and danger is for the weak." He's not feeling fear, which is good. All he feels is a mild sense of disappointment that it's happening so abruptly. As if the end of his life is a television being switched off, and someone's telling him that there weren't really any good shows on anyway. The news doesn't bother him that much, though. He's more proud that he's facing his end unperturbed. "Yeah, you're the diesel," he hears Lemon say. Then he looks hard at the barrel. "The bullet that's going to end my life will come out of that hole." He doesn't intend to look away. A few moments pass, and the prince starts to wonder why he hasn't been shot. Behind the gun, he notices the right arm begin to sag. He looks up at Lemon, who is blinking and frowning, touching his face and around his eyes with his free hand. It's clear enough something's wrong with him. He shakes his head back and forth, then yawns twice, his mouth opening wide. Is he falling asleep? That can't be. The prince takes first one step to the side, then another, away from the barrel. "What's wrong?" he tries asking. "Medicine." It comes to him in a flash. Once when he was going after a classmate, trying to bring her down, he used strong sleeping meds. This looks exactly the same. Fuck. Lemon waggles the gun. Some flash of danger, urging him to take out the prince before he goes under. "I'm pretty sleepy." The prince grabs Lemon's arm with both hands, seizing his chance while the other is sluggish, then single-mindedly wrenches the gun away. Lemon snarls and swings his other arm around. The prince dodges, then backs up against the far wall of the gangway. Lemon's knees buckle and he lurches into the door. He's wrestling with the Sandman, and he's losing. His arms shoot out to the walls and grope feebly, then he's on the floor, like a marionette with the strings cut. The prince puts the gun in his backpack, not bothering to take off the silencer. There's a plastic bottle at Lemon's feet. He steps over cautiously and picks it up. Just an ordinary-looking bottle of mineral water, maybe the medicine was in here. He peers in. Who would have put it here? Just as the question rises to the surface, another thought paints over it entirely. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. He can hardly believe it. When it seemed like there was nothing he could do, when he was a hair away from death, to have such a stupendous turnaround. He circles behind Lemon and grabs him from under the armpits. He's heavy, but not so heavy he can't be moved. Okay. He sets Lemon back down and goes over to the toilet door. Careful not to cut himself, he grabs the end of the copper wire and yanks it upward. It unlocks. He goes back to Lemon, stepping up behind so he can lift and drag him to the toilet. Then comes the attack. Lemon looks deep asleep, but both arms fly up and grab the prince by the lapel of his blazer, then wrench him down. The prince tumbles forward and slams to the ground. Everything is upside down, he's lost his handle on the situation. He springs back up, his hair on edge at the thought of Lemon's next attack, the one that will finish him. Hey! Lemon is still seated. His eyes are pointed in different directions and his hands are pawing at the air in front of him, like a drunk. He slurs, "You tell Tangerine." The medicine must be strong if Lemon can't stay awake no matter how hard he tries. Watching him fight is highly comical to the prince, like watching a fool struggle to keep one foot on the shore while the boat's already sailing on the tide. This probably wasn't regular sleeping medicine, it must be something nastier. Gun in hand, the prince steps closer to Lemon. He leans his face in. Lemon grits his teeth to stay awake. Tell Tangerine, the thing he's looking for, the key, it's a coin locker in Morioka, you tell him. Then his head falls forward and doesn't come back up. He looks dead, but the prince can tell he's still breathing. When he goes behind to lift the body again, he notices a little picture under Lemon's hand. It's a sticker, stuck on the floor. A little green train engine with a face. Some character from a kid's show. He sure loves that stupid show, thinks the prince, but then it occurs to him that it might be some kind of signal for his partner. He peels it off and crumples it up, then tosses it in the trash. He proceeds to haul Lemon into the bathroom. There's Kimura, on the ground. A red-black stain emanates from his body, the blood mixing with the piss flecks on the floor. The prince feels a wave of disgust and hisses, "Gross, Mr. Kimura." Before anyone can walk by and see what's going on, he shuts the door and locks it, then hoists up Lemon's unconscious body and sits him down on the toilet. Next he pulls the gun out of his backpack, and without hesitating presses the barrel up to Lemon's forehead. But he doesn't want to risk chunks splattering on him, so he backs up to the door. He sets his stance, takes aim, and pulls the trigger, Ghin. The sound leaves a hum in the air. Between the silencer and the rattling of the Shinkansen nobody heard the gunshot. Lemon's head lolls and hangs. Blood burbles from the hole. Being shot in your sleep, it seems to be missing something. I bet he didn't even feel any pain. The blood is oozing out feebly, barely flowing now. The prince smiles wickedly. A toy running out of batteries dies a more dignified death. I do not want to go like this. After thinking about it for a moment, he decides to leave the gun in the bathroom. First he was going to keep it on him, but the risk seemed too high. His stun gun he can say is for self-defense, but that won't work for a real gun. And considering that Kimura and Lemon were both shot dead, it makes sense for there to be a gun in the bathroom. He goes back out to the gangway and uses the wire to lock the door. A few steps towards car 8 and he stops again, an idea popping into his head. He pulls a phone out of the front pocket of his bag. It's Kimura's. Finding the last number in the history, he hits call. It rings for a while. Yes. It's a gruff male voice. Is this Mr. Kimura's father? The rumbling of the train makes it difficult to hear, but the prince doesn't care. Sorry. The man pauses for a moment, then, oh, the, school kid I talked to before. His voice softens. The prince can picture the tranquil scene, tea in front of the TV, and he wants to burst out laughing. Your son was killed while you were enjoying some tea. I wanted to tell you that everything Mr. Kimura said before was true. Kimura's father doesn't respond. Whenever the prince is revealing something, a thrill runs through him. Mr. Kimura got himself into a dangerous situation. His son is in danger too. I'm sorry, what? Wataru's in the hospital. I'm not sure that he is. Where's Yuichi? Let me talk to him. He can't come to the phone anymore. What do you mean, anymore? Is he on the Shinkansen? You know, you and your wife must be relaxing, I probably shouldn't have called. His voice is flat and colorless, like he's just reporting the facts. And I think it's best if you don't talk to the police. What are you talking about? Sorry, that's all I have to say. I'm hanging up now. The prince pushes the end button. That'll work, he thinks. Kimura's parents are probably panicking right now. They have no idea what's happening with their son and grandson, and they'll be tormented by worry. All they'll be able to do is call the hospital. But when they call, if nothing's happened yet, then the people at the hospital will say, all's well, no problems here. Beyond that, Kimura's parents can do nothing. He doesn't imagine they'll go to the police. And even if they do, it'll probably just be written off as a prank call. Then when everything comes to light, then they'll feel despair. An old couple, living out their final years in peace and quiet, only to have their little remaining time filled up with rage and regret. The prince can't wait. He pictures himself crushing people so he can harvest the juice that comes pouring out. To him nothing else in the world tastes as sweet. He heads into car 8. You weren't such a big deal after all, Mr. Lemon. No one is. Children, adults, animals, all weak, all worthless, all junk. Morning glory. The taxi ride isn't even long enough for the meter to go up. He pays the fare and disembarks, then watches the cab disappear. Across the prefectural road, 2 lanes in each direction, stands a building. It's tall and new-looking. Is the go-between already here? He's an administrator, working by phone from a desk, and the thought of him nervously venturing out into the field makes Morning Glory smile. It's much more pleasing than someone who finds excuses to hide themselves away. He makes the call. The go-between doesn't answer. Even though he's the one who said to be here. There's no anger, just a feeling of having wasted time. He considers going home. By the time he realizes it, he's crossing the street, towards the building. Waiting at the traffic island for the pedestrian signal to turn green. He regards the road. To him it looks like a river. His field of vision narrows and color falls away. The river runs by in front of him, irregular waves peaking and dipping. The guardrail next to the pavement is a bulwark, keeping the murmuring current from spilling over the riverbanks. Now and again a storm whips by and turns the water to froth, but apart from that the surface of the water barely seems to tremble. His vision returns to normal. The river vanishes and the road appears. The scene takes on color and becomes solid. In the shrubs on the traffic island is a little flag urging pedestrian caution and a small aluminium trash receptacle. He looks down. At the base of the shrubs are some dandelions. Their little yellow flowers have a wholesome vitality, like a child who sleeps when it wants to sleep and plays when it wants to play. The more subdued green stalks hold up the bright flowers, swaying gently. There are drooping green frills around the yellow flowers. Common dandelions. The non-indigenous common dandelion pushed out the native Kanto dandelion. He remembers hearing that. But it's not true. The Kanto dandelion is disappearing because humans are encroaching on its habitat. Then the common dandelion just fills in the space where the other dandelions used to be. Morning Glory thinks the whole thing is fascinating. People act like the common dandelion is the culprit in the drop-off of the Kanto dandelion, and that humans are merely the witnesses, but the truth is it's the humans who are to blame. Common dandelions just happen to be tough enough to live with humans. Even if the common dandelion hadn't appeared, the Kanto dandelion would still be dying off. Next to one of the yellow flowers is a speck of red. No bigger than a fingernail, a perfect red droplet. A ladybird. On the back of the red droplet are neat black spots, like they were painted on by the finest of brushes. Morning Glory looks closer. Who came up with the design for this insect? It doesn't seem like an environmental adaptation. Is there any evolutionary use for a red body with black spots? It isn't grotesque or bizarre like some other insects, but it is an appearance that doesn't seem like it should occur in nature. Morning Glory stares as the ladybird climbs busily up the leaf. He extends his finger and the insect circles behind the stem. When he looks up the signal is green. He's about to step out onto the crossing. A call comes in. The go-between. Fruit. Tangerine is starting to wonder what's taking Lemon so long, but he forgets about it the moment he steps from the green car into the gangway and sees a man with glasses sitting on the floor. The train enters a tunnel and the roar of the tracks changes its sound pattern. The surroundings go dark. A sudden pressure bears down on the train, as if it's diving underwater. Nanao sits up against the wall facing the rear of the train, his knees bent. He looks unconscious at first. His eyes are open but staring blankly. Tangerine reaches into his jacket for his gun but there's Nanao, aiming a gun back at him before he can draw. "Don't move," Nanao says. He's still seated, but the gun is steady. "I'll shoot." The Shinkansen bursts out of the tunnel. Through the window paddies of rice ripe for the harvest stretch into the distance. Almost immediately the train plunges into the next tunnel. Tangerine puts his hands up slightly. "Don't try anything funny. I'm not in the mood." I will shoot. Nanao keeps the gun trained on Tangerine. To bring you up to speed, I found Minegishi's son's killer. The Hornet. In his peripheral vision, Tangerine notices the snack trolley. The attendant is nowhere to be seen. Yeah. Easy win. Where is she? In the multi-purpose room. It was a tough win, Nanao says. Now you don't need me for a fall guy. Right? There's no point in attacking me now. I wonder. Tangerine takes a measuring look at Nanao. I could find an opening. Could probably get the gun away from him. He acts it out in his head. Like I said before, our best hope is to work together. Nothing good will come of us shooting it out. That will only serve someone else's purposes. Like who? I don't know. But there is someone. Tangerine remains still, facing Nanao. He's thinking. Then he nods. All right. Put the gun away. Let's have a cessation of hostilities. I never opened hostilities in the first place. Nanao slowly gets up on one knee and leans a hand on the wall. He places the other hand on his chest and takes several deep breaths. The fight with that woman must have taken a lot out of him. He's gingerly checking in with his body. There is a rip in the leg of his cargo pants. On the floor lies something that looks like a toy syringe. When Nanao notices Tangerine eyeing it, he scoops it up and throws it in the trash. Then he puts the gun in the back of his belt. Were you shooting up? She was a pro, so I figured she'd have some kind of antidote. I came this close to dying. I was counting on her to bring out the antidote if she got stabbed. It was no sure thing though. How come? I didn't know if it was already too late for me. Nanao opens and closes his hands a few times, just to be sure. Then he leans over and fiddles with the torn fabric of his trousers. Tangerine's pocket buzzes with an incoming call. He pulls his phone out and checks the caller ID. A heavy feeling immediately presses down on him. It's our mutual client. Minegishi. Nanao's eyes open wide. Just as he was starting to come back to life, speaking that name makes him go white all over again. We're almost at Sendai. He's calling to check in one last time. Check in on what? To make sure I know that if I don't tell him the truth he'll start to lose his temper. But what could you possibly tell him? Maybe I'll give the phone to you and you'll tell him. Tangerine answers. Minegishi doesn't bother to say who it is. I got a question for you. Yes. Is my son all right? It's so direct that Tangerine doesn't know how to respond. I got a call a little while ago, Minegishi says. Saying that something didn't look right with my boy on the train. He said, your son looked a little odd. You might want to check up on it. So I said, my son isn't on the Shinkansen. By himself. I hired 2 men I trust to accompany him. Nothing to worry about. But then he says, you might want to be careful about trusting those 2 men. They may be with him, but your son wasn't moving, and I couldn't tell if he was breathing or not. Tangerine smiles uncomfortably. Your man in Omiya was wrong, sir. Your son was asleep. He might have just looked like he wasn't breathing. He's terrified that Minegishi will ask him to put the kid on the phone. Nanao stands watching, looking nervous. You know, it occurred to me, sir, as we were talking, that one of the 2 Chinese characters for the word son is the character for breath. Your son must be breathing. Minegishi isn't listening to Tangerine. He's used to giving orders and making demands. The advice and opinions of others may not even reach his ears. All he needs from other people are their reports. And so, continues Minegishi, just to be sure, I'm having some people check up on you at Sendai Station. Guess Momo was right. Tangerine shrinks a little. That'll be fine, but the Shinkansen won't wait long. So just get off. The two of you can get off the train at Sendai, with my son and my suitcase. Several of my men are waiting on the platform. I also hired some of your fellow professionals. Everyone at the station will be mighty surprised, sir. So many fine young men lined up on the platform. The melody signaling the arrival at the next station begins to play. It's a light and whimsical little tune. Tangerine smiles uncertainly again. If everything was going as it should have, this wouldn't be necessary, but sometimes this sort of thing is unavoidable. So I'll ask again. Is my son all right? And do you have the suitcase? Yes, of course, Tangerine replies. Then it'll all be over quickly. All you have to do is show my son and the suitcase and you can get back on. Your son who's still breathing, sir, understood. After the automated station announcement, the conductor's voice sounds over the PA, informing the passengers that they'd be at Sendai momentarily. You stopped talking, Minegishi says at the other end of the line. What happened? The station announcement was too loud. We're pulling into Sendai. You're in car number 3, is that right? That's where my men are waiting. When the train gets to Sendai you get off, is that clear? Oh, your son, right now he's in the toilet. Tangerine speaks quickly without thinking, then winces. What a limp excuse. You're smarter than that. Once again, your instructions are to get off from car 3 and show the suitcase and my son to my men. That's all. Actually, we had a disagreement with one of the conductors, Tangerine says hastily, and we've moved to car 9. We won't make it to car 3 in time. Then go to car 6. It's right between 9 and 3. You can make that in time, right? I'll have my men wait outside 6. Get off from car 6. With my son. Just out of sheer curiosity, sir, Tangerine says, trying to make his voice casual, what happens if your men think there's something off about us? I don't imagine they'll just start shooting right away. Is everything okay with my son and the suitcase? If it is, then you have nothing to worry about. But your men might misunderstand. If we get into an argument and things get sour there on the train platform, it'll be a big headache. For who? Tangerine doesn't know how best to answer. He knows he can't exactly make a case for the innocent bystanders. There are so many passengers on the train, they might panic if there's gunfire. There aren't that many people on board, Minegishi says flatly. Actually, sir, it's basically full. Tangerine lies without hesitation. He doesn't think there's any way Minegishi could know how many people are on the train. It's not full. I locked down most of the seats. You locked. Once I knew which train you would be on with my son, I bought all the available seats. All of them. Tangerine's voice jumps at the unexpected news. Then his normal skepticism creeps back in. It isn't impossible, but why would he need to do that? I wanted to remove as many variables as I could. Reduce my risk. Who knows what could happen on the Shinkansen? The fewer passengers there are, the easier it is for you two to keep my son safe. Am I wrong? Dead wrong. As dead as your son, who got it right away. Tangerine fights down the urge to tell Minegishi. And among the few people on the train, several are professionals. Minegishi's buyout strategy didn't seem to do his son any good at all. How much does something like that cost? Not too much. Each car seats 100, so that's less than 1,000 tickets. Tangerine scowls. It isn't surprising that Minegishi's financial standards are on a different scale than his. Most people who hire him and Lemon live on a different scale, but the way he's using his money here seems silly. What actual good did it do? And did he ever consider that the conductors might think it strange that all the seats are purchased but so few people are actually on the train? A little girl's peals of laughter can be heard on the phone. Minegishi's daughter, most likely. The dissonance between the domestic scene he's picturing and the fatal events aboard the Shinkansen doesn't sit right with Tangerine. How can Minegishi be spending leisure time with his daughter while he knows his son and heir is out there in danger? The only explanation is that his values are completely different from the average person, that his psychological wiring is twisted. Regardless, you told me that the train is full of people, which is a lie. That train's not full. If I were you, I'd quit it with the lies and exaggerations. I'll always catch you. And when I do, that'll just make it worse for you. But hey, I want you to relax. As long as you don't cause any trouble in Sendai, everything will be just fine. The line goes dead. The Shinkansen is starting to drop speed, leaning into a gentle curve. No time to think. Tangerine passes through car 9 and into 8. What's going on? Asks Nanao uncertainly, following behind, but Tangerine doesn't answer. He just stalks on, occasionally laying a hand on a headrest for support, careful to keep his balance against the shuddering of the slowing train. A handful of passengers are taking bags off the overhead rack, evidently planning to get off at Sendai. As Tangerine approaches the far door, a kid comes through it and steps towards him. Out of my way, Tangerine tries to slip past, but the kid addresses him. You're Mr. Tangerine, right? Mr. Lemon was looking for you. Oh, right. He had forgotten all about Lemon. But there's no time now. Where is he? He said he had to take care of something and went towards the back of the train. Tangerine takes a proper look at the kid. Shiny hair with no parting, large eyes like a cat's, elegant nose. Another rich kid. No time. Tangerine steps through the door into the gangway. He can feel that the conductor has engaged the brakes. Hey, what are you doing? Where are you going? What's your plan? Nanao won't shut up. A group of passengers stands in the gangway, waiting to get off. They shoot dubious looks at Tangerine and the other two as they come rushing in. Tangerine takes one look at the luggage rack and grabs the first black suitcase he sees, a sturdy oversized piece, much bigger than the one that he and Lemon had. What are you doing with that? Nanao wants to know. Stepping around the people waiting, Tangerine enters car 7. He blows past the passengers filing up the aisle to exit the train, who all look at him with annoyance. He enters the next gangway. There's a line of people ready to get off. This is where he's supposed to be, between cars 7 and 6. He stands at a slight remove from the line. Nanao comes up beside him. The kid is close behind. Listen up. He turns to Nanao. We need to get off for a minute at Sendai. Is that what Minegishi said? His men are waiting at the station. I need to go out to the platform with his son and his suitcase. His men will check that I have those two things. This, Nanao points, is a different suitcase. That's right. And you're not Minegishi's son. What? The only thing we can do is try to lie our way out of this. Both the suitcase and his son are fakes. You just keep quiet, you hear me, just stand there. Nanao is already just standing there, unable to process what Tangerine's telling him. Me? The Shinkansen slowing down tips them all forward, then backwards. Tangerine can't keep his footing with his legs alone and he holds on to the wall for support. You pretend you're Minegishi's son, got it? The train keeps dropping speed, pulling into Sendai Station. But, Nanao starts looking around nervously. What should I, just come with me? The kid pipes up. Wouldn't it be better if you just ignored your instructions? If you don't get off, those men won't be able to tell what's going on with you, right? And as long as they don't know what the situation is, I don't think they'd make any moves. You just play dumb and stay on the train until it leaves. Is that something a kid would say? Tangerine doesn't like it. The idea makes sense, but he doesn't want to change his plan at this point. If we don't get off, those men will get on. A whole lot of them. We don't want that to happen. The door opens. The line of passengers starts to file out of the train. Tangerine says to Nanao, "Let's go." Nanao. The departure announcement echoes through Sendai Station and people with luggage start to board the Shinkansen. Nanao registers their movements out of the corner of his eye as he stands next to Tangerine on the platform. In front of them are three men in suits. "Two of us, three of them," a voice cries inside of him. A couple of meters away is a tall man with a shaved head, and beyond him there are two muscular dudes who look like fighters. They're all standing there looking at him and Tangerine. This is like a football penalty kick. A line of guys forming a wall. Tangerine is completely calm. Or at least he looks that way. His words are measured and his breath even. "You must be Tangerine," says the middle suit. His eyebrows are plucked bald and his eyes are beady. "Heard a lot about you and your partner. We got an urgent call from Mr. Minegishi, said we had to come check you out." Despite what the suit is saying, his tone is polite. Nanao looks up slightly and notices a conductor standing further back on the platform. The man is clearly looking their way questioningly, which makes sense to Nanao. It's not a typical gathering of men. Certainly not lovers parting ways, and it doesn't have the feel of seeing off friends. But the conductor somehow seems to sense that it's safest for him to keep his distance. Fooling Minegishi's men with the suitcase should be fairly simple. Tangerine just has to insist that it's the right one and they'll probably believe him. The problem is me, thinks Nanao, lowering his face, staring at the ground in front of his shoes. "Pretend you're Minegishi's son," Tangerine said. But Nanao has no idea how to do that. How could he? "Do you mind opening the bag?" "It won't open," replies Tangerine. "We don't know how to open it. Do you guys know what's inside? I should ask you to open it for me." The suit with no eyebrows says nothing, but reaches out to the suitcase. He crouches down for a closer look, and his hand goes to the handle. There's a combination lock. He examines it like a collector looking at a rare vase, but as far as Nanao can tell the man hasn't figured out that it's a fake. "What are these initials?" He looks up at Tangerine. On the bottom of the suitcase are two English letter stickers that read MM. They're hot pink and glossy. It looks like something a teenage girl would use. Probably M for Minegishi. Tangerine's voice is steady. "Why are there two MS? Mr. Minegishi's first name is Yoshio. Like I said, M for Minegishi. I'm talking about the second M, that one's for Minegishi too." "Huh, hey, the name Yoshio means nice." "Man. That's got to be a joke, right? Anyway, I didn't put the stickers on there." "Don't ask me what they mean. The Shinkansen's leaving soon. Can we get back on? There are no more people getting off the train. No one else getting on either. The only other people left on the platform are waiting for the next train." The suit gets back up, then stands directly in front of Nanao. Did he always wear glasses? Nanao almost jumps out of his skin. He wants to tear his glasses off. He resists the urge. "I made him wear them," answers Tangerine. "I don't know how much you heard, but little Minegishi here," at which the suit's eyebrowless face stiffens slightly. "I mean Mr. Minegishi's son," Tangerine corrects himself. He was being held by some dangerous characters. That means he's a target. There could very well be someone on the Shinkansen trying to hit him. I figured he needed a disguise. And glasses? Sure, and other little things too. He looks different from usual, right? Tangerine seems totally unruffled. "I suppose so," the suit replies mildly. But then he pulls out his phone. He sent me a picture of his son. There's a face on the screen. The suit moves to hold it up to Nanao's face. "Hey, come on, the train's leaving." Tangerine gives an exasperated sigh. Doesn't really look like the photo. Of course he doesn't. We fixed him up so that no one would be able to tell. Hair, glasses. Okay, we'll be going now. You can tell Mr. Minegishi everything's fine. Tangerine lays one hand on Nanao's shoulder and motions towards the train. Nanao nods. I can't wait for this roleplay to be done. He tries his best to give off a self-important air to keep his relief from showing. Then No Eyebrows says an unfamiliar name. Nanao almost ignores it, until it dawns on him that it might be Minegishi's son's name, so he looks up at the man. It seems his hunch is right. Guess your dad's the only one who can open this, huh? Nanao makes a goofy face and nods. I've got no idea. But then he feels like he should do something besides just stand there. Uneasiness steals back in. Without really thinking about it, he reaches for the suitcase and starts to flip the numbers on the combination lock. I mean, it would be great if all you had to do was play with the numbers. The dials click as he spins them. Somehow he feels like the demonstration makes his ignorance more believable. It's a classic case of someone acting awkwardly when they want to seem casual. He doesn't think there's any chance that his fumbling with the lock could produce the correct combination. No one would get it right, and me least of all, with my luck. But he's forgotten about Murphy's Law. Trying random combinations won't unlock the lock, except when you don't want the lock unlocked. The suitcase bursts open. He had been fiddling roughly with the lock and the momentum of its release causes the lid of the suitcase to spring loose, spilling out an avalanche of women's underwear. No Eyebrows freezes, as do the other suits, and the man with the shaved head and the two muscle dudes. The unexpected sight clearly does not compute. But one thing they know for sure is that this suitcase full of underwear doesn't belong to Minegishi. Even Tangerine looks flabbergasted. The calmest person there is Nanao. He's used to this kind of sudden stroke of misfortune. Slightly surprised, but mostly feeling something along the lines of again. Or more like, I should have known. He kicks off the platform and leaps into the train, Tangerine swept along in his wake. Just as they enter the gangway, the door slides shut behind them and the Shinkansen starts to move. Out the window, the suit with no eyebrows is bringing his phone up to his ear. Well then, Nanao says, looking at Tangerine, who is exhaling mightily. What happens now? The Shinkansen picks up steady speed, paying no mind to their agitated state. Why did you open the bag? Tangerine eyes him severely. He might be thinking Nanao had some scheme in mind, but his face is hard to read, cold and cadaverous. It just seemed like it would be more convincing if I tried the lock. You thought that was convincing? If I couldn't get the combination, then they'd believe me. But you did get the combination. Guess I'm just lucky. Nanao laughs at his little joke. Well, I imagine now they think something's up. At the very least that the bag was a fake. That's for sure. Our stock was falling by the time we left Omiya. Now it's plummeting. But the train doesn't stop until Morioka, so we're safe for now, Nanao points out. He's casting around for a silver lining, and even though he knows it's just an illusion, he clings to it. Lemon would say the same damn thing. As soon as the words leave Tangerine's mouth, he wonders out loud, where is Lemon, anyway? He looks left and right. Hey, you said Lemon went to the back of the train. He's pointing at the school kid. He's still here. Thinks Nanao. The kid has been listening to him and Tangerine, and witnessed what just happened on the platform at Sendai. He must know that something dangerous is going on, but he isn't running away, isn't reporting anything to anyone. He seems to just be hanging out around them. Where are his parents? He looks like a clean-cut, well-behaved student, but maybe he has some teen angst that makes him feel drawn to the irregular. Nanao tries to picture it. Or maybe the kid just wants to brag to his friends about the crazy stuff he saw go down on the Shinkansen. Yes, the kid nods. Your friend hurried off in that direction, pointing towards car 6, like there was something he forgot to do. Maybe he got off at Sendai, says Nanao as the thought occurs to him. Why would he do that? I don't know, maybe he got fed up with all of this and bailed on the job. He wouldn't do that, Tangerine responds quietly. He wants to be a useful train. The man I was with is missing too, says the school kid, looking back and forth between Nanao and Tangerine. What is going on here? He has the air of a class president or team captain gauging the mood of the group before delegating responsibilities. Oh, and what is it? About what you were saying a minute ago, the next stop isn't Morioka. What? Nanao fairly shouts at the unexpected information. What's the next stop? Ichinoseki. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. Then Mizusawa Isashi, then Shin Hanamaki, and then Morioka. I thought the Hay-8 goes straight from Sendai to Morioka. Not all of them. This is one of the ones that doesn't. I didn't know. Tangerine seems to have been under the same impression as Nanao. Nanao's phone rings and he pulls it out of his pocket. Tangerine says immediately, answer it. Probably you're Maria. There's no reason not to take the call. I assume you didn't get off at Sendai, comes Maria's accusation. How did you know? More importantly, are you okay? I was worried that Tangerine and Lemon might have got you. I'm with Tangerine right now. You want to talk to him? Nanao sounds like he's making a self-deprecating joke. Maria says nothing for a moment. She must be worried. They captured you? No, no. We're helping each other out. As he says it, he looks over at Tangerine, who shrugs. I'm doing what you suggested and giving them the bag. I only said to do that as a last resort. And now's the time for last resorts. Maria goes quiet again. In the silence, Tangerine gets a call on his own phone and steps away to take it. The school kid is left standing on his own, but he doesn't go back to his seat. He just stands there, watching the two men. What's the next station? Actually, Maria, did you know that it's not Morioka after all? It's Ichinoseki. Then that's where you should get off. Forget about the bag. Just get out of there. The train must be cursed. It's too dangerous. Get out and don't look back. Nanao smiles bitterly. The train is fine, it's me that's cursed. Don't let your guard down around Tangerine and Lemon. They're dangerous too. You don't need to tell me. Nanao ends the call. A few moments later, Tangerine comes back over. It was Minegishi. His expression is unchanged, but he gives off a heavy feeling. What did he say? The school kid wants to know. Tangerine gives the kid a sharp look of warning, then turns to Nanao. He told me to come to Morioka. To Morioka. Apparently Minegishi was more solicitous than angry. He wanted to know why Tangerine showed his men the wrong bag. I was thinking, should I apologize, should I play dumb, should I talk back? I ended up saying, your men were giving me a hard time, so I wanted to put them in their place. Why would you say that? It seems like an answer that would make Minegishi even more upset. I thought it would make it harder for him to figure out what's going on. If I've turned on him or if I'm just screwing around. The truth is we didn't turn on him. We just messed up. Yeah, and that mess up cost Minegishi's son his life. Nanao feels his gut twist. If you have nothing to hide, Minegishi had apparently said, then you'll come to Morioka. And if you get off early, I'll just take it to mean that you're running. And then you'll be sorry that you ran. I'll make you suffer so much you'll wish you had just come to Morioka. And Tangerine had answered, of course we'll come to Morioka. Your son can't wait to see you. After relating the conversation to Nanao, Tangerine shrugs again. So now Minegishi is on his way to Morioka station. He's going himself. Yeah, when he should be relaxing at his villa, says Tangerine with annoyance. He got a call telling him that something weird was going on, that he might want to check it out for himself. Someone told him that. That guy back at Sendai Station. Best if you have a look yourself, he said. Nanao doesn't know how to respond at first. Would Minegishi's subordinate really have made the boss come out? Well, he says after a moment, I wish you the best of luck. I'm getting off at Ichinoseki. Tangerine's gun appears, pointed at Nanao. It's a small piece, sleek, looks more like an odd-shaped digital camera than a firearm. The Skullkid's eyes widen and he takes a step back. You're staying with me, Ladybird. Sorry. I'm getting off. Off this job, off this train. Your bag is in the crew room and the woman who did Minegishi's son is in the multi-purpose room after the green car. You can explain everything to Minegishi. No, Tangerine's voice is iron hard. You think you have a choice here? You think when I pull a gun on you that I'm bluffing? Nanao can neither nod nor shake his head. Aren't you going to look for Mr. Lemon? The kid sounds like the class president again, trying to wrap up the convoluted threads of a bizarre student council meeting. Kids have it so easy, thinks Nanao. Kimura. As Shigeru Kimura puts the telephone receiver down, his wife Akiko asks, who was that on the phone? They live in an old residential community far to the north of Tokyo, up Route 4 all the way to Iwate. It was built by an eager developer back in the boom years. As time went on and the economy worsened, the young residents moved out to more urban areas, the population shrank, the plans for the unbuilt sections of town never got off the page, and the area became drab and nondescript. The colors on the buildings faded, giving the impression that the town was thrust suddenly from growth into old age. But for Shigeru and Akiko Kimura, an elderly-feeling town was just right, away from the noise and fads of the city. When they found a small stand-alone house here 10 years back they bought it without thinking twice, and have lived here happily since. It was a call from someone on the Shinkansen, he answers. Was it now? Akiko says, laying a tray with rice cakes and spicy crackers on the table. Here we are. Take turns eating the spicy and sweet ones. All that's missing is some fruit. She sunnily reviews their snack. What did they want? When I called Yuichi before he said he was being held. Help me, he said. Yes, I remember. You said he was on the Shinkansen, playing some practical joke on you. I did. But now I think it might not have been a joke. Having trouble connecting the dots, Shigeru Kimura can only speak in vague terms. The school kid I talked to before just called again. Did he say Yuichi was up to something? What he said was strange. He shares with his wife what he heard. She cocks her head uncertainly, then picks up a cracker and pops it in her mouth. Not too spicy. Do you want to try calling Yuichi again? Shigeru works the digital telephone awkwardly, trying to find his way through the menu to call back the most recent incoming call. When he finally figures it out and pushes the button, the line goes straight to a message saying that the phone he's trying to reach has been turned off. I don't like this, Akiko says, munching on another cracker. I'm worried about Wataru. Shigeru feels something leaden in his stomach, expanding, dark and indistinct but mortally heavy. Since the boy on the phone didn't speak in specifics, he can't stop his imagination from casting about wildly. Is Wataru in danger? I don't know. He picks up the phone again to call the hospital. What the hell was Yuichi thinking, leaving Wataru and getting on a Shinkansen? Do you think he was coming up here to see us? If he were, I think he'd have said so. Even if he was trying to surprise us, at the very least he'd check to make sure we were at home. Maybe he got tired of looking after Wataru and ran off. He's an alcoholic, and he's lazy, but he's not the sort to do that. Shigeru dials the hospital. No one picks up. The ringtone keeps beeping. Finally a staff member answers. It's a nurse he's met several times before, and her voice immediately softens when he gives his name. Is everything all right with Wataru? I just looked in on him earlier and there were no changes, but I'm happy to go and have another look. Shigeru waits a minute or two before she comes back to the phone. He looks pretty much the same, but if anything happens I'll be sure to contact you. He thanks her, then pauses for a moment. I was napping and had an upsetting dream about him. That there was a dangerous man sneaking into the hospital to get Wataru. He sounds sheepish. My goodness. The nurse doesn't seem to know how to respond. You must have been worried. I'm sorry to bother you with it. I suppose old folks put too much stock in dreams. Oh, no, I completely understand. She's obviously doing her best to be polite, which he appreciates. It's nicer than making him feel like he's a nuisance. He ends the call and hangs up. You're worried there might be some trouble. Akiko knits her brows as she lifts her teacup to her lips and takes a sip. I think there might have already been. And my hunches are usually right. He strokes his white stubble and thinks. Something's off. What do you mean by something? The person who called. Before he seemed like an ordinary school kid, but this time felt different. I could tell. He sits up, stretches his arms overhead. His frame creaks and his joints pop. Shigeru thinks back to the call. It was a male voice, who said he was 14, and though he spoke clearly he didn't actually say very much. You know, you and your wife must be relaxing. I probably shouldn't have called, he had apologized, as if he had done something wrong. Sorry, that's all I have to say. I'm hanging up now. Then the line went dead, leaving Shigeru Kimura in the dark. Do you think that boy was up to something? Akiko takes another cracker. These are sweeter than they are spicy, really. You know that I'm usually right about this sort of thing. But even if you are, what do you want to do about it? You couldn't get in touch with Yuichi. Then let's call the police. Shigeru hauls himself to his feet and heads to the linen closet in the adjacent tatami room. There are rolled-up futons on the shelves. You're taking a nap. You always nap when you're worried. Akiko sighs and munches another cracker. And most times you have a bad dream. But to Shigeru, his mind enshrouded by a dark mist, it seems like the nightmare has already started. Fruit. Where is Lemon? Tangerine moves down the aisle towards the rear of the train, alert for any signs of his partner. But there's nothing. I'm telling you, he probably got off at Sendai, says Nanao from behind his glasses, following Tangerine into the gangway. Something urgent must have come up. Tangerine wheels round. And what could have been so urgent? Nanao stops short. His body is tense and he looks jumpy, but he's also put himself at the perfect distance to handle any sudden attacks. Tangerine is impressed. This guy may seem nervous and unreliable, but when it comes to their type of dangerous work it has to be said that he's a professional. And there behind him is the school kid. His hanging around is beyond annoying, but Tangerine can't be bothered to get rid of him. Like maybe there was someone he didn't like the look of and he followed them off the train, Nanao hypothesizes. The same thing occurred to me. Lemon could very well have fixed on someone who came out of the toilet and followed them. Tangerine doesn't know who this suspicious character could have been, but Lemon works more from instinct than from reason, and could easily have made a snap decision to tail a suspect. It wasn't that hard to imagine. Tangerine had been on the platform with Nanao, but he hadn't had a chance to look up and down the length of the train and might have missed seeing Lemon disembark, if it happened. But if he did do that I would expect him to get in touch, Tangerine says, more to himself than to Nanao. That's what he's done before. He can be lazy and sloppy, but when there's a change of plans he always calls. Useful trains run on time, Lemon always says. When they need to change tracks they let someone know, if not beforehand then as soon as they can. It's a matter of principle for Lemon. Tangerine takes out his phone and stares at it. No calls. As he's looking at his own phone, the school kid gets a call. Tangerine doesn't hear any ringing or buzzing because of the rumbling of the train, but all of a sudden the kid is pressing his phone to his ear and stepping over to the area beside the door. Wanting to shake off this juvenile nuisance, Tangerine turns and moves on. The automatic door to the next car opens and Tangerine enters, once again scanning the passengers' faces and bags. No one who looks like Lemon. No one who looks like they would have had anything to do with Lemon. He steps into the next gangway, followed by Nanao. Like I said, he got off at Sendai. Tangerine stops again. Something tells me he didn't. He turns back round to face Nanao once more. The reverberations of the train pounding the tracks are like a thundering heartbeat. Tangerine pictures them riding inside a giant steel artery. Hey, Ladybird. A sudden thought. Did you talk to Lemon at all? Talk to him? When do you mean? Whenever. Talk to him, sure, I guess we talked a little. Did he say anything about my key? A key I'm looking for. Or maybe he had some other message for me. Nanao looks wary. A key? A key for what? Never mind, says Tangerine. What if? He thinks. What if Lemon's dead? He finally allows the possibility to enter his mind. Could be. It wasn't impossible, and in fact on this particular Shinkansen trip it seems entirely likely. Why didn't I consider that before? Tangerine is surprised at how long it took him. If Lemon was killed, then it had to have just happened, which means that the killer is most likely somewhere nearby. Tangerine can't say for certain that it wasn't Nanao, and if it was, he thinks maybe Lemon would have tried to leave some message or clue. He didn't say anything to you? Nothing about a key. No, Nanao doesn't look like he's trying to hide anything. Then Tangerine realizes that when he left Lemon behind outside the toilet he himself had continued towards the front of the train, which is where he found Nanao. So Nanao had no chance to kill Lemon without Tangerine knowing. Once he puts the pieces together, that much is obvious. He smiles wryly. It's hard to imagine anyone taking him out. He is certainly tough, Nanao says earnestly. And one thing he did say to me was if I die I'll come back again. For a second Tangerine gauges whether that was a message from Lemon, but then he dismisses the possibility. Lemon is always saying that. Anytime he meets someone new, he brags to them about being immortal, that he'll always come back. Sometimes he'll say something about coming back as Lemon Z, though Tangerine doesn't know what exactly that means. Yeah, well, Lemon and I don't give up easily. No matter what happens, we always come back when you least expect it. At that moment a conductor enters the gangway from the rear of the train. He's young looking, but he walks with his head up and his shoulders back, emanating a sense of duty and reliability. Nanao doesn't hesitate. Excuse me, about the suitcase I gave you earlier. It belongs to him, and he points at Tangerine. The conductor takes a quick look Tangerine's way. Ah, yes, I made an announcement about it earlier but no one came to collect it. It's still in the crew room. Would you mind coming to get it now? Good idea, Nanao says, turning to Tangerine. Let's go and get it, okay? Tangerine hesitates. He still hasn't searched the whole train for Lemon. But he doesn't want to let the suitcase get away again. Probably best to secure it while he has the chance. Mr. Tangerine, says a small voice, and he notices that the school kid is back. Must have chased them down after finishing his phone call. Persistent little shit. Tangerine is moving past the point of annoyance towards genuine dislike. The kid probably wants to meddle in adult affairs so he can feel grown up, but all he's doing is being a tremendous nuisance. Tangerine starts to think about what he can do to get rid of him, when the kid speaks up again. I found something weird. The conductor pays no special attention to the kid. Shall we go and get your suitcase? With that he sets off towards the front, clearly expecting them to follow him. They do, Nanao behind the conductor, then Tangerine, with the kid, bringing up the rear. When they pass through car 7 and into the gangway between 7 and 8, the kid tugs on the back of Tangerine's jacket. Urgent little tugs, like he's trying to get his attention. Tangerine turns round to find the kid eyeing the toilet door suggestively. Hey, Tangerine says to Nanao. You go ahead and get the suitcase. I'll wait for him while he goes to the toilet. He jerks his chin towards the kid. The conductor doesn't seem to notice that anything is amiss, and maybe Nanao's put together what's going on, because he just nods, and the two disappear into the next car. As soon as they're gone, Tangerine steps up to the toilet door. This is where you found something weird? The kid makes a mild face. Yes, this thing right here. He points to a bit of copper wire sticking out of the door. Tangerine's eyes widen. It's Lemon's copper wire. No doubt about it. Same as the one he used to lock the toilet door from the outside when they hid little Manejishi's body. It's weird, right? The toilet's locked and it says occupied, but it doesn't sound like there's anyone in there. Something funny's going on. I'm a little creeped out. This school kid looks like he's frightened of the bathroom the way a little kid is afraid of the dark. Did Lemon leave this here? Tangerine takes the end of the wire and yanks it upward. The lock releases with a clack. Are you sure you want to go in? Tangerine ignores him and slides the door open. The scene that greets him is decidedly different from a typical train bathroom. Standard toilet, but also bodies spilled on the floor, limbs twisted and coiled like a nest of serpents. It's a horror show scene, a grotesque tangle of arms and legs. Tangerine's world goes silent. Two men piled at the base of the toilet bowl, but the weave of flesh doesn't look human. More like some new species of gargantuan insect. A puddle of blood on the floor sloshes around. It looks like piss. What happened? Behind him, the kid's voice is shrill. Lemon. Tangerine says the name softly. Sound returns to his ears. The rattling of the Shinkansen penetrates to his very core. He pictures Lemon's face. Not the face in front of him, eyes closed beneath a bloody hole, but the man who was always chattering away by his side. The gleam in his eyes when he would say, childlike, that he wanted people to think he was a good train. Tangerine feels his chest split open and shatter into small pieces. A cold wind gusts into the hole in his heart. He realizes he's never felt this before, which leaves him even more shaken. A line from a book echoes in his mind. We perished, each alone. We spent so much time together. But at the end, we're all alone. The prince. Peering into the bathroom from behind Tangerine, the prince retreats one step, then another. He makes sure he's pretending to be scared, all the while watching Tangerine's face. He doesn't fail to notice that the man goes momentarily pale and rigid, seemingly about to explode into shards of broken glass. I didn't think you'd be so fragile. The prince almost says it aloud. Tangerine enters the toilet and closes the door, leaving the prince alone in the gangway. He's disappointed, he wants to see what Tangerine will do. This man who seems so cool and collected, would his control slip at the sight of Lemon's dead body, or would he struggle to keep his emotions in check? The prince wishes he could watch. After a short while the door opens and Tangerine emerges. His expression is back to normal, which is a bit of a letdown to the prince. The other one in there, that's the man you were with, right? He jerks his thumb backwards with one hand and closes the toilet door behind him with the other. He's been shot in the chest, but not in the heart. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Lemon's dead, but your friend is still alive. The prince can't quite comprehend what he's being told. Kimura's alive. He was certain that the man had been shot dead by Lemon. It's true that there didn't seem to be very much blood, but the thought of him surviving the shooting makes the prince suddenly think that Kimura might never die. He has to check himself from complaining about the man's tenacity. Don't get me wrong, he's not exactly doing well, Tangerine adds. He isn't dead, but he's barely breathing. So what do you want to do? Although it's not like he can get intensive care on the train, so there probably isn't much you could do for him. You could run crying to the conductor and get them to stop the train and call an ambulance. It only takes the prince an instant to decide how to respond. He never had any intention of stopping the train and getting the authorities involved. He kidnapped me. The prince explains how Kimura was taking him around against his will, about how he was so frightened. Of course it's all made up, but that's his story. He tells Tangerine that finding out Kimura's on the verge of death is scary and confusing but ultimately a relief. He tries to hint that he'd be happy if Kimura would just give up and die. Tangerine doesn't seem all that interested. His eyes are stony and difficult to read. The prince would expect an adult to say that they should call the police anyway, but Tangerine must have his own reasons for not wanting the train to stop, and he says nothing. He also makes no move to leave the area in front of the bathroom. He just stares down at the prince. There are two bodies in the toilet. Your friend isn't dead yet, though he will be soon. But Lemon's body is on top. Which means that your friend was shot and put there before Lemon died. I'd guess it was Lemon who shot your guy, and then after that Lemon was shot. By whom? There's a gun in there too. But only one. Only one gun. So who shot him? First Lemon shoots your friend, then before your friend fully dies he goes berserk and wrestles the gun away. Then he shoots Lemon. I don't know if that's actually what happened, but it's one possibility. It would be wonderful if that's what you think. Even as he's on his guard, the prince feels like laughing out loud. This Tangerine is a smart one. He reasons things out. I love dealing with smart people. The more logically someone thinks, the harder it is for them to escape the chains of self-justification, and the easier it is for the prince to move them in the direction he wants. Tangerine leans over to inspect the protruding length of copper wire. But this right here, this doesn't sit right. The copper wire, what's it for? Lemon used it to lock the door from the outside. A little trick he does. Did it all the time. Tangerine tugs at the end of the wire. Not emotionally, not with any sadness for his friend. It looks like he's just testing the feel and strength. I'm wondering who locked it after Lemon died. There had to have been someone else besides the other man in the bathroom. You're like a detective. The prince isn't trying to poke at Tangerine, he genuinely means it. He pictures a scene he read in a book once, with a famous inspector who calmly and unemotionally explains the murder while pacing back and forth before the corpse. I'm not playing guessing games here. I'm just putting together the most probable scenario based on the facts I can see, Tangerine says. I'd guess that Lemon shot your friend, put the body in the toilet, then locked it. That's when he used the wire. The prince doesn't see where Tangerine is going and just nods uncertainly. But then after that someone else shot Lemon. Then that person put Lemon in the toilet too. Probably thought it would be safest to hide the two bodies together. Then whoever that was used the wire to lock the door again. I don't know what, whoever it was probably saw Lemon use the copper wire. Then they did the same thing to lock the door again. Watched Lemon do it first and then copied him. You think Mr. Lemon taught them how? No, he didn't teach them. Just that whoever did it saw Lemon use the wire to lock the door first. Tangerine fingers the end of the wire. Then he takes a few steps further up the gangway. He bends over and examines the floor, leaning in close to search for any clues. He runs his fingers over some dings on the wall. Just like a policeman investigating a crime scene. By the way, you and Lemon talked, didn't you? Suddenly Tangerine is right in front of him. He sounds like the question just popped into his head. What? You talked to him a little, right? When he was alive? I'm not asking if you talked to him after he died. Did he tell you anything? What would he have told me? Tangerine thinks for a moment. Something about a key. He cocks his head and stares. A key? I'm looking for a key. Lemon knew something about it. Did he say anything? Actually, the prince almost says. He recalls the last words he heard out of Lemon's mouth, when the man was fighting desperately to stay awake and with his last ounce of energy gasped out, "The key, it's in a coin locker in Morioka." Tell Tangerine, he had said. The prince didn't know what he meant by a key, which is why it stuck in his head. Now he's thinking about the key, wondering if telling Tangerine about it might bring something interesting to light. It's on the tip of his tongue. He did mention a key, though I don't know what he meant. The words are about to spill over. But as he's opening his mouth, an alarm goes off in his head. It's a trap. He has no proof. Just a feeling telling him to pull out. No, he didn't say anything about that, answers the prince. Is that so? Tangerine is quiet, but he doesn't sound especially disappointed. The prince watches Tangerine. Should I have told him about the coin locker in Morioka after all? But not saying anything didn't do me any harm. The situation's the same as it was before. Or maybe I even gained a little ground. But there's something I still don't get, Tangerine says suddenly. What? When your phone rang before, you walked away from us. That was on the gangway between cars 5 and 6. I think so, yes. And your seat is in 7. He remembered that. Tangerine had only passed his seat once. That was enough for him to remember. Tangerine's eyes bore into him. The prince tells himself to keep steady. He knows that the man is just trying to rattle him. You see, he says timidly, I went back to my seat, and I had to go to the toilet, so I came this way. Good, the prince nods to himself, perfectly acceptable answer. Is that right? Tangerine nods as well. Tell me, have you ever seen this before? He produces a small, crumpled sheet of colorful stickers and spreads it open. The prince recognizes the characters as being from Thomas and Friends. What's that? I found it in Lemon's jacket pocket. He sure liked Thomas. Enough to drive me up the wall. So what about it? The prince asks again, despite himself. Some stickers are missing. He points to 2 empty white spaces. The prince remembers when Lemon was down and he pressed a sticker to the ground. A picture of a green train that the prince had then peeled off and thrown away. He didn't give any to you, did he? There's the sensation of invisible feelers extending from Tangerine's body, colorless and transparent plant tendrils, brushing the prince's face searchingly. Stroking the surface to reveal what's hidden inside. The prince's mind is sprinting. He doesn't know how to answer, whether to feign ignorance or to make up something about the sticker that sounds plausible. He gave me one, but I was scared and I threw it in the trash. The prince is thankful that he's still so young. He knows that Tangerine could very well follow his instinct and become violent, try to interrogate him by force about Lemon's death. No doubt the man has done it many times before now. But he's not doing it to the prince. And why not? Because the prince is still a child. That one fact makes Tangerine hold back. He thinks this person is too young and weak to hurt without solid proof. His better nature wants to find something more concrete before he starts meting out punishment. Even though no one's better nature ever did them any good. Tangerine is smarter than Lemon, with more depth and substance. He has a more developed interior life, which gives him better powers of imagination. This leads to a greater capacity for empathy, which in the end only makes him weaker. Tangerine will be easier to control than Lemon, which means I'll probably beat him. Oh, you threw it out, did you? And what character was it? Tangerine's face is serious. What? The train bucks and the prince loses his balance. He puts his hand on the wall to catch himself. The sticker you got. One of these missing ones. Which character was it? Do you remember the name? The sheet of stickers in Tangerine's hand is flecked with blood. The prince shakes his head. I don't know the name. Well, that's strange, murmurs Tangerine. The prince's stomach drops, like he was walking a tightrope and suddenly stepped out into cold, empty space. What's strange? He always wanted everyone to learn all the names of Thomas's friends. Any time he gave anyone a sticker or a toy, he made sure to say their names. 100% of the time. He never just gave anyone anything. If he gave you a sticker, then you heard the name. Even if you don't remember it, you heard it. The prince weighs his next move. Something tells him not to respond. He concentrates on carefully pulling his foot back from the abyss, regaining his balance on the tightrope. I would guess, Tangerine says, looking at the outlines of where the two stickers used to be, that he gave you this one over here, and points to one space. The green one. Right? Oh, that's right. The sticker he threw away was in fact the green train. That's Percy. Cute little Percy. Lemon loved him. I think that was the name. The prince doesn't fully commit, waiting to see what happens. Tangerine's face gives nothing away. And do you know what character was over here? He points to the other empty space. No, I don't. The prince shakes his head again. He didn't give me that one. I know who it was. You know which one used to be there. I know. Tangerine swoops in and grabs the prince by the lapel of his blazer. Because it stuck to you right here. He lets go just as suddenly. The prince stands rooted to the spot. Look. This is the diesel. The mean old diesel. There on Tangerine's finger is a black train with a square face. The prince is taken by surprise at the unexpected appearance of the sticker, but he fights desperately not to let it show. He manages to say, "You know a lot about Thomas and friends too, Mr. Tangerine." Tangerine's face fixes into a slight scowl. There's a hint of a smile in there too, whether he intended it or not. That's all he ever talked about. I'd hope I remember at least a thing or two. Then he pulls a small paperback out of his rear pocket. I found this in his jacket too. It has a subdued orange cover with nothing on it but the title and the author's name. Tangerine runs his fingers across it, then opens to the bookmark. He made it this far. His voice is even. Then he mutters, "Lemon never liked that one. And neither did I. He's a bad seed. The diesel is malicious and spiteful. Lemon always told me, never trust the diesel. He lies and forgets people's names. And now I find the diesel sticker on your jacket. It must have just." The prince looks from side to side. When Lemon grabbed the prince, he must have stuck it on, his very last act. The prince hadn't noticed at all. This is not going well. The thought stabs at him. But there's still hope. Based on his past experiences, there's plenty of reason to think things could still go his way. Tangerine still doesn't have his gun out. Maybe because he knows he could have it out and ready any time he wanted, or maybe he has some reason not to pull it out yet. Either way, he doesn't seem concerned about it. Now the man starts talking, composed and serene. There's a passage in Dostoevsky, in Crime and Punishment. The prince is disoriented by the sudden change of direction. It says, "Science now tells us, love yourself before all men, for everything in the world rests on self-interest." Basically, the most important thing is your own happiness. If you take care of that, it helps everyone else to be happy too. Now, I've never spent much time thinking about other people's happiness or unhappiness, so I hear that passage and it rings true to me, but what do you think? The prince responds with his own question, his favorite: why is it wrong to kill people? If someone asked you that, what would you say? Tangerine doesn't look at all thrown. Well, here's what Dostoevsky would say. In Demons. I find that crime is no longer insanity, but simply common sense, almost a duty, anyway, a gallant protest. How can we expect a cultured man not to commit a murder, if he is in need of money? There's nothing unusual about transgression, he's saying. It's completely normal. Which is how I feel too. Tangerine is pulling fancy-sounding quotes from novels, but the prince doesn't think they actually answer his question. And while he agrees with the part about crime being common sense, the suggestion that it's a gallant protest strikes him as narcissism, able to provide surface amusement at best. Once again, he's disappointed. Just another answer based in emotion, even if it is more spirited than the usual answer. Just more words. I want a more detached answer to why murder isn't allowed. But at the same time he thinks back to the phone call he took just after passing Sendai Station, the man lurking around the hospital, waiting to move on Kimura's son. "I'm inside," said the man. "I'm dressed like a nurse. I'm guessing you passed Sendai by now. I didn't hear from you and was wondering if I need to keep waiting." He had sounded restless and eager to do the job. "Don't do anything yet," the prince replied. "Just remember the rules. If you call me and I don't pick up after 10 rings, then you can go ahead." "Okay. Understood." The man was breathless with excitement. Here was someone who loved no one but himself, who had no problem murdering a child for money. No doubt he'd been telling himself that it wasn't even murder, that he'd just fiddle with the medical instruments and destabilize the little boy's situation a bit. People are so devoted to self-justification. "You're in school, right?" Tangerine asks him. "How old are you?" 14. Says the prince. "Perfect. Perfect. Are you familiar with Article 41 of the Criminal Code?" "Huh. Article 41 says that people under 14 don't get sentenced for crimes. Did you know that? But once you turn 14 you can be punished like anyone else." "I didn't know that." Although of course he knows that. The prince knows all about that sort of thing. But that didn't stop him from doing what he does even when he turned 14. It's not like he was doing the things he did until now simply because he knew he couldn't be punished by law. The law is just something to keep in mind when he does the things he wants to do. His crimes exist in a different dimension from the petty details of the law. I'll share with you one more passage I like. This one's from the sailor who fell from grace with the sea. What does it say? It's a quote about Article 41 from a kid, about your age. He says, "It's the symbol of the dreams adults have for us, while at the same time being the symbol that those dreams will never be fulfilled. Because they're stupid enough to think that we can't do anything, they gave us a glimpse of a single patch of blue sky, one fragment of perfect freedom." I like it because of the faraway feel of the writing, but it also holds a clue to your question, about why it's wrong to kill people. Saying it's wrong to kill is an expression of an adult dream. Just a dream. A fantasy. Like Santa Claus. Something that doesn't exist in the real world, a picture of a beautiful blue sky that someone in great distress painted, after which they hid under the covers with their picture, looking at that instead of at the real world. That's how it is with most laws. They're just symbols, designed to make people feel better. The prince still doesn't understand why Tangerine started quoting from novels out of nowhere. But he loses some respect for him for having to rely on someone else's words. Then he notices the gun. 2 guns. Right in front of him. One of them is pressed up against his chest. The other one is in Tangerine's open hand, held out to the prince like a lifeline. What is this? Listen to me. I'm more than just a little angry. Kids like you piss me off especially. But just shooting you when you're defenseless, that doesn't sit right with me. I don't pick on the weak. So I'll give you this gun. Then we'll each have one, and it'll be a question of who gets shot and who does the shooting. The prince doesn't want to make a move. He can't yet tell what his opponent is planning. Hurry up and take it. I'll teach you how to use it. Watching Tangerine carefully, the prince closes his fingers around the gun in the man's hand. Then he retreats 2 steps. Grab the slide here and pull it backwards. Hold on to the grip and lower that switch. That's the safety. Then all you have to do is point it at me and pull the trigger. Tangerine's face is expressionless and his manner is calm. Is he really even angry? The prince is about to adjust his hold on the gun and perform the actions. As instructed when it slips in his hand and drops to the floor. He feels a rush of panic, knows that Tangerine will seize this moment to attack. But the man just smiles faintly. Calm down. Pick it up and try again. I won't start until you're ready. It doesn't feel like he's lying. The prince bends down to pick up the gun, but a thought flashes in his mind. Does it mean something that my hand would slip at such a crucial moment? For someone like him whose surplus of luck has always kept him safe, messing up like this feels unnatural. Which makes him realize, he was probably supposed to drop the gun. It was a necessary mess up. I don't need the gun, the prince says, holding it out for Tangerine to take back. A cloud passes over the man's face and his brows draw together. What's wrong? You think surrendering will save you? No, that's not it. The prince is confident now. I think it was a trap. Tangerine is quiet. I knew it. More than just feeling relieved, the prince has a sense of accomplishment. My luck still works. He doesn't know the technical specifics, but he can sense there's something irregular about the gun. He can imagine that trying to shoot it would hurt him somehow. I'm impressed you knew. If you pull the trigger on that thing, it explodes. I don't think it would kill you, but it would injure you pretty badly. My luck is a force field. The prince is no longer afraid of Tangerine. At this point Tangerine might even be starting to fear me. At that moment the door behind Tangerine slides open and someone steps through. Help me, shouts the prince. He's gonna kill me. Shouting as pitifully as he can. Help. Not even a second goes by. Tangerine's head swivels hard. It was facing directly to the front, and now it's facing directly to the side. He topples over, the gun falling with him. The floor of the Shinkansen receives the body and bears it along, the juddering of the train like the ritual clamor of a funeral procession. Over the body stands Nanao. Nanao. He has no size left. Nanao stares down blankly at Tangerine's broken-necked corpse. Why does this keep happening? He was about to kill me, says the kid in a trembling voice. The irritation Nanao feels towards the kid is as paralyzed as the rest of his emotions. What was going on here? These people were shooting each other. These people. He doesn't miss the plural. The boy points at the bathroom. If you pull that copper wire up it'll open. Nanao follows instructions and sure enough the door unlocks. He looks inside and his eyes pop open. There's a body at the base of the toilet. 2 bodies. They're just tossed in there, like junk, like discarded home appliances. Oh no, that is it, I have had enough of this. Nanao whines in sheer frustration. Enough already. He knows that he can't just leave Tangerine's body there on the floor, so he moves it into the toilet, which was already fairly full. Corpse storage only, he thinks darkly. Searching Tangerine reveals his mobile phone, which Nanao takes, and a folded piece of paper. He unfolds it, a giveaway entry ticket. What's this all about? Something's written on the back, says the kid. He flips it over. There's a picture of a train in ballpoint pen. Underneath it says Arthur. What is it? A drawing of a train. Nanao folds it back up and puts it in his own pocket. He finishes arranging things in the bathroom and steps back out to the gangway. You saved me, says the school kid, pulling his backpack over his shoulders. Nanao thought he had seen something in the kid's hand that looked like a gun, but there's nothing now. Just my imagination. He closes the door and fumbles with the copper wire until he gets it locked. He replays in his mind what had just happened. After retrieving the suitcase from the crew room, he had come back to find Tangerine pointing a gun at the kid. The look on the kid's face, the catch in his voice as he cried out, spurred Nanao into immediate action. Layered over this defenseless child pleading for help, he saw the kidnapped boy he had long ago abandoned. His mind emptied out and he moved automatically, stepping up behind Tangerine and wrenching his head sideways. Something primal in Nanao's body made him use deadly force, sensing that if he attacked Tangerine, without finishing him off, he'd be putting himself in danger. Why was he trying to shoot you? I don't know. He found the bodies in the toilet and just started going crazy. So seeing his friend dead pushed him over the edge. It didn't seem impossible. I can't even tell who killed who. Nanao manages to sigh again. He no longer cares about the details. He just wants to get off this ridiculous train. It feels like the Shinkansen is misfortune itself, hurtling along at 250 kilometers an hour. The northbound misfortune and calamity, and Nanao is on board. He debates for a moment what to do with the gun that Tangerine dropped. Then he throws it in the trash. Oh, the school kid makes a little noise. What? I bet we'd feel safer if you held on to it. Holding on to it will only lead to trouble, trust me. Nanao thinks keeping his distance from anything dangerous is the wisest choice given his luck. He tosses out Tangerine's phone too. Best to just get rid of it. He takes the suitcase by the handle. I'm done. I just want off. The kid's face stiffens and his eyes look moist. You're getting off the train. I don't know what I'm doing. Now that Tangerine and Lemon are gone, he can't guess what Minegishi will do. But it seems likely that Minegishi's wrath would have fallen on those two, not him. Nanao's job was to steal the bag and get off the Shinkansen. If he disembarks at the next station with the bag in hand, there should be no problem. He might not get a perfect score, but his grade would still be a low A. At least he thinks so. That's what he wants to think. The announcement sounds for Ichinoseki, the next station stop. Perfect timing. Would you please stay with me until Morioka? The school kid looks like he's about to burst into tears. I'm scared. Nanao wishes he could seal his ears shut. He has no interest whatsoever in any further entanglements. Nothing good could possibly come from him going all the way to Morioka. And he can think of more than a few bad things that might happen. Because the kid has something he can't quite seem to get out of his mouth. A nasty premonition settles on Nanao. The sense that some inconvenient truth is about to come pouring out of this kid that he won't be able to escape. The thought terrifies him. He even starts to bring his hands up to cover his ears. If I don't get to Morioka, there's a little boy who will be in danger. Nanao's hands stop millimeters from his ears. What are you talking about? Like a hostage situation. The son of someone I know, he's only 5 or 6, he's in the hospital. And if I don't get to Morioka, his life will be in danger. His life? What exactly is going on? I really don't know for sure. This is precisely the sort of thing Nanao didn't want to hear. He feels a bloom of concern that this school kid reaches Morioka safely, but at the same time he wants to get off the Shinkansen as soon as he possibly can. You'll be fine. I doubt anything else will happen between here and Morioka. Nanao doesn't believe the words he's saying. They're like a half-hearted prayer that he doubts will have any effect on anything. Just go back to your seat and you'll be okay. You promise nothing else will happen? I mean, I can't say for absolute certain. I don't know what will happen when I get to Morioka. I'm afraid. I doubt there's anything I could. The door from car 7 opens and a man steps through. Nanao stops mid-sentence. Not wanting to seem suspicious, he freezes, which of course only makes him seem more suspicious. Oh, hello, the man says. Nanao turns to look. It's the exam prep instructor. The man stands there, looking unsubstantial, almost half-transparent. Like you could pass your hand right through him. Like a ghost. The instructor scratches his head sheepishly. I told my students I was traveling in the green car. I realized that if I don't go and see what it's like in there, then I won't be able to convince them that I really had a green car seat, so I was on my way to check it out. The man sounds genuine. He grins with embarrassment, having explained what he was doing there before Nanao could even ask. Sounds tough, being a teacher, Nanao says with a half-smile. Is this a friend of yours? Asks the kid warily. This kid must think that everyone on board the train is some kind of dangerous character, Nanao realizes. I doubt he ever expected to have a gun pulled on him or to discover dead bodies in a toilet. Kids should just stay in the playground. Not exactly, we just ended up talking to each other a bit, explains Nanao to the boy. He's an instructor at an exam prep school. My name's Suzuki, says the man. He didn't need to introduce himself, but he did anyway, which Nanao takes as a sign of his forthrightness. Then he gets an idea. Mr. Suzuki, how far are you going on the train? To Morioka. Why? Nanao hasn't thought it through. He just conveniently tells himself that there's a reason they encountered Suzuki here and now. Would you mind staying with this kid? Sorry. I need to get off at Ichinoseki. I was hoping you'd look after him. Suzuki seems thrown off by Nanao's sudden request, which makes sense, because it's more of a demand than a request. The kid looks just as upset. He stares at Nanao like he's being abandoned. Finally Suzuki speaks. Is he lost? Nanao cocks his head. No, not lost. He's just scared of riding to Morioka by himself. I need to stay with you. The kid is clearly not happy with this change of plans. His face is a mixture of insubordination and anxiety. I need to take this, Nanao says, lifting up the suitcase, and get off at the next station. But I don't mind traveling with the young man, but it doesn't seem like that will settle his fears. Suzuki looks flummoxed. Nanao heaves a sigh. The Shinkansen sheds speed as they approach Ichinoseki. Nanao watches the flowing landscape outside the window, then steals a glance at the school kid, who is also looking out the window. He notices in that moment that the kid is surprisingly calm. That's not right. Isn't he a little too collected after a train ride full of guns and corpses? And what about me? I snapped Tangerine's neck right in front of him. And it wasn't an accident either, I meant to do it, and I did it like I knew exactly what I was doing. Shouldn't he be more afraid of me, or at least ask some questions about what's going on here? Why does he want to travel to Morioka with a killer? And then the answer comes to Nanao. It's all been too much for him. He doesn't know how to process it, so he's shut down. It makes perfect sense, after the kid was nearly shot. Poor little guy. Kimura. Shigeru Kimura stops rummaging around in the closet and turns to his wife. Did you move it again? Oh, weren't you going to take a nap? Akiko nibbles a cracker. I thought you were getting out the futon. Have you been listening to anything I said? It's not time for a nap. But you don't even know what's going on, chides Akiko, picking up the small chair from the living room and carrying it over to the closet. She shoos Shigeru out of the way and positions the chair, then climbs up on top of it. She stretches up and opens the storage cabinet above the closet. Oh, it's up there. You never put things where they ought to go. She pulls out a bundle wrapped in a furoshiki. This is what you're looking for, isn't it? Shigeru takes it and sets it on the floor. Is this really what you want to do? Akiko clambers down from the chair with a pout. I can't shake this feeling. What feeling is that? More like a smell. His face is grave. One I haven't smelled in a long time. And what smell is that? She glances at the kitchen, muttering that she hasn't cooked anything especially pungent. Bad intent. I could smell it through the phone. It stank. Oh, that takes me back. You used to say that all the time, dear. I smell bad intent. It's like you're haunted by the spirit of bad intent. Akiko folds her knees under her and sits up straight in front of the contents of the furoshiki. Do you know why I wanted to quit our old line of work? Because Yuichi was born. That's what you said. You wanted to be around to watch your son grow up and thought we should change careers. And I was happy to hear it, because I had wanted a change for a long time. That wasn't my only reason. 30 years ago, I got fed up with all of it. Everyone around me stank. Like the spirit of bad intent. People who like to hurt others, who like to humiliate others, who above all else want to advance their own position. They reek of it. You honestly sound ridiculous. Everyone around me stank of bad intent, and I became disgusted. So I made a change. The supermarket's been hard work, but I've never once got a whiff there of bad intent. Then Shigeru Kimura's mouth forms a bitter smile at the thought that his son took up the same type of work that he himself had left behind. When he first heard the rumor from a friend, that his son was starting to help out on rough jobs, Shigeru was so worried that he even thought about tailing his son to keep an eye on him. Why are we talking about this again? Because whoever just called had that old stench. Oh, did you check the Shinkansen times? When Yuichi had said on the phone earlier that he was on the Shinkansen, Shigeru thought something felt off, though he had nothing to go on but his instinct, and the ever so slightly rancid whiff that came off the other person he spoke to. After the call ended he had said to Akiko, Yuichi says he'll be arriving at Sendai in 20 minutes. Check and see if there's a northbound Shinkansen with that schedule. Akiko complained mildly as she trundled over to the shelf beside the TV and started flipping through the timetable booklet. Now she nods to him. Yes, I did, and there is a train on that schedule. Arriving at Sendai at 11 o'clock sharp. Ichinoseki at 11:25, Mizusawa Isashi 11:35. Did you know you don't have to search through all these pages anymore? You can look all this up on the internet. 123. Remember when we used to do jobs together? Oh, I researched so many timetables and wrote down so many phone numbers. I used to have a notepad this thick. Do you remember that? She demonstrates the thickness with forefinger and thumb. We wouldn't need that nowadays, would we? Shigeru Kimura leans back against the wall and looks up at their old clock. 5 after 11. If we leave now we should be able to make Mizusawa Isashi easily enough. Are you really getting on the Shinkansen? You're serious? Kimura had gone out earlier to pass the community circular to the neighbors, so he is already dressed in his khaki slacks and deep green jacket. All set, he says to himself, and then, aren't you coming too? Of course I'm not. If I'm going, then you're going. You really want me to go? We always did this together back then. That is true. There are more than a few times where you only made it out alive because I was there. I'm sure you remember. Though I'm not sure I remember you ever thanking me. Really, though, it's been 30 years. Akiko stands and rubs the muscles on her legs, grumbling about stiffness and aching knees. It's just like riding a bike. Your body knows what to do. I think it's very much different from riding a bike. These are nerves you have to use to keep sharp. Our nerves are so far from being sharp, they're like fluffy cotton. Now Shigeru steps up onto the chair to the cabinet and pulls out 2 rolled-up garments, which he tosses on the floor. Oh, those waistcoats bring me back. Although I suppose people don't call them waistcoats anymore, nowadays they say vests. Akiko runs her hand over one of the vests. Then she hands the other to Shigeru. This one's yours. We could combine the two and call them vestcoats. Shigeru makes a long-suffering face as he pulls off his jacket and slips on the leather vest. Then he puts his jacket back on over it. What do you plan to do once we're on the Shinkansen? I want to find out what's going on with Yuichi. He said he was going up to Morioka. And you don't think it's all just some sort of prank? That school kid, although I don't even know if he actually is a school kid, but regardless, there's something I don't like about him. Still, do you really think all this is necessary? After pulling on her own vest, Akiko looks down at the tools of their trade, laid out atop the open for ashiki. My alarm bells are ringing. We need to be prepared. Luckily it's not a plane and you don't have to go through security to get on the Shinkansen. Hey, the hammer on this thing is messed up. You don't want to use that revolver anyway. The shell casings fly everywhere and you're always so eager to shoot, I'd rather you have a weapon with a safety. Akiko takes one of the guns and loads a magazine into the handle. It slides into place with a heavy click. She immediately pulls back the slide. This one will do. Take this one. I clean that one regularly. Shigeru takes the gun from Akiko and slips it into one of the twin holsters built into his vest. The gun might be in good working condition, but it's been 30 years for you. Are you sure you'll be able to use it? Who do you think you're talking to? What about Wataru? I'm more worried about him. He's in the hospital. I don't imagine anything too terrible could happen to him there. And I can't think of any reason why he'd be in any particular danger. Don't you think? Maybe there's someone from back then who has a grudge against us and wants to take it out on him. Shigeru Kimura freezes in mid-motion, then turns to look at his wife. I hadn't thought of that. 30 years have gone by, and we've become senior citizens. Someone who was scared of us back then might think that now's their chance. Then they thought wrong. You and I are just as dangerous as we were back then, says Shigeru. Although these past few years we have been doting on Wataru. True enough. Akiko starts to check the other guns. Her hands seem to move of their own accord, practiced movements, with the quiet thrill of handling a favorite toy from childhood. Akiko was always more careful with guns than he was, and she was a better shot too. She chooses a gun and inserts it into her holster, then buttons up her jacket. Kimura steps over to the phone and finds the number from the most recent call, which he writes down on a notepad. Just in case, he also copies the number for the hospital. Do you remember Shigeru's number? The other Shigeru. He's the only person we know in Tokyo. I wonder how Shigeru's doing. Shall we go, dear? If we don't leave now we might miss our train. The Prince. The Hi-8 approaches Ichinoseki Station. The platform appears, then starts to slide by. As the train slows, Nanao adjusts his black-framed glasses and stands in front of the door. All right, Mr. Suzuki, I'm leaving this kid in your hands as far as Morioka. As long as you're all right with that, responds the man who claims to be an exam prep instructor. The prince can't tell if it's addressed to him or to Nanao, but either way it's more or less meaningless, so he ignores it. "Are you really leaving me?" he calls out to Nanao's back. Thoughts work at high speed. Should I let him get off the train? Or should I try to stop him? His whole plan in going to Morioka was just to check out this Menegishi. Since he had Kimura along for the ride, he thought he would try to use him to test Menegishi, but now Kimura's out of the picture, barely breathing if he's even still alive, playing floor mat for 2 dead fruits. So maybe I should use Nanao instead. To do that, he needs to find out how to control Nanao. How to put Nanao's will on a collar and lead. The only thing is, he doesn't have the key to keep the collar locked. With Kimura, the key was his son's life, and the prince was also able to make good use of Kimura's hatred for him. But he doesn't yet know Nanao's weak spot. Given how deftly Nanao broke Tangerine's neck, it seems obvious enough that he's not a law-abiding individual, so it isn't hard to imagine that by digging a little the prince could find some vulnerability to exploit. Then should I do whatever I can to stop him from getting off? Probably not. That would just make him think I was up to something. I may just have to accept that he's getting off the train. The prince continues his inner dialogue. I think I'll just go to Morioka, have a look at Menegishi's compound and head back to Tokyo. I'll deal with Menegishi when I'm fully prepared, he decides. He may have lost Kimura, but he has plenty of other pawns. Best to come back when they're all lined up. Could I at least have your phone number? He asks. It seems like he should hang on to a means of contacting Nanao. Maybe he can become one of my pawns too. I'm worried about what might happen. If I knew I could call you. Next to him, Suzuki makes a noise of agreement. That's a good idea. I'd like to be able to get in touch when we reach Morioka, to let you know everything is okay. Nanao looks flustered, but reflexively takes his phone out. We're at the station, I need to get off, he says agitatedly. Then the Shinkansen comes to a stop. It lurches forward, then settles back. The movement is more than the prince expected, and he staggers once. Nanao staggers much more. He crashes into the wall and drops his phone, which bounces on the floor then skids into the luggage area, right between 2 large suitcases, like a squirrel that fell from a tree and scurried down a hollow among the roots. Nanao leaves behind his own suitcase and leaps towards the luggage area to retrieve his phone. The Shinkansen's doors open. Come on, Nanao sputters, down on one knee and contorting his body to reach between the bags, grasping frantically. He can't reach, so he stands back up and hauls one of the large bags out, then ducks back down and finally scoops up his phone. He stands again, only to bash his head on the luggage rack. The prince just stares, amazed. He is a total mess. Hands pressed to his head, Nanao gets to his feet and tucks back in the suitcase he had pulled out. Then he staggers absurdly towards the open door. It slides shut in front of him, without the least shred of compassion. Nanao's shoulders slump. The prince doesn't know what to say next. The train eases forward, back into motion. Hands still gripping the handle of his suitcase, Nanao doesn't look surprised, and not at all embarrassed. This sort of thing happens to me all the time. Pretty much standard at this point. Well, what are we doing standing around here? Let's go take a seat, suggests Suzuki. After leaving Sendai, the already sparsely populated train is almost empty, so there's no need for them to go back to their original seats. They enter the next car, number 8, and sit down together in the vacant first row. I'm too scared to be alone, the prince says convincingly, and the 2 adults believe him. Nanao takes the seat by the window, the prince sits in the middle, and Suzuki is by the aisle. The conductor comes by so Suzuki explains they switched seats. The uniformed young man doesn't even ask to check their tickets, just grins and nods and walks on. Nanao looks glum, and murmurs to himself, it's not so bad. What's wrong? Oh, just thinking that compared to my usual bad luck this wasn't such a big deal. There's a sad heroism in Nanao's tone, and he's clearly trying to convince himself of what he's saying. Maybe his luck left him and came to me. Unable to understand what it's like to be unlucky, the prince can't find the right words to say. Since you're still here, you might as well stay with the boy until we get to Morioka, Suzuki suggests genially. He sounds like he's encouraging a student who failed an exam, a tone particular to teachers that makes the prince's skin crawl, but of course he doesn't let that show. Yes, please, he chimes in. I'd love it if you could stay with me. I'm going to go and have a look at the green car. Suzuki gets up with an air of relief that the problem has been solved and he's no longer responsible. This instructor has no idea that there are dangerous men and dead bodies. On the Shinkansen, hasn't seen any guns being waved around, which is why he can be so easygoing. Ignorance is bliss, Mr. Suzuki, thinks the prince as he watches the man retreat up the aisle. He turns to Nanao, now that it's just the two of them. Thank you so much, he says, trying to sound as relieved as he can. I feel so much better with you here. That's kind of you to say, Nanao replies with a chuckle. If I were you, I wouldn't want to be anywhere near me. All I ever have is bad luck. The prince bites his lip to keep from laughing at the thought of Nanao's slapstick performance in the gangway. What do you do for a living, Mr. Nanao? Not that he doesn't have an idea. Probably in the same line of work as Tangerine and Lemon, helping other people to commit their crimes. Another small thinker. I live on the Shinkansen, Nanao says, frowning. I can't get off at any station. I must be cursed. You saw what happened just now at Ichinoseki. Something like that always happens. I'll be on this train for the next 10 years. Then he seems to become aware of how stupid he sounds. Never mind. After a second, he says, can't you guess what I do? You saw it, before. You not being able to get off the train. No, I'm being serious now. Before then. I do jobs. Dirty work. But you seem like such a good person, Mr. Nanao. He tries to transmit a message to the man, I'm a defenseless child, you're the only one I can count on, I trust you. The prince's first step is to make Nanao feel the urge to protect him. This man is so bereft of luck, has such low self-esteem, that it should be simple to gain influence over him and rob him of his free will. You're confused right now and you don't really know what's going on, but I can tell you for certain I am not a good person. I'm no hero. I kill people. You're the one who's confused, the prince wants to say. I know exactly what's going on. But you saved me. I feel much safer with you than I do on my own. Well, maybe. Nanao speaks softly, and though he looks put out he's also blushing. Once more the prince has to fight to keep from laughing. His sense of duty switched on, so his thinking switched off. Automatic. Like a middle-aged man grinning at a compliment from a woman. Pathetic. He looks out the window. Rice paddies race by, in the distance the mountain ridges inch along. In no time they're approaching Mizusawa Sashi. The prince wonders if Nanao will try to get off again, but he seems to have made up his mind to stay on until Morioka. Or maybe he just doesn't want to make a fool of himself in the gangway when he can't get off again. Whatever the case may be, Nanao doesn't show any reaction to the station announcement. There's still a chance that Nanao will have a sudden change of heart and burst out of the seat for the exit. But the Shinkansen pulls into Mizusawa Sashi station, the doors open, then close, and the train pulls away. Nanao just leans back in his seat, sighs with resignation, and stares into space. The Shinkansen continues northward. After a few minutes a phone starts buzzing. The prince checks his own phone, then addresses Nanao. Mr. Nanao, is that your phone ringing? Nanao comes to with a start and fumbles in his pocket, then shakes his head. Not me. Oh, the prince realizes it's Kimura's phone. He takes it out of the front pocket of his backpack. It was that man's from before. From before? Who, the one you were with? His name was Mr. Kimura. Hey, it looks like it's from a payphone. He stares at the screen for a moment, thinking about what to do. There's no reason he can think of that anyone would be calling Kimura from a payphone. Should I answer it? Nanao just shakes his head. None of my decisions ever lead anywhere good. You need to decide for yourself. But if you do answer, you probably don't need to go into the gangway. There's barely anyone else in the car. The prince nods and answers the phone. Yuichi, is that you? Asks the voice on the line. Kimura's mother, guesses the prince. He feels a rush of elation. She must have heard about his earlier phone call from her husband and been beside herself with worry. No doubt she was imagining all the awful things that could have befallen her son and grandson, her anxiety multiplying until she couldn't stand it anymore and picked up the phone. There's no fear quite as delightful to him as that of a parent for their child. She must have been so racked with fear that it took her longer than he'd have expected to call. Oh, he's not here, answers the prince. Then he starts working out the best way to fan the flames of her anguish. And where are you right now? I'm still on the Shinkansen. The Hei 8. I know that. I mean, what number car? Even if I told you, what good would that do? We thought we'd come and see you. My husband and I. The prince notices for the first time that Kimura's mother sounds unusually calm. Stable, like a mighty tree with roots dug deep. The door behind him opens. He turns, phone still pressed up against his ear, just as a man walks in. Medium height and build, white hair and a deep green-colored jacket. Thick brows shade his narrow eyes, which are hard and piercing. The prince cranes his neck awkwardly to get a better look at the man standing over his shoulder. A smile spreads across the man's face. So you really are a schoolboy. Nanao. He looks like a happy retiree, ruddy-cheeked and easygoing, and he steps up to the row in front of where Nanao and the kid sit. Then the man stomps on the lever and roughly swivels the seats around. Now the 2 rows of 3-seaters are facing one another. The man sits opposite them, a look of challenge on his face. It all happens too quickly for Nanao to protest. Before he can process it, there they all are, like 3 generations on a family trip. The door behind them slides open again and a woman appears, also past retirement age. Ah, here you are. She sits down next to the man, facing them, as if it's the most natural thing in the world. I found you much more quickly than I thought I would, dear. Then she looks over Nanao and the school kid as if she's inspecting the merchandise. Thrown off by the sudden arrival of this strange couple, it takes Nanao several moments before he manages to open his mouth. You know, the woman cuts him off, it's my first time using the payphone. In the Shinkansen, but I didn't see any phone wires. How do you think it connects the call? Who knows, maybe through the electric line on the track. We should really get mobile phones. It would make things so much easier. I'm just glad that Yuichi's phone can receive calls from the onboard payphone. I hear there are some service providers that don't let you. Is that right? The woman directs the question to Nanao. How should I know? He wonders. Excuse me, Grandpa, Grandma, but what are you? The kid trails off. He looks nervous. It's true they're an older couple, but they don't look at all diminished by age, certainly not enough to be called Grandpa and Grandma. Maybe for a school kid there's nothing else it makes sense to call them, Nanao muses dazedly, but then the man speaks up. You know exactly what you're doing, don't you? Wah, the kid sounds startled. You're treating us like useless old-timers on purpose. You didn't just randomly call us Grandpa and Grandma. Am I wrong? Now, dear, don't frighten the boy, the woman says lightly. This is why people have no patience for older folks. This one's no cute little boy. He chooses his words very carefully. And he stinks. I stink. The kid makes a sulky face. That's not a nice thing to say, when we're just meeting for the first time. I didn't mean anything bad by calling you Grandpa. We may be meeting in person for the first time, but you know me. I'm Kimura. You called me just a little while ago. The man grins. His voice is mild, but his eyes are piercing. What you said on the phone worried me, so we rushed over to catch the train at Mizusawa Sashi. The kid opens his mouth in an awe of recognition, like he's putting the pieces together. You must be Mr. Kimura's parents. I guess you could say we're a little overprotective, to come rushing when our son is in a scrape. Where is Yuichi, anyway? Nanao puts the pieces together too. Yuichi Kimura is the man this kid was with, the man on the floor in the toilet. But why would the kid have called Kimura's father? You said it to me yourself, on the phone. Yuichi is in trouble, and my grandson Wataru is in danger too. Oh, that was just. The kid falls silent. His lips seem to be squirming. You said, you and your wife must be relaxing. I probably shouldn't have called. Remember? That was just. He looks at his lap. They made me say that. Mr. Kimura threatened me. Him and another man. What other man? As Nanao sits listening, he takes in the kid's profile. Well-proportioned face, perfect nose, beautifully shaped head. It's like looking at an elegant piece of pottery. A memory wells up, of a rich classmate telling him that he should try to become a footballer or a criminal if he ever wanted to escape poverty. That classmate had the same type of pristine looks. Guess the lucky ones even look the part. He's just an ordinary school kid, who got wrapped up in a dangerous situation. You don't need to be so hard on him. Nanao intervenes before he can stop himself. Just an ordinary school kid, huh? The man looks at Nanao. His face is wrinkled and dry. But there's an undeniable dignity there, like a great tree. Standing firm even as its bark is peeling off, with a thick trunk that the fiercest of winds can't shake. I don't think he's just an ordinary school kid. As the words leave the man's mouth, his hand darts into his jacket. Nanao reacts, a purely automatic motion. He whips the gun out of the back of his belt. At the same instant the man draws his gun and aims it at the kid. They're all sitting so close that both the kid and the man have guns inches from their faces. The whole scene feels surreal to Nanao. Usually when people have their seats facing like this, it's so they can chat and play cards. Yet here they are with two guns drawn. The man wags the gun at the kid's nose. If you tell us the truth, you might still get out of this alive, my young friend. Dear, if you don't take that out of his face, he won't be able to tell you anything even if he wants to, says the woman soothingly. She seems entirely relaxed. Come on, this is crazy. Nanao doesn't like how quickly things have escalated. If you don't put your gun away, I'll shoot. The man looks at Nanao's gun as if he's noticing it for the first time. Give me a break. That thing's not even loaded. Nanao's mouth clamps shut. It's true, the magazine is in the trash. But how did he know that? It doesn't seem like something someone could tell with a mere glance. What are you talking about? Of course it's loaded. Okay, then give it a go. I'll shoot too. Nanao is embarrassed at being treated like an amateur, but now isn't the time to worry about ego. He slowly puts the empty gun back in his belt, keeping his eyes on the man. Do you even have tickets? The Shinkansen is all reserved seating, you know. The kid's voice is level. Don't give me any of your crap. Anyway, all the tickets were sold out. Sold out? Nanao looks around the nearly empty car. But there's basically no one here. I know, It's very strange. Maybe a group tour cancelled at the last minute. It doesn't matter. It's not like the conductor's going to kick us off. So. Where is Yuichi? What happened to him? And what's happening with Wataru? I don't really know, the kid says darkly. All I know is that if I don't make it to Morioka, something bad will happen to Wataru. They're in the hospital. Nanao stares at the kid's profile again. Based on what he's hearing now, the little boy the kid said would be in danger if he didn't reach Morioka must be the couple's grandson. The connection between the couple and the school kid still isn't clear. But there's something that he wants to know even more: who the hell are these two? A closer look makes him think that the woman also has a weapon under her jacket. Granny with a gun. They both seem so in control of themselves that it's hard to imagine they're ordinary citizens. No, they're professionals. I've never heard about professionals this old. Nanao doesn't know what he's fallen into, but it's more than obvious that the man thinks the kid is his enemy. Doesn't make sense. Nothing on this whole trip has made any sense, and this least of all. A couple of retirees with guns, interrogating a school student. Just then a phone starts vibrating with an incoming call. It buzzes merrily, like it's poking fun at the four people sitting there. They all sit there, holding their breath, listening. Everything else around them seems to go quiet. Nanao feels for his phone over his trouser pocket, but his isn't the one buzzing. Oh, says the kid, shifting his backpack onto his lap and opening the zip. That's my phone. Don't move. The man jabs at him with the muzzle of the gun. They're so close that it looks more like he's threatening the kid with a knife. But my phone, stay still and forget about it. Under their words Nanao can hear the buzzing. He counts, 3 times, 4. You know, I really should answer this. What's wrong with him just answering the phone? Nanao has no real reason for saying this. It's more like the feeling a parent has when they want to cover for their child who's broken a school rule. No way. The man is unyielding. I don't like this one. He says he's just answering the phone, but he's up to something. Really, dear, what could he possibly be up to? The woman is as sunny as ever. I don't know exactly. But what I do know is that when you're up against a smart guy, you can't let them do anything they want to. Absolutely never. Doesn't matter how small a thing it is, they'll be up to something that we can't see. One time I was facing down a guy who ran a ramen shop. I had my gun on him. And not because the ramen was bad. I was telling him to hand over something, some important package, I forget what it was. Suddenly the phone in the shop starts ringing. The ramen guy said if he didn't pick up someone might think something was wrong. I thought he had a point, so I played nice and let him answer. Don't say anything funny, I told him. He picks up and starts taking some orders, miso ramen, chashu ramen, like someone's calling for delivery. But what I didn't know was it was a code. Not. 5 minutes later the reinforcements showed up, a bunch of bad characters. We had a shootout in that tiny little ramen shop. Of course I survived, but it was a real pain in the ass. Or there was another time when I was in some office somewhere leaning on the boss. The phone rang and I was nice enough to let him answer. The second he did, bang. So what does all this tell us? That 30 years ago we didn't have mobile phones, says the woman sarcastically. She's obviously heard these stories countless times. No, it tells us that in situations like these it's never good when a call comes in. Or at least it wasn't 30 years ago, she chortles. It's true today too. Nanao looks towards the school kid. The backpack is now on the seat between them, open. The kid seems to be thinking about something, concentrating. Doubt creeps into Nanao's mind. The juvenile fear the kid had emanated when he was begging for help has evaporated. Now his calmness, so steady even with a gun on him, seems strange. Before, Nanao had chalked it up to shock, but the kid seems just fine now. Then something catches Nanao's eye. In the open backpack he can see something peeking out that looks like the grip of a gun. A gun? Why does a school kid have a gun? Did he put it in there? No answers come to him. The only thing that's certain is that there's a gun in the backpack. And, Nanao thinks, trying to look natural, I can use that. Nanao's own gun isn't loaded. The man knows that. Which means he's under the impression that Nanao is unarmed. He wouldn't be expecting Nanao to pull a gun out of the backpack. The couple and the kid are both dangerous. Anything could happen, and if he isn't careful he could end up hurt, or worse. If I get the gun, I can get control of the situation. He starts to focus, watching for his chance to snatch the gun. If he makes a mistake he'll be shot for certain. The phone stops buzzing. Oh. Whoever was calling gave up. The kid lowers his face. If it was important they'll call back, the man snaps. There's a small pulsing of air, a staccato exhalation through the nose. Nanao glances at the kid and then double takes, his head is down, he's biting his lips, unable to contain his laughter. The prince. His whole body trembles with the laugh he's trying to fight down, a laughter welling up from the deepest parts of him, which he can't completely hide. This old man is the same as all the rest, he gloats. Acting so tough, making such a big deal of how much more experienced he is than me, like this is the easiest thing in the world for him, but in the end he's just another victim of overconfidence, too blind to see the pitfall even after he stumbled in. The missed call was almost definitely the man at the hospital in Tokyo. He must have had a question, or maybe the reality of what he was doing started to set in and he got fidgety, or maybe he was just tired of waiting. They had set it so that if the phone rang more than 10 times and the prince didn't answer, the man should go ahead with the job. And just now it had rung far more than 10 times without the prince answering. He doesn't know for sure if the man will be bold enough to go through with it, but judging from his lucky life so far right about now the man will be on his way to Wataru Kimura's room with murderous intent. The prince is used to people and animals behaving exactly as he wants them to. This is your fault, he wants so badly to tell the man in front of him. You thought threatening me with a gun would give you the advantage, but all it did was cost your precious grandson his life. He almost feels sorry for the old man, feels a giddy urge to console him. At the same time he's begun calculating how to make use of this development. If he does it right he can even control this old couple. First he'll share with them news of their tragedy, then feast on the sight of the man blindsided by anguish and the woman blank with shock, and after that he'll play on their guilt, rob them of their powers of decision-making, place their hearts in chains. I'll just do what I always do. But not yet. It's easy to picture what would happen if he told them their grandson was in grave danger. The man would go berserk and wave his gun around, probably call the hospital and entreat them to save the boy. This particular information needed to be kept hidden for a little while longer. Hey, says the man. Talk. Or I'll shoot you before you ever get to Morioka. Why? Blurts Nanao. Why are you so set on shooting him? Really, I swear, I don't know what's going on. The prince rides on Nanao's momentum and returns to being a panicked schoolboy. Do you really think this child is lying, dear? It doesn't look that way to me. The woman's face reminds him for a moment of his own departed grandmother. There's a breath of nostalgia, but no affection. More than anything he feels reassured she'll be easy to manipulate. Old people can't help but smile at children and treat them indulgently. It's not a question of human morality or duty, it's pure animal instinct. Creatures of the same species must protect the newer lives among them. They're designed that way. But where is Yuichi? Did he get off at Sendai? Is that why he can't come to the phone anymore? I'm telling you, this kid stinks. The man leans back in his seat and thrusts his chin at the prince. But he also puts the gun away in the vest under his jacket. He hasn't let down his guard, but he feels a bit less aggressive. Either way. Let's check on Wataru. I asked Shigeru to look in on him, but the whole thing was so rushed I can't be sure if he's on top of it. Shigeru is somewhat careless, laughs the woman. They sent someone to the hospital. Shall I go to the payphone and give him a call? This is bad, thinks the prince. I need to buy some time. Then Nanao asks, is your grandson sick? The prince is grateful for Nanao's question. Now they'll waste time talking. Because I'm so lucky. He fell off the roof of a department store. He's been in a coma in the hospital since. The man's answer is blunt, maybe so that he won't let his emotion show. The prince brings his fingertips to his mouth. Oh no, really? He makes a shocked face, like it's the first time he's hearing about it. From the roof? He must have been so scared. But inwardly he's grinning ear to ear. He remembers the uncomprehending terror on the little boy's face, that moment he shoved him out into space. The man continues, his voice husky. Wataru being in a coma is like when the goddess Amaterasu hid her light away in the cave. The whole world is dark. We need all the other gods to dance and laugh and call Wataru back. Otherwise this awful darkness will never leave. The prince strains to keep his laughter in. You're the only ones in the dark. The rest of the world is just fine. It really doesn't matter if your grandson lives or dies. What do the doctors say? Asks Nanao. They're doing everything they can, but there's not much you can do really. They say he could wake up any time, or he might never wake up. You must be so worried, says Nanao softly. The man gives a warm smile. Whereas you, young man, you don't smell at all. I'm almost shocked, I don't get any bad intent off you. But from the way you pulled out that gun, I'd guess you're in the same line of work as us. So what gives? It's not that you feel fresh because you're new to this, since I wouldn't say that you are. No, I've been doing this for a little while now. Nanao smiles ironically. I just have terrible luck. So when I hear about the bad things happening to people it's easy for me to imagine how they feel. There's something I've been wondering for a while, says the prince, hoping to keep them talking, instead of making a phone call. And what's that? The man gives him a look both dubious and irritated. I wonder if we know the answer to his question, muses the woman. Why is it wrong to kill people? Same question as always. The question that always shocks grown-ups, that they try to swat away with platitudes, that they can never answer. Oh, Nanao makes a sudden noise. The prince turns, thinking maybe he's about to try telling him why, but he sees that Nanao is looking towards the front of the train. Here comes Mr. Suzuki. Sure enough, Suzuki the exam prep instructor is making his way down the aisle. Who's he? The man draws his gun again and points it at Nanao. Just someone I met on board. We're not friends or anything, we just talked a few times. He's a civilian. He doesn't know that I have a gun. He's just a teacher at an exam prep school. He was worried about the kid and was sitting with us, Nanao explains quickly. That's why he's coming this way. I wouldn't trust him, says the man. You sure he's not a professional? He squeezes the grip of the gun. If you think he is, then shoot him when he comes over here, Nanao says. Firmly. But you'll be sorry you did. Mr. Suzuki's a good, honest man. The woman leans out into the aisle and props her hand on the armrest so she can turn round to get a look. She turns back after only a moment. As far as I can tell he's just an ordinary man. He doesn't look like he's up to anything, and he obviously isn't armed. The only mischief he might have been up to was seeing what it felt like to sit in the green car, and now he's back. You think so? Asks the man. You're exactly right, ma'am. Nanao nods his head earnestly. The man puts his hand inside his jacket pocket, still gripping the gun and aiming it at Nanao through the fabric. If anything feels off, I'll shoot. Then Suzuki steps up to them. Well, it certainly has got lively over here. And who are these people? The woman's eyes crinkle into a smile. We got on at the last station, and we just thought it would be so lonesome, just the two of us old folks in an empty train, and these two young men were kind enough to let us sit with them. She spools off the made-up story, cool as a cucumber. Ah, I see, nods Suzuki. Isn't this nice? He said you're a schoolteacher. The man's voice is low and his eyes are sharp. He doesn't blink once. At an exam preparation school. I suppose you could call me a teacher. Well, that's just what we need. Have a seat. Next to Granny. He motions Suzuki to the aisle seat, facing Nanao and the prince. Suzuki follows along, and as soon as he's seated the man continues. This kid just asked a heavy question. He already seems to have cleared Suzuki of any suspicion, though he may just be keeping an eye out for the right moment to start shooting. And what is that? Suzuki widens his eyes inquisitively. He wants to know why it's wrong to kill people. You're a teacher, what do you have to say to that? Go on. Suzuki looks startled at being put on the spot. Then he turns to the prince. That's what you want to know? His brows knit with concern, or sadness. The prince stops himself from rolling his eyes. Almost everyone he asks gets that same expression. Or else their cheeks turn red from indignation. I'm just curious, he answers. Suzuki inhales deeply and lets it out over several seconds, as if to settle himself. He doesn't look worked up, just forlorn. I'm not quite sure how to answer that. It's hard to answer, isn't it? Well, it's more that I'm not sure what it is you really want to know. Suzuki's face is taking on a more and more teacherly cast, which the prince finds distasteful. First, he says, I'll give you my personal opinion. Is there even such thing as an opinion that isn't personal? If you were going to kill someone, I would want to stop you from doing it. And the other way round, if someone was trying to kill you, I'd want to stop them too. Why? Because when someone is killed, or when someone attacks another person even without killing them, it's heartbreaking, says Suzuki. It's a sad, hopeless thing. I'd rather it never happened. This prince has absolutely no interest in hearing anything like this. I understand what you're trying to say, and I feel the same way, he lies. But what I want to know isn't an ethical reason like that. If there was someone who didn't feel that way, wouldn't they be okay with murder? There's such a thing as war, and the death penalty, but none of the grown-ups think there's anything wrong with those. True enough. Suzuki nods, as if he had been expecting the prince to say that. Like I said, that was my own personal feeling on the matter. But that's what matters most. I believe people should never kill other people, under any circumstances. Dying is the saddest thing there is. But that's not the kind of answer you're looking for. So, he continues, his voice suddenly kind. There's something I'd like to ask you. What's that? What would you do if I peed on you right now? The prince was not expecting anything so juvenile. What? What would you do if I forced you to take off all your clothes? Is that the sort of thing you're into? No, no. But think about it. It's wrong to pee in the train car. It's wrong to force someone to strip. You shouldn't gossip. You shouldn't smoke. Don't get on the Shinkansen without buying a ticket. You need to pay money if you want to drink a carton of juice. What are you talking about? I'd like to beat you up right now. Would that be all right? Are you serious? What if I were? I wouldn't want you to. Why not? The prince weighs his answer. Should I tell him it's because I don't want him to, or that he should feel free to go ahead and beat me up? Life is full of rules and prohibitions. Suzuki shrugs. Rules about everything. If you were by yourself all the time, there wouldn't be any problem, but as soon as someone else enters the picture, all sorts of rules spring into existence. We're surrounded at all times by infinite rules with no clear basis. Sometimes it feels like we're barely allowed to do anything. So that's why I think it's strange that out of all the rules you ask about, you're most interested in why it's wrong to kill people. I hear it from other kids, too. You could be asking why it's wrong to punch people, why you can't just show up at anyone's house and sleep there, or why you're not allowed to build a campfire in the school playground. Or why it's wrong to insult people. There are plenty of rules that make far less sense than the prohibition on murder. That's why every time I hear someone your age ask why it's wrong to kill people, I get the sense that they're just taking it to the extreme, to make the adults feel uncomfortable. Sorry, that's just what it seems like. But I really do want to know why. Like I said, life is full of rules, endless rules. Now, there are plenty of rules that even if you break them you can still make up for it. Say I stole your wallet, I could just give it back, or if I spilled something on your clothes, even if they were completely ruined I could still buy you new clothes. It might put a strain on our relationship, but things can more or less go back to the way they were. When someone dies, though, you can never take that back. The prince snorts, and is about to ask if that's because a human life is a beautiful thing, but before he can say it Suzuki continues. And I'm not saying this because there's anything particularly beautiful about human life. But think of it this way. What if you were to burn the only existing copy of a manga? Once it's gone, you can never get it back. I don't think human lives and manga have the same value, but as an objective comparison you could say they're similar for that reason. So when you ask why it's wrong to kill people, you might as well ask why it's wrong to burn a super rare manga. This is one talkative teacher, laughs the old man. Far from being excited, the more Suzuki talks the calmer he becomes, making the prince feel like there's something slightly off about him. And now that I've said all of that, I'll give you my conclusion. Suzuki sounds like he's telling his students that this will be on the test, and they should listen up if they want the answer. Yes. If people were allowed to commit murder, the state couldn't function. The state? The prince scowls at this, worried that the answer will degenerate into abstraction. If people knew that they might be killed by someone tomorrow, economic activity would grind to a halt. To begin with, there's no economy without stable rights of ownership. I'm sure you can agree with that. If there was no guarantee that the thing you bought would belong to you, then no one would have any use for money. Having money would cease to mean anything. And then we consider a person's life, which is the most important thing they possess. If we look at it that way, then for economic activity to function properly there would have to be protection for people's lives, or at least the pretense of protection. Which is why the state puts into place rules and prohibitions, one of which is the prohibition on murder. It's just one of the many important rules. With that in mind, it makes perfect sense why wars and the death penalty are allowed. Because they serve the needs of the state. The only things that are allowed are the things the state sanctions. Which has nothing to do with ethics. The Shinkansen pulls into Shinhanamaki Station. It stays there beside the platform for a minute, as if it were catching its breath. Then it starts off again, and the landscape resumes its flow. Nanao. Nanao listens with great interest to what Suzuki is saying. There's something refreshing about seeing the exam prep instructor holding forth to the school kids so dispassionately. And some countries, far away maybe, might say that it's fine to kill someone. I can't say for sure, but it could be that somewhere in the world there's a country or a community where murder is allowed. The prohibition on murder all comes down to state agenda. So if you were to go to a country like that, you'd be free to kill people, and people would be free to kill you. It isn't the first time Nanao's heard this sort of argument, but Suzuki's methodical way of laying out his thoughts makes it easy to listen. Nanao has killed, many more times than just once, and listening to a lengthy discourse about the reasoning behind the prohibition on murder isn't about to make him search his soul or change his ways, but he likes Suzuki's delivery, both gentle and resolute. If you're looking for reasons why murder isn't allowed that aren't ethical in nature, then the only possible explanations are legal. So looking for an explanation besides the law is sort of sneaky, like asking why we have to eat vegetables besides the fact that they're full of nutrients. Suzuki exhales for a moment. But here I'd like to say again what I said first, that I just think it's wrong to kill people. For me, laws and state agenda have nothing to do with it. When someone disappears from this world, when their self vanishes, it's both terrifying and tragic. When you say that, do you by any chance have someone particular in mind? Asks the old man. Yes, I was wondering the same thing, says the woman. My wife died, though it was a long time ago now. Suzuki looks away. This must be the reason why Nanao could never detect any light in his eyes. Actually, she was murdered. Oh no, the woman's eyes widen. Nanao is just as surprised. What happened to whoever killed her? The old man wants to know, evidently ready to step in and take revenge. He's dead. They're all dead, and that's that. Suzuki still sounds calm. When I think about why it all happened, why my wife is gone, I still don't understand it. The whole thing feels like a dream. The light just wouldn't change, and by the time I started wondering when it would turn green, there I was, on the platform. What does that mean? The old man laughs gruffly. Some kind of hallucination. I always thought that Tokyo Station was the end of the line. I never expected a train would keep going through without stopping. Suzuki's voice gets softer and softer, he keeps saying things that don't make sense, and there's a sudden desperate look in his eyes, like he's been sucked into a nightmare from long ago and can't find his way out. All at once he shakes his head and seems to come back to himself. Whenever I start thinking about my wife, it's like I've fallen into a dark, cramped hole. Or I picture her wandering lost in a pitch-black desert. She's all alone, unable to cry out or hear me calling to her, blind and scared and wandering forever, and there's nothing I can do to save her. I can't find her. If I'm not careful, I sometimes feel like I might even forget about her. There by herself in the dark, with nothing but a bottomless sadness. You're losing me a little, says the old man. But I can tell you're a good guy. It's decided, we're going to send Wataru to study with you. He's only half joking. Let me have your card. Suzuki reaches into his suit jacket obligingly, then laughs. Oh, I left my things at my seat. All the sweets I bought. Once more he seems like a carefree university student. I have to go and get them before we arrive at Morioka. He stands. I'm visiting my wife's parents for the first time since she died. It's taken me a long time until I was ready to see them. Is that right? Well then, you'd better go and pay your respects. The man's voice is rough, but he also sounds pleased to hear about the reunion. Suzuki departs towards the rear of the train. Well, are you satisfied? The man looks at the kid. Was his answer good enough for you? If you ask me, whether to kill or not kill is up to everyone to decide for themselves, so I can't say I'm fully on board with what our teacher friend was saying. But he did have some good points. So what do you think? Something intense flashes in the kid's eyes. Nanao tries to identify what it might be, if the kid is angry or impressed, but before he can pin it down the kid's expression returns to normal, and the tension is gone, like air being let out of a balloon. No, I didn't think it was a very helpful answer. I was disappointed. The tension may be gone, but his voice is definitely barbed. Oh, look, he's upset. Well, that's just fine with me. I'm getting tired of his snotty attitude, like he sees through everything. The man's voice rings out loud and clear, and he has his gun back out. Hey, Mr. Schoolboy. I'll tell you something. What? That question you asked. When I was your age, I used to ask the same thing. The woman next to him laughs through puckered lips, gently whistling. You think you're so clever, but everyone asks that when they're young and dumb. Why is it wrong to kill people? To try and get a rise out of the adults. Kids ask, if we're all going to die anyway, what's the point of living? And they think they're so philosophical, like they're the only ones who have ever had that thought. It's like you're bragging to us about having the measles. We all got over it a long time ago. I agree, says the woman. I don't like children who brag about not crying at movies, because no one cries at movies when they're young. People don't start getting weepy over nothing until they're older. I never cried at the movies when I was young, no one does. If someone wants to brag about not crying, they should do it when they're old. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start sermonizing. She makes a show of putting her fingers to her lips, then zipping them shut with a smile. Her gesture reminds Nanao of the zip on the backpack, and his eyes drop down to find it still open. The gun's right there. I really should take that. Wait for the right moment, he focuses. But just then the prince bows his head and says in a delicate voice, Grandma, Grandpa, I'm sorry. The prince. He feels angry, and this makes him even angrier. Suzuki wasn't talking down to the prince, but his answer felt somehow like a parable, and it produced an unexpected recoil that was almost biological. Like seeing an insect with a swarm of legs, or a plant of a particularly garish hue. And hearing the couple go on and on about how their years of experience make them so much wiser is irritating him to no end. He takes a deep breath to cool his head and subdue his anger, and then he does it. I'm sorry. But I think it's too late for your grandson. It's finally time for the reveal. The man and the woman are both completely motionless. As soon as I mention your grandson, you're ready to fall apart. And you thought you were so strong. That call that came in earlier. I needed to answer it. What are you talking about? The man's face twists and darkens. Not because he's trying to look fierce, but because he's trying to fight down his agonized concern. The prince knows. That's what I was told. Make sure you answer the phone, they said. Otherwise the boy in the hospital dies. I needed to answer before it rang 10 times. The man is silent. The only sound is the rattling of the Shinkansen. But you wouldn't let me answer. The prince makes his voice docile and his shoulders tremble ever so slightly. I hope you're satisfied, is what he would love to say. You acted like you were so smart but you couldn't even protect your grandson. I beat you and I'm just a school kid. Is this true? The man is quiet. Now he's starting to think this isn't just a game. He's sitting there, helpless, waiting to hear what I'll say. The prince feels a surge of physical pleasure, running right up his spine. It's true. If only I had answered. Dear. The woman looks shaken for the first time. Doubt has finally sprouted up from under her tough skin. What? Let's try calling. She starts to stand. Good idea, says the prince. It's a safe bet that by now the deed is done. Do you want to use my phone? Oh, but I'm not supposed to move, he says snarkily, looking right at the man. The man's face hardens. Before he was cautious of the prince touching the phone, but now his body is screaming the opposite. Give me your phone, it wails. This feels good, thinks the prince. A good first step. Next, to firm up his dominance in the power dynamic. He's about to take his phone out of his backpack when he senses Nanao's eyes on him, on the bag. He knows why immediately. The gun. Nanao wants the gun. The prince's heart does a little leap. He got the gun in the backpack from Tangerine, and it's no ordinary gun. It's rigged to explode when someone pulls the trigger, injuring them in the process. An exploding booby-trap gun. And Nanao doesn't know that, which is why he wants to use it. I should let him, thinks the prince with glee. He doesn't know exactly what will happen if the thing explodes. But he can guess that both Nanao and the man sitting right in front of him will be hurt by the blast. Even if it isn't fatal, it will certainly slow them down. The scene will sink into chaos. And when it does, the prince will find a way to slip off. That's exactly how it'll go. Of course he can't say for certain that he won't be harmed, but he thinks the chances are low. He should be fine as long as he jumps for the aisle the moment Nanao aims the gun. More than anything he has faith in his luck to pull him through. Whenever anything like this happens, I always make it out safely. A pleasant melody starts to play on the speaker system, followed by an announcement. In 5 minutes, the train will be arriving at Morioka. That's when it all happens, one thing after another. First, at the other end of the car, a child calls out in an excited voice, "Grandpa." The little boy was only calling out to his own grandfather, but the old couple both start at the sound of the young voice. Because of the way their seats are facing, they hear the child's voice coming from behind them. They seem to be hearing their own grandson calling out to them. Their attention is drawn backwards, and the woman leans out into the aisle to turn round and look. That's when Nanao makes his move. He grasps the backpack with his left hand and darts his right hand inside. The prince has a thrill of ecstasy at his luck, that the little boy would distract the couple so Nanao could grab for the gun. He'll grab it and aim it. And pull the trigger, and then they'll be done for. The prince shoots up out of his seat. But there's no explosion. Halfway into the aisle, he turns round. Nanao didn't pull out the gun. Not only that, but he's just sitting there staring at the hand he withdrew from the bag, not moving a muscle, like his power was cut. Only when the prince looks at Nanao's arm does he grasp what's happened, and the sight startles him so much that he skips backwards. The old man is frozen too, still holding his gun, eyes wide as plates. The woman's mouth hangs open. Nanao's arm is bizarrely swollen, like the veins have inflated. That's what it looked like at first. But that's not it. There's a snake wrapped around his arm. "What's a snake?" sputters the man with the gun, then he guffaws. "What's a snake doing here?" "My goodness," the woman says, astonished. Nanao shrieks, but his body is still paralyzed. What is going on here? The old man can't stop laughing. "It's got you all wrapped up, young man. You really are unlucky." The woman makes a courteous effort to suppress her laughter, but it's too much for her to contain and she begins clucking heartily. "When did that thing get in there?" Nanao's voice and arm tremble in concert. "It wasn't in there before. I knew it would show up again, but why right now?" The prince just stares. He can barely believe this is happening. Nanao starts shaking his arm and squealing, "It won't come off," like a frantic little boy. "Try splashing it with some water," suggests the woman, and Nanao leaps past the prince like a man on a mission, through the door and off into the gangway. The woman is still laughing, and next to her the man grins. "Outstanding," he repeats several times. "What is a snake doing on the Shinkansen? I don't believe it." "You were right, that is one unlucky fellow." Confusion assails the prince. What is happening? Why would there be a snake here, now? It was completely unforeseen. He feels a churn of rage. But also dread, fear that his good luck has been seized between the jaws of some shadowy beast of misfortune, that it's being ripped to pieces. Then he hears a buoyant laughing, coming from the old man. Thinking the man must be cracking up again about the whole snake episode, the prince looks at him. He's peering upward, near the ceiling, teeth bared in a broad smile. Staring at a point over the prince's head. There he is. The woman looks up in the same direction and adds her smile to his. Oh, yes, it's him. What are they talking about? The prince follows their gaze, craning his neck up and round. He anticipates seeing someone entering the car, the exam prep instructor, or Nanao, but there's no one. It's not clear where he should be looking. His eyes dart left and right. He turns back to them, but they're still staring in the same direction. The prince turns round again. That's when he notices the digital ticker on the wall over the door. Text slides by, Shigeru to Shigeru. Wataru is safe. Intruder is dead. Morning glory. The insect climbs the long dandelion stalk like a spiral staircase, front to back around to front, winding its way upward. It toils faithfully, like it has an important delivery to make, a payload of good fortune. Hey, Morning Glory, are you listening to me? The voice of the go-between sounds from the phone. Where are you? Beside a dandelion and a ladybird, answers Morning Glory. He's thinking about some children he encountered on one of his jobs, who loved to collect insect trading cards. They must all be teenagers by now. Time goes by so fast. He alone stays still, removed from the rushing flow, possibly because he's clinging on to a boulder in the current, but for whatever reason, he can't move forward. He's all alone. A dandelion and a ladybird? Is that a code or something? No code. I really am standing beside a dandelion and a ladybird. In front of the hospital you told me to come to. I can see the main entrance. Where are you? He asks. Morning Glory has an unconscious urge, his hand reaches down to the dandelion and plucks off the yellow head with a satisfying pop. I'm near the patient rooms. My friend asked me to go to one specific room, which I did, and I was just in time, because a man in a white coat came along. You were supposed to be waiting for a man in a white coat. No, the go-between answers. He just asked me to go to his grandson's hospital room and check up on the boy. Just as I was getting there, I spotted a man in a white coat coming. I hid under the bed. It wasn't easy, there were all those cords and plugs and wires tangled up down there, and you know, my body being the size it is, but I managed to hide in time. Then the man in the white coat came in and started pushing buttons on the life support machine. There's nothing out of the ordinary about a man in a white coat operating a medical device. What makes you suspect him? I could see his shoes from under the bed. They were dirty. Stained with mud. Something didn't seem right about a medical professional wearing shoes like that. You should quit your job as a go-between and do the Holmes thing. So I jumped out and asked what he was doing. You jumped out from under the bed? With that body? It's an expression. Okay, no, I wriggled and crawled and somehow made it out from under the bed. He must have been surprised. He was so surprised he ran away. Ran down the hall and jumped into the lift. That is suspicious. And where are you now? Morning Glory gets the feeling he's been asking that for some time. I'm still waiting for the lift. They take forever in this hospital. I see. Morning Glory looks back down at the ladybird. It's reached the top of the stalk. Naturally it has no idea that until a minute ago there was a small yellow flower there. It waits for the right moment to take off into the air. Tentamushi in Japanese, but in English it's called a ladybird, or a ladybug, and sometimes, rarely, lady beetle. Somebody once told him that the lady in the name was the Virgin Mary. He can't remember who he heard it from. There's the memory of someone whispering it in his ear, and there's the memory of reading it in a picture book. There's also a memory of his teacher writing it on the board when he was young, and there's the memory of hearing it from one of his clients. All these recollections are equally vivid, which is to say, they're all equally hazy, and he has no way of knowing which is real. All of Morning Glory's memories are that way. Bearing the 7 sorrows of Mother Mary into the sky. That's why it's called the Ladybird. Morning Glory doesn't know what the seven sorrows are. But when he thinks about that tiny creature carefully loading the sadness of the world onto its spots, black surrounded by vivid red, then climbing to the very tip of a flower before taking off, he gets a warm feeling. The lady beetle goes up as high as it can go, then it stops, as if preparing itself. After the space of a breath its red shell flicks open wide, its wings flutter, it flies. He wants to imagine that anyone who witnesses it feels their sadness lightened, even if only by a tiny amount, the size of those seven spots. The exact opposite of my work, reflects Morning Glory. Every time I push someone, more shadows darken the world. Hey, Morning Glory. The go-between continues talking. The man in the white coat should be leaving the building any minute. I need you to take care of him. I'm on my way down, but I don't think I'll make it in time. You were asked to protect the boy in the hospital room. I don't think it matters if the attacker gets away. No, says the go-between, my instructions were that if anybody tried to hurt the boy, I'm to show no mercy. That seems pretty rough. That's how those old-time professionals are. I mean, when they were in school there was still corporal punishment. But this friend of mine is the roughest of the rough. So is this a formal job offer? Morning Glory wants to confirm. You want me to take out a man wearing a white coat? If so, that's not enough information. If you can't give me more details I can't do the job. Watch for the man in the white coat. That's too vague. Although I suppose it would be easy enough if a suspicious-looking man in a white coat comes running out of the hospital. As soon as he says it Morning Glory laughs, a quiet soughing sound. Before his eyes a man appears, dashing from the hospital grounds. Bunched in his left arm is something white that looks very much like a hastily balled-up coat. Yes, that's exactly what it is. He describes the man into the phone. That's him, no doubt about it, the go-between pronounces. I accept the job. Morning Glory hangs up. The man with the white bundle looks left and right, flailing for direction. Then he scuttles across the street towards the traffic island. He brushes by Morning Glory, who notices the mud on the shoes as he passes. Turning round, there's the man waiting for the light to change, pulling out a phone. Morning Glory makes no noise as he slides up behind the man. He gauges his target's breathing. He watches the light. His hand opens, fingers wide, then closes once, opens again. His own breath slows, stops. Looks left at the oncoming traffic. Not heavy, but each vehicle running fast. Gauges the timing. Exhales, focuses on his fingertips, touches the back. As he does, at the very same moment, the lady beetle springs up into the air. The sorrows of that place lighten, even if only the barest bit, 7 little black spots worth. The car's brakes reverberate with a screech. The phone falls from the man's hand to the ground. Kimura. In the back of CR8, over the door, the message flows from right to left on the digital ticker, where there are normally news headlines and train announcements. What? The school kid is twisted round looking at the screen. What does that mean? Surprised? Shigeru Kimura laughs. Wataru is safe. The same sentence slides by 5 times, just to make the point. You surprised? He asks again mockingly, as the relief spreads through his own breast. What happened? The school kid is letting his emotions show clearly for the first time. He turns back to face Kimura, nostrils flaring and face turning red. Looks like Wataru is safe. Was that on the news? The kid can't grasp what's going on. You know, professionals used to really struggle with getting in contact. Back then there were no mobile phones. Akiko nods. Our friend Shigeru always loved the back and forth of communication. Shigeru's a funny guy. He would choose jobs based on which new method of contact he wanted to try out. But it came in handy today. Before they left the house for Mizusawa Sashi to catch the Shinkansen, he had called Shigeru. "I want you to check in on my grandson," he had said. "Protect him. And if anyone looks suspicious, no mercy." He was vague on the details, but there was no mistaking the urgency in his voice. "If anything happens, call me at the payphone on the Shinkansen." A rough plan to get in touch since he didn't have a mobile. Shigeru immediately replied, "I don't think the payphones on the Shinkansen take incoming calls anymore." "I'll get in touch with you another way," he offered proudly. "How?" "Keep your eye on the digital tickers in the train carriages. If anything happens, I'll use those to get in touch." "You can do that?" "I grew up a bit after you retired, Mr. Kimura. As a go-between, I know a lot of people. And I happen to be on good terms with someone at the Shinkansen Information Broadcasting Office." Shigeru had sounded excited. When the message vanishes for the last time, Kimura says, "Give me your phone," and seeing that the kid is in a daze, he takes the opportunity to snatch the phone from his hand. "What are you doing?" protests the boy, but Kimura cuts him off. "Wait. If I make this call, we'll find out what that news item means." Of course, Kimura already knows what it means. Now he's just playing with the boy. Kimura produces a scrap of paper from his jacket pocket and dials the number scrawled on it. Shigeru's number, which he copied down at home. "Hello," he hears his friend answer. "It's me. Kimura." "Huh? Mr. Kimura, did you get a mobile phone?" "I'm on the Shinkansen. A suspicious little brat lent me his phone." Kimura raises the gun to shoulder level, pointed at the school kid as always. "Perfect timing. I just had a message sent to the digital screen on your train." "We saw it." "Had a message sent by whom?" "I told you, the man who runs the Shinkansen broadcast system." Kimura doesn't feel like he needs to spend time asking about the details. Mr. Kimura, I have some good news for you and some bad news," says Shigeru. Kimura frowns fondly. 30 years back, whenever the pre-go-between Shigeru would go with the Kimuras on a job, he always talked about good news and bad news. "Which one would you like first?" "Start with the good news. The man who targeted your grandson is down on the street, run over by a car, taken care of," he says all in one breath. "Did you do it?" "No, not me. A professional did it. Someone with real skill, not like me." "You're right about that." Kimura starts to let himself feel that Wataru is safe from harm. The boulder he was carrying in his stomach is finally gone. "What's the bad news?" he asks. The Shinkansen begins to drop speed and the sound of the tracks changes tone, the shaking starts to subside, like the train is slowly loosening its grip on the tracks that it has had been holding so tightly. They'll be at Morioka station soon. The kid is watching Kimura with eyes wide open. He can't hear the whole conversation, so it would make sense for him to be feeling worried, but he's unexpectedly focused, straining to hear whatever he can from the voice on the other end of the phone. "Can't let my guard down around this one," Kimura concedes. "The bad news," says Shigeru, speaking more carefully now. "Mr. Kimura, don't get mad at me, okay? Spit it out. When I was in your grandson's room, I had to hide under the bed. And then when I jumped out, you jumped out from under the bed? Since when are you that frisky?" "It's just an expression," Shigeru says haplessly. "But when I came out from under the bed I stumbled." "Did something happen to Wataru?" Kimura's voice instantly hardens. "Yes, I'm so sorry." "What?" Kimura keeps himself from shouting. He guesses his friend might have knocked into one of the machines, maybe broken it. "I stumbled, or maybe I should say flailed. Anyway, I woke him up, and he was sleeping so peacefully. But he opened his eyes and mumbled something and smacked his lips a couple of times. I know how much you're against waking people up when they're sleeping, Mr. Kimura, I know you just hate it to death. But I didn't mean any harm by it. Are you serious? Sure, I'm serious. Why would I mean him any harm? I know how much you hate being woken up, and I've got the scars to prove it, so do you really think I'd go out of my way to wake up your grandson? No, I mean, are you serious that Wataru woke up? When Akiko hears her husband say that, her whole face lights up. Opposite her, the skullkid's face freezes over. As the train approaches the final stop, a handful of passengers start making their way down the aisle, getting ready to disembark. Kimura worries for a moment that one of them might notice his gun, but they all walk right past and disappear into the gangway. There are barely enough to form a line for the door. It's true, your grandson really woke up. I apologize, says Shigeru. No, I'm so very glad I asked for your help, Kimura replies. When he called Shigeru, just about his only friend in Tokyo, he couldn't even say for certain if Wataru was actually in danger. But Shigeru truly saved the day. Sorry for springing that on you. You've helped me many a time, Mr. Kimura. Yeah, but not for a long time. It's been quite a while since I retired. It's true. Though your boy Yuichi also got into this line of work. I was surprised when I first heard. You knew about that? Like father like son, Kimura muses ruefully, but at the same time he knows that it has to stop with Wataru. Hopefully not like grandson too. Actually, I saved Yuichi's skin a few times, Shigeru says, sounding somewhat sheepish, not from any suggestion that Kimura is indebted to him, he's just reluctant to tell a parent about their child's bungles. Hey! There's something I was just discussing with a friend. What's that? That the strongest live the longest. You know what I mean. Whether it's the Rolling Stones or you, Mr. Kimura. You're a survivor, which makes you the winner. So you're saying the winner is the old man. Kimura bellows good-naturedly, then ends the call. The Shinkansen describes a gentle curve, showing its grace and power one last time before coming to the end of the line. There's an announcement about transfers. Kimura hands the phone back to the school kid. Looks like the message on the ticker was right. Our grandson Wataru is safe. Akiko leans towards him, asking if it's really true, jubilant. The kid opens his mouth. Excuse me. Save it. I'm not answering any of your questions, Kimura declares flatly. We're at Morioka, anyhow. Listen to me now. There are plenty of things that I'm guessing you don't know. Who I was just talking to on the phone, how Wataru is safe. How he's awake. You don't know. I'm sure up to this point you've always looked down on adults, so certain that you had everything figured out. It's like your cheap little question, why is it wrong to kill people? You've convinced yourself you know everything. I mean, you are smart. And you've been laughing at everyone your whole life, all of us morons. That's not true. Even now, the kid is trying his helpless act. But there are things that you don't know, and you never will. I'm not going to tell you anything. You'll just stay in the dark. Wait, please. I've been alive for more than 60 years. So has she. You must think we're old and used up, that we have no future to look forward to. No, I will tell you one thing. Kimura raises the gun to the kid's brow, presses it right between his eyes. It's not easy to make it 60 years without dying. You're what, 14, 15, you think you can make it another 50 years? Say whatever you want, but you won't know whether you can last that long until you get there. Could be an illness. Could be an accident. You think you're untouchable, a real lucky boy, but I'll tell you one thing you can't do. The kid's eyes flash. This time it's not the anticipation of victory, it's rage, a liquid fire in his eyes to match the anxiety on his pure, perfect face. His self-esteem must be wounded. Tell me what I can't do. You can't live another 50 years. Sorry, but my wife and I will live longer than you will. You thought we were so stupid, but we've got more of a future than you do. Ironic, huh? Are you really going to shoot me? Don't mess with me. I'm a grown-up. Dear, won't the number you called still be in his phone? Asks Akiko. You gave it back to him, but Shigeru's number is in there. Shouldn't we erase it? Don't worry about it. Oh, I shouldn't worry about it. This one won't be using his phone anymore. The school kid looks directly at him. Here's what's going to happen, Kimura begins. I'm not going to kill you. Yet. I'll just shoot you so you can't go anywhere, then I'll carry you out. Do. You know why? No, I don't. Because I want to give you a chance to reflect on what you've done. The kid's face brightens a shade. A chance, to reflect? Don't misunderstand me. I'm sure you're great at pretending to be sorry. I bet you've made it this far by fooling all the adults with your sorry act. But I'm not so easily fooled. Out of everyone I've ever run across, you stink the worst. I bet you've done all sorts of terrible things. Am I right? So I'll give you a chance to reflect on them, but that doesn't mean I'm letting you off the hook. But, Kimura talks right over him, level and matter of fact. You'll be a long time dying. Really, dear, you're terrible, Akiko says serenely. But your grandson, he's fine. The kid is on the verge of tears. Kimura erupts with laughter. I'm an old man, I can't see so well and I'm hard of hearing, I'm afraid your performance is lost on me. The fact is, you tried to hurt our grandson. That was a big mistake. There's no hope for you now. Like I said, I won't kill you all at once. Just a little at a time. And once you've thought long and hard and genuine about everything you've done. What happens once he's done that, inquires Akiko. I'll stop cutting him into tiny pieces and start taking off bigger chunks instead. The kid looks afraid, but he also seems to be trying to interpret what that means. Hey, this is not a figure of speech. I will actually cut you into pieces. And I don't want to deal with him screaming and crying, so I'll start by making it so that he can't scream, and I'll go from there. Akiko slaps him on the shoulder. We're not doing that again. Then she turns and fixes the school kid with a smile. You know, I used to try to persuade my husband to go a little easier on people, but this time I won't. Try to stop him. Why not? Well, Akiko says, you tried to hurt our grandson. Did you think we would let you die easy? At that the boy seems to give up on stratagems and ploys, feeling himself sink inexorably into the quagmire, and he fires one last desperate shot. Your son the alcoholic is in the bathroom, on the floor. He's dead. He cried like a baby until the end. Your whole family is weak, Grandpa. Kimura feels a ripple of anxiety pass through him. Even though he knows that's exactly what this boy wants to happen, he can't stop it from growing. What keeps him steady are the words his wife speaks next, firm and with a note of laughter. Yuichi's a tough one. I'm sure he's alive. He'd be too worried about Wataru to give in, I'm positive. You've got a point there, Kimura nods. A giant shoe could stomp on him and he still wouldn't die. And with that the Shinkansen pulls into Morioka Station. Nanao. Nanao careers over to the sink and splashes the snake with water, but it only squeezes his arm tighter, making him even more frantic. It's going to cut off the circulation, I'm going to lose my arm. Panicking, he sets his arm on the lip of the sink and smashes his other fist down on it as hard as he can. It feels like he's squashing a hose. The snake goes limp and slides off. Nanao looks away from the sink to the area by the door, where a few passengers are preparing to exit at Morioka. He scoops up the dazed snake and winds it into a coil, carrying it in a way he hopes looks like he's carrying a small leather bag, hastily moving towards the trash bin on the wall where he discards it. He has a flash of fear that something else might jump out of the trash bin at him, but nothing does. Unlucky. Although it didn't bite me, so maybe I'm lucky after all. The Shinkansen continues to slow and a high-pitched keen reverberates. Almost there. This absurd journey is finally over, he thinks with a wash of relief. But then he has a vision of himself being unable to get off the train, and fear jolts him again. Need to go back to car 8, get the suitcase. A handful of passengers waiting to disembark blocks the door. He really doesn't feel like pushing past them. Questions rise in his mind: what's happening with the couple and the kid? Is the kid all right? But the episode with the snake has him so shaken up that he wants nothing more to do with what's going down in car 8. He's basically checked out. Then the shaking of the train ramps up one last time, taking his feet from under him. He tries to catch himself on the wall but misses and comes crashing down onto his knees. That's it. I'm done. The brakes squeal. The train lurches wildly as it slides to a halt. Beside the platform the train pauses, exhaling ponderously. Then the doors slide open with a puff of air. The atmosphere in the train seems to lighten and a sense of release floods in. One by one the passengers step through the door to the platform. There aren't very many, but they each take their time, watching their footing as they step down. A sudden bang splits the air. Sharp, like a steel nail being driven into a wall, a split second of violent noise. None of the passengers seem to notice. Maybe they think it's just the Shinkansen catching its breath, or a lock sliding into place on the wheels, or some other typical train sound that Nanao wouldn't be able to guess at, but they all seem to accept it as natural, the popping of joints in a tired machine. Nanao knows it was a gun. And probably in car 8. In the two facing three-seaters. Was the school kid shot? He looks towards the back of the train, but there's no sign of Suzuki. He must have gone back to his seat for his things and re-entered the normal world, wondering why he had been hanging out with a strange man in glasses and a school kid. Smart guy. No wonder he's a teacher. Nanao looks at the door to car 8. It stays resolutely shut, a silent, immovable sentinel, barring entrance to the grisly scene unfolding inside. He gets off the train at Morioka station. Even though I was supposed to get off at Ueno. He almost shouts it aloud. It was supposed to be a 5-minute train trip, but here he is, over 2.5 hours later and 500 kilometers to the north. And somehow he feels like he's got nowhere. Sucked into a journey he had no intention of taking, baffled and exhausted, his body leaden and his mind like gauze. Men in suits are lined up along the platform. It's a strange sight. Groups of 5 stand in front of each train car, making a human wall. The disembarking passengers look at the men uncertainly, trying to figure out what's going on, but they all continue on to the escalators. 5 men stand in front of Nanao with the disciplined ease of soldiers. Soldiers in suits. You must be Nanao. Where's the suitcase? And what are you doing in Morioka, is what Nanao fully expects them to ask. But they show no interest in him. It could be that they weren't told what he looks like, but whatever the reason, they make no move towards him. Instead they surge into the train, all the men up and down the whole platform. The just arrived Hay-8 will be sent off to the depot, or perhaps it will be cleaned before heading back to Tokyo, but the men have no qualms about interrupting the schedule as they search through the train, like they were ransacking someone's house. They're like a horde of ants swarming a great earthworm, hollowing it out. They sweep through the innards, thorough and implacable. It's only a matter of time before they discover the bodies in the toilet, and the wolf's body where Nanao left it in the seat. Nanao starts walking at a brisk pace, wanting to get away as fast as he can. There's a burly man standing at the front of the Hay-8. Craggy. Dinosaur face and a body like a rugby player. Minegishi, no doubt about it. He's surrounded by men in black suits. The army of ants burrowing into the Shinkansen are Minegishi's soldiers. The conductor steps up to Minegishi. He must be protesting the disturbance in the train. The conductor seems to have realized that this reptilian man is the ringleader behind all this chaos and is pleading with him to call it off. Of course Minegishi doesn't do anything of the sort. He just waves the conductor off, impassive. The conductor stands ramrod straight and makes his case again. Nanao can't hear what he's saying, but it's clear enough that it's not working, and the conductor passes by Minegishi towards the escalator. Something jabs Nanao in the back, making him jump out of his skin. Gah, he squeaks as he whips round, already reaching for his attacker's neck. Hey now, no rough stuff. It's a woman in a black pinstriped suit, looking. Daggers at him. Maria. Nanao exhales, bewildered. What are you? How, here? Relax, it's really me. Not a ghost. Aren't you in Tokyo? When you didn't get off at Ueno, I had a feeling we would be in this for the long haul. I knew for sure you'd run into trouble. Which I did. So I thought I should come to the rescue, and I rushed up to Omiya and jumped on the train. Maria looks over to where Minegishi is standing. That's Minegishi over there, isn't it? This is bad. We should get out of here. No good reason for us to be hanging around. What if he asks us about the bag? Too scary. Let's go. She pulls Nanao by the arm. I think he's more worried about his son. Something happened to his son. But before Nanao can answer, Maria says, forget it. I probably don't want to know. They continue towards the escalator. Where were you? Asks Nanao. He had been all through the Shinkansen and hadn't seen her. You got on, but you never came to the rescue even once. Well. Maria says, her voice trailing off for a moment. There's clearly something that's hard for her to say. I got on the Komachi. Are you serious? And there's no passage between the Komachi and the Hei 8. I couldn't believe it. Why are they even linked up? Even a preschooler knows that. Well, there are some things preschoolers know that adults don't. But how did you know I would stay on until Morioka? He almost got off at Ichinoseki. What if I'd got off at Sendai? That's what I imagined would happen, but I fell asleep. Nanao's eyes bulge. You fell asleep? With everything that was going on? I told you, I was up all night watching movies. Why do you sound proud about that? After we got off the phone I thought I would just close my eyes for a minute, and when I opened them again we were past Sendai. I called you. All worried, but you hadn't got off, of course. That's when I knew, with his luck he'll be on till the end of the line. Everything I was dealing with, and you were sleeping. You're the one who does the job, I'm the one who sleeps. Sleep is an important part of my work. I thought you were tired because you were watching Star Wars. Nanao pushes down his frustration and catches up to Maria, falling into step beside her. What about Tangerine and Lemon? Dead. They're in a toilet on the train. Maria sighs. How many bodies are there on the train, anyway? What is it, the corpse train? How many? Let's see. Nanao is about to start counting them out, but decides he'd rather not. 5 or 6. Or 7. Are you counting spots on a ladybird? But they're not all because of me. It's like you're carrying everyone else's bad luck around for them. Is that why I'm so unlucky? If it weren't the case, there's no way you'd be so unlucky. I think you're probably helping everyone else out. Unsure if Maria's words are praise or mockery, Nanao says nothing. As they're about to step onto the escalator, a crash reverberates from behind. He can almost feel it. A tremor like a behemoth collapsing. The vibrations may not even be from sound, but from the gravity of what just happened. A voice cries out. Nanao turns to see the black-suited men crouching on the platform trying to support someone. In that same spot where Minegishi was standing so solidly, he's now on the ground, toppled like a broken wooden doll. What? Now Maria senses the disturbance too, and turns to look. A crowd has formed. It's Minegishi, murmurs Nanao. What happened? Maybe he's anemic and fell over. We really don't want to get involved with this. Let's get out of here. She pokes him between the shoulder blades. It's true, nothing good will come of them staying there. Nanao speeds up. There's something stuck in his back, shouts a voice from behind. A clamor rises up around Minegishi, but by that time Nanao and Maria are already floating down the escalator. It's a needle, shouts someone else. Halfway down, Nanao turns to Maria standing behind him. Think it was the hornet? Maria blinks rapidly. Hornet? Oh, not the insect. The poisoner. I ran into her on the train. She was selling concessions. But I took her out. Nanao's voice is low and distant. Then an image swims into his head, of the man in the double-breasted uniform confronting Minegishi. The conductor. What about the conductor? Wasn't there something about the hornet maybe being two people? Yeah, maybe a solo or maybe a duo. I was sure it was just one person, but maybe there were two of them on the train after all. They must have been after both Minegishi and his kid. It might be that the woman pushing the snack trolley was responsible for the son and the conductor was taking care of the father at Morioka. Who knows? They come to the bottom of the escalator and Nanao gets off first, Maria just behind him. Now she steps up next to him. You know, Nanao, you might be onto something. The hornet became famous by taking out Terahara, she says, thinking out loud. Maybe they thought they could put another big feather in the cap with Minegishi. Trying to recapture their former glory. That's what everyone does when they're out of good ideas. They revisit their past successes. Apparently the authorities have been alerted to the disturbance on the train or Minegishi's collapse on the platform, because cops and railway staff and security go running past Nanao and Maria towards the escalator. They should be cordoning off the area, but maybe they don't know exactly what's going on yet. I wonder if he knows, Nanao says to himself. If that conductor is one of the hornets, does he know that his partner is dead? The question prods at him. Even though he was the one who killed her, Nanao feels a pang of sadness for the man. He has an image of a band with a missing member, waiting in vain for them to return. By the way, what happened to the suitcase? Didn't you have it? Maria's voice brings him back. Crap, he thinks, but then there's a swell of aggravation and anxiety. Who cares, he says violently. Certainly not Minegishi. He feeds his ticket into the turnstile and steps through. But halfway in an alarm jangles and the little thigh-height gate swings shut. A station attendant comes right over and inspects Nanao's ticket, then cocks his head quizzically. There's no problem with your ticket, I wonder why it isn't working. Give it a try at the last turnstile, down there. It's fine, I'm used to this sort of thing, Nanao says with a good-natured grimace. He takes his ticket and walks to the end of the row. Lady Beetle. An icy wind blows outside, the temperature unusually low even for early December. So much for the warm winter they've been talking about, thinks Nanao glumly. The sky looks like it could lose its grip on the cords fastening it shut at any moment, open up and dump snow down everywhere. He's at a large supermarket near Urashigahara Station, the kind that stocks everything from food and household items to stationery and toys. There's nothing in particular that he wants to buy, but he heads towards the registers with a box of mochi. Each of the open lanes has 5 or so people lined up. He tries to gauge which will be the fastest and settles on the second from the left. His phone rings and he brings it up to his ear. Where are you? Asks Maria. In a supermarket, Nanao answers, then gives the name and location. What are you doing all the way out there? There are plenty of supermarkets near my place. I have whole bunch of stuff to tell you, hurry up and get here already. I'll head your way as soon as I'm done here. But all the checkout lines are crowded. I bet your line moves the slowest. Based on his past experience, Nanao would have to agree. The customer at the front of his line finishes paying and moves on. The line shifts forward like it's on an automated track, taking Nanao along. So that school kid you were asking about, says Maria. What did you find out? The events on the Shinkansen 2 months back shook up the whole country. News that multiple bodies had been found in the bathrooms and passenger seats naturally made people clamor for more information. But as the police investigation continued, it became clear that none of the deceased were regular citizens. They were all shady characters in dubious circumstances, even down to the woman who was working the snack trolley. Most of the media adopted the vague language of the police and reported it as a feud within the criminal underworld, basically shutting their eyes to any details not accounted for in the prescribed explanation. They must have felt they needed to settle the issue before people got scared about taking the train, which is to say, before there could be any damage to the national economy, so the accepted line became that this incident was an exceptional case, and that normal people didn't have to worry about anything like it happening to them. As for Minegishi, it was reported that a prominent resident of Iwate died suddenly at the train station due to difficulty breathing. The fact that it happened to be on the same platform as the death train was chalked up to pure coincidence, and no connection was drawn. Minegishi's bloody career and vast network of influence were never mentioned in the news. Surprisingly, Kimura, the man who was with the school kid, was discovered in the toilet still alive. He was rushed to the hospital where his condition was stabilized. There was no further reporting on that story. What I found out was that there were signs of a gunshot found in car 8 where you were sitting. But there was no blood. There's no information about what happened to the school kid and that older couple. From what Nanao saw, he has no doubt that the man would have shot, school kid or not. Then he likely would have carried the kid out, making it look like he was helping his sickly grandson. I looked into cases of 14-year-olds from Tokyo who've gone missing, but found out that there are a ton. What's this country coming to? Nothing but missing kids. Though I did hear about a small body that was found at the port in Sendai. The body couldn't be identified. I wonder if it was that kid. Could be someone else. If you want me to, I could probably get you pictures of all the kids that have gone missing. Nah, don't worry about it. Searching through those would be too depressing. What about the professional, Kimura? Seems he's not walking yet, but he's doing a lot better than he was. His kids with him all the time, quite the heartwarming scene. No, I don't mean him. His father, and his mother too. They're in their 60s. The Kimuras. Oh, them, Maria says excitedly. The stories I heard about them. Legendary. You met some big fish, let me tell you. She sounds like she's jealous of him having got to see a famous musician perform at the end of their career. They just look to me like happy retirees. Well, if the stories I heard are true, then your school kid might be dead but no one will ever find the body. What does that mean? Those old-time professionals, when they get serious, they can be pretty extreme. What do you mean by extreme, exactly? And although Nanao asks the question, he cuts her off before she can answer. Never mind, he says, he doesn't want to hear about anyone getting chopped into pieces or whatever she was about to say. It turns out that there were multiple men with gunshot wounds found around car 8 in the train at Morioka, all screaming in agony. Each one had been shot through both shoulders and both legs, immobilizing them. It could only have been the work of the Kimuras. They must have shot their way out of the train when it was crawling with Minegishi's men. It's hard for Nanao to picture the old couple in action, putting bullets in the same exact spot on numerous people as if stamping them with an official seal, but it had to have been them. And there's something else I've been thinking. Tell me when I get there. Just a preview. Maria seems excited to share her theory with him. I think maybe our job didn't come from Menegishi, but from the Hornets. What? But you were the one who said we were subcontracting for Menegishi. True. But that was just a guess. Really? If the Hornets were going after Menegishi and his son, then Tangerine and Lemon would have been in the way. Having us steal the bag would have thrown those two off. You think we were a diversion? Nanao can't quite believe it. Exactly. They needed an opening to get the son with a poison needle. Which would be why they hired us to steal the bag. If that's the case, then the person who contacted you with the bag's location after the train left Tokyo would have been either the snack trolley girl or the conductor, one of the two, Nanao reasons. Both of them could move through the train and check on things without raising suspicion. It could even be that they were the ones who contacted Menegishi along the way, to keep things on the train confusing. They might have been the ones who told him something isn't right, come to Morioka. Why would they have, but then it clicks. So that they could kill Menegishi too. Getting him to come to the station would make things easier. For them. They finish the conversation and Nanao hangs up. The line for the register has barely moved. He looks over his shoulder and sees that more people have filed into place behind him. Then he notices someone, there at the back of the line, and he almost calls out. It's the exam prep instructor, Suzuki. Dressed in a suit, looking healthy, a basket full of groceries in one hand. He notices Nanao and his eyes widen, but almost immediately he relaxes into a smile, pleased at the chance reunion. Though they barely know each other, it feels almost as if they're old friends. Nanao nods, and Suzuki bobs his head in response. Then he gets a look like he's suddenly remembered something important and moves to a different line from Nanao. The jangle of loose change rings out. Nanao turns back round and sees at the front of the line an old lady who has accidentally appended her purse. She stoops hurriedly to gather the fallen coins, the people behind her bending over to lend a hand. One coin skitters over to Nanao's feet where it spins in a neat circle. He tries to grab it but keeps missing. Meanwhile the lines at the adjacent registers move right along. Nanao hears Suzuki laughing. Near the exit to the supermarket, Nanao pulls the giveaway ticket out from his wallet. On the back is an illustration of a train in an amateur hand. Arthur, it says. It had been in Tangerine's pocket back on the Shinkansen. Nanao had taken it at the time, not quite sure why he was doing so, but then he forgot about it completely. Until the other day when he was doing laundry and found it. It reminded him of everything that happened on that terrible trip, and he was about to throw it out to rid himself of any remnants of the whole mess. But something stopped him, he couldn't say exactly what. He noted that the location of the supermarket was at a station he had never been to before, and he decided to visit it and see if the ticket had won him anything. I certainly didn't expect to run into you here. He turns towards the voice to find Suzuki standing nearby. You made the right move at the checkout. Any line I get in goes more slowly. Suzuki's eyes crinkle with laughter. I started way behind you. I would never have thought I'd finish checking out first. I still can't believe it. Suzuki had apparently been waiting for Nanao outside the supermarket, but then started wondering what was taking him so long and came back inside. That's when he saw Nanao waiting in line to enter the giveaway. There's only one line here, so I'm not worried, Nanao says with a chuckle. You're going to enter the draw. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if you won, says Suzuki. Your bad luck could all turn round right here. Nanao looks at the prize board. I'll feel a little let down if all of my bad luck until now was just so that I could win a travel voucher. Suzuki laughs again. Although it's true, I do kind of feel like I'll win. Making it out of that Shinkansen alive made me think that I was finally having some good luck. And I found this ticket on the train that day, so I'm hoping it'll be the start of a change of fortunes for me. I guess that's why I came all the way out here. But your line at the register was still the slowest, says Suzuki gently. True enough, says Nanao with a frown. But I also bumped into you. Isn't that kind of lucky? Maybe if I was a cute girl. There's a hint of pity in Suzuki's voice. The cashier waves Nanao forward to take his turn. He hands over the ticket with the train drawing. Just one play. The cashier is an impressively plump middle-aged woman, nearly bursting out of her uniform. She kindly encourages him, best of luck, young man. Suzuki looks on with interest as Nanao grasps the handle on the lottery cage and starts spinning it. Through the handle he can feel the balls ricocheting around inside. The cage spits out one ball, bright yellow. Within a split second the hefty staffer rings a bell grandly. Surprised, Nanao looks over at Suzuki. Congratulations, says another supermarket staff member as he brings over a cardboard box, open at the top, which he holds out and proclaims. Third prize. Nice work, Suzuki says, clapping Nanao on the shoulder, but when Nanao looks in the box his smile freezes. He's happy to have won, but he's not sure how he feels about the prize. What am I going to do with all this? The box is packed with fruit, two kinds, divided neatly in half. Fist-sized tangerines and bright yellow lemons. The cashier is effusive with congratulations. Oh, what good luck, good for you, she's all smiles, so Nanao meekly accepts the box. How am I going to carry this home? And what can I possibly do with all these lemons? He keeps his questions to himself. He takes a good look at the fruit. For the barest moment he feels a flash of pride emanating from the tangerines and lemons, almost like they're saying to him, see, told you we'd be back.